Took that eventually.
Hi, everybody. OBS decided to
Sorry.
broadcast to the channel and not to the specific broadcast, which meant that YouTube was like, "You're live. Where's your stream?" And then
I think
OBS is
I
like,
think
"We're
his
streaming," and I had to stop the OBS and then reconnect it because it was all,
that
yeah,
Santa was a ghost, a
yep,
ghost streamer.
yeah. It was. I was like, because I was like, "Why isn't it working?" And then, boom, there it was because it's OBS. OBS has been like really weird lately. They're not saving any of my settings. Like I'm having to start fresh each week, which is weird. Because
When
it
you
used to
eventually,
lock my settings, and so I could just hit start streaming, and it would just, go for it. But now I have to keep resetting it every week. That's to be new. Um,
we need to find a way to fix that so we can like, if you're ever gonna become big, do more streams because we need to get you like those like chat bots that go like, oh, every time someone super chat, like the text to speech thing will appear
yeah,
here on and such like that.
I'd also like just somebody to develop a better version of OBS. Because I don't
The one,
mind OBS as a software. It's just got these critical flaws they never fix. Like this has been an
I
issue
think
for a long time.
I don't
So
know because again, I don't know if this is just specifically a Mac issue or not. I'm curious if it is or not. Honestly,
I know somebody that streams from a PC using OBS, and they have the exact same
and
issues.
and probably yeah. So
Yeah,
the only other like equivalent to OBS I know is XSplit, but you had to pay to use XSplit. That's I
yeah.
remember right.
StreamYard's pretty good from what I've seen.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that's what all the streamers use, like the VTubers and everything. They use
yeah,
StreamYard. I think that's where they get the whole like, oh, someone donates and they text a speech, just read the super
yeah.
chat or whatever
StreamYard's
like
pretty
that.
good, but you have to pay for it. I don't make enough money off this to do that.
I don't want super. Hold on. We need some. Oh yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to do sub goals for you. We
Sub
need to do
goals
like
just to pay for StreamYard and
yeah.
for
Hold on.
like maybe a new
Stream.
computer because Mac updates do not like my M1 chip.
Uh,
No, I don't have the
other.
M1 chip. Sorry, I have an Intel
Oh,
chip, and Mac does not like that.
oh, there's Streamlabs. That's free.
Yeah, I tried it once and I didn't like it.
Uh,
It made me appreciate OBS. There also is Restream. We could try that too.
yeah.
Um, yeah. Anyways, that happens. Uh, that wasn't the worst delay though. We've had worse. Remember that one time it took us like 15 minutes to get things working?
Insert instance, like
Yeah.
technical difficulties.
I need to make a new technical difficulty screen that isn't just like the old 60s TV
I got
broadcast with the logo in it. Like we need to make like a
yeah,
we should
yeah.
just make it and it's just the clown emoji sound out, just like a collage. Ooh, ooh, we could
if,
animate it like a DVD menu. And he just bounces through
about
every
you.
corner.
If love is true.
Oh my god, I could get. We should like make a MIDI version of the
Hey, the
song.
kazoo. Like, yeah, kazoo. So for advance is it's on sale, I think, right now for 68.99. So if we could get, all right, how much is your channel memberships? Or here we get enough. We get like 6 people donating $10 each. You can get StreamYard.
Yeah, because I put money into Adobe every month, and that is a money sink. But I don't know how to do any of this without it.
Ever tried DaVinci Revolve? 'Cause I know that's a really
I
popular
have, and I don't like
free.
it. But also, it's because I was trained on Adobe software.
Yeah, no, say, that's why I cannot use GIMP. I've been trained to use Photoshop.
Yeah,
Photoshop. So I
I
can't
feel
because
like that's
every
the
day.
reason why Adobe sponsors college programs is specifically to indoctrinate us to not be able to use anything else.
But you didn't hear that from Soundout. Soundout. That
No,
was so.
that was Beppo. Beppo was saying that.
Yeah.
Anyways, the theme of today's stream
Oh.
is Disney laid off
Oh.
1,000 people and it affected everything we talk about. So if you guys don't like me like yelling at corporate executives that don't listen to me, too bad. We're getting a lot of that today.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just noticed I noticed a plushy friend behind you. The
Yes.
the Logan.
I
The
got
Logan.
I found him. And I just like that his expression is that he looks very upset to be a marketable plush.
Plushy. Yes.
He's very grumpy about it.
I mean, before we get to Disney bashing, don't you have some Disney friends that were bought by Disney,
I do, but
in
they're
also
not
in
right here
plushy
right
form?
now.
Oh, damn it!
They okay, now I can't balance Logan back out. Oh.
Oh no!
Rob Lucci's top hat is getting in the way. Disney put out Muppet merch last week, and they're fantastic. And I just want to say that Disney made Muppet merchandise for the first. It's like the first time in 10 years they've made new Muppet plushes. Um, So, we'll talk about the Disney punch and tickle effect, which actually I guess I can kind of just touch on now. Disney has this tactic that anytime they deliver bad news, they deliver good news right after to make you pretend that you forget, to make you
It's
forget that the bad news happened.
it's Buzz. Look at Alien.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, good news. You can buy Muppets merch now because they made new plushes that aren't just reissues of plushes. Because like Kermit and Piggy from Muppets Most Wanted have been reissued a few times. But it's Kermit, Piggy, Fozzie, Swedish Chef, Animal, Gonzo. Is that all 6? Yeah, that's the 6. And then they had these plush keychains, which the plush keychains include
Oh,
Rolf
oh damn!
and
Oh,
Sam the
damn.
Eagle.
Oh,
And Sam the Eagle will be getting a plush in May. But yeah.
20 pounds from Jamie's World. Thank you so much. Regarding Bandai complete selection modification Ghost Rider, will Bandai release CSM Grateful Damacy driver since Ghost CSM driver tees and Mugen Damacy icon, so it makes sense. We say CM's as Grateful driver. I hope they do because
We
I
will touch on
literally
it later, but I have a weird feeling they're going to be doing like
what's the super
the
best?
guy method of here's a bunch of sets. I think the days of the all in one box for a modern belt are gone because of pricing.
Well, because that had too many gimmicks. Also because technically the Grateful Damacy he was a separate belt
Yeah.
entirely. That's kind of hard to put as a pack in and stuff like that.
But thank you for the super chat, James World.
So
No news on any Muppet projects yet. The next because I think they're kind of focusing on Rock and Roller Coaster
destroying
featuring the Muppets.
and destroying people's lives.
Well, Disney's always focused on that, but in terms of like the Disney creative talent pool, they're really focused on getting Rock and Roller Coaster's Muppets retheme up and running, which is why there's new merch because they have a gift shop to fill. And so I think maybe after that cycle goes through, we might hear more about like Muppet Show.
That's why I think that's why they keep the Tron the Tron 6 figures around so they can have something to put in the in the Tron ride.
Funny you should say that
gift
because
shop.
that's literally why they're made. We'll talk about that. Or no, that's because they're Disney part. We already talked about that. Didn't we talk about the Tron figures last week?
We talked about it last week, but like, because they
Yeah.
were available at Disney Parks, so
Yeah, they only exist to fill they need to fill the void of the create your own Tron figures that were overpriced, went on sale, and still didn't sell, and so they discontinued them.
Which those are kind
Yeah.
of weird because they're practically just the Spin Master figures. Like
Yeah.
it's one of those like, it's like when it reminded me when Playmates revived Bandai America's Ben 10 Alien Creation line for their line, and I'm like, is this legal? Like I'm assuming it is, but it's just weird that like they literally just copy another toy company's like literal like gimmick they made on their own scenario like that.
Yep. Because the thing is I think what Disney doesn't understand about Tron is that people will gladly like watch a Tron movie or ride the ride, but the second they have to put money at Tron, they don't.
You know what I miss? You know one thing I miss from Disney merch? I miss the toy box figures, man.
I
Those
do
are
too.
legitimately some great figures, and I really wish they made the Tron and the Flynn and Cora like Disney Infinity figures, the disposable figures, because I
That
would
would have
have
been
bought
great.
those. It's because I love how they look on Disney Infinity, especially. They
Mm-hmm.
look great.
Let's see. Jorge's card says to read the current Space Ghost. Well, I have to read the previous 12 issues. The new trade will be out soon. Yes. Dynamite did the thing of like we ran 12 issues in an annual, and so the next issue is issue 1. I'm like, that's issue 13. The series did not restart. It's just continuing.
Because especially since it's the same creative team, right?
Yeah,
Pretty sure,
exact
right?
same creative team. It started right away. They just were like, let's just do another number 1 because Dynamite loves variant covers more than any other publisher.
I mean, isn't that
Yeah.
all comic publishers? To be fair, they
No,
love variant covers.
Dynamite loves comic variant covers more than any other publisher. There are 96 variants for Thundercats number 1.
I need to keep track because I need to know how many Ben 10 got because I've seen a
It's a
lot
lot.
already for Ben 10.
Yeah.
I do love the Diamond Head Kaiju number 8 homage cover. I would say that.
But yeah, you got to read all the Space Ghost. It's 1 to 12 with the first series, then the annual, which kind of wraps up that arc, and then the next series starts. But it's basically just issue 13.
They do that for Ben 10. That's gonna be so goddamn hectic.
Yeah, they didn't do it for Thundercats, but they also just ended Thundercats to restart it as Thundercats Silverhawks. So Thundercats ran 25 issues, and then the story just goes straight into Thundercats Silverhawks #1, which is actually part 1 of that is an issue 1 of a series, part 2 is an issue 1 of another series, and part 3 is an issue 1 of another series. So it's like technically 3 series, but they're like a 15-part saga, and I'm just like, just make it a 15-issue series. It ships 3 times a month. I don't know.
Speaking of comics, because
Yeah,
it did finish last week. Did you read the final issue of Power Rangers Prime?
I did.
What do you think of it?
Boy, that felt like it had 8 more issues of story going on that they crammed into the last
So
4.
so the same issue as Ultimate Comics ending.
I will say it was a more satisfying ending than any of the Ultimate Comics got.
'Cause at least maybe Melissa Kai saw it, so they
Melissa
get better.
got, from what I know, Melissa planned 24 issues, and she got told, I think when issue 12 came out, no, I think she got told after she did issue 12 that it's like you got 4 more, like because you got like 1 more trade's worth.
Cause
So
like cause it really does feel like with Ultimate books that like
yeah,
no one saw the cancellation coming
no,
at
and because
all.
like everybody's last issues are super rushed, but they all end up on cliffhangers, which is why they have to make the ultimate finale one shot. That's just a bunch of stories to give like epilogues to stuff. Because it was like, I was like, none of the ultimate, except for Ultimate Wolverine. That book was weird. That finale
And
didn't feel like it was extended, because it was extended from 12 to 16, and Chris Condon was just like, whatever. Like the last issue of Ultimate Wolverine just felt like another issue of Ultimate Wolverine where nothing happens, nothing progresses, and it just ends.
because I've been picking up all the Ultimate books, and I still have, they've just been on the pile to read for. I'm just gonna binge read them all when they're all done. But I did like skim through it. I'm like, wait, that's how I felt the whole page. Like, wait, what?
Yep.
That's how it ends?
That's how the
Okay.
last. That's how every issue has ended ever since they ended the first arc, which was kind of a take on Weapon X, and then after that, it's just been like nothing really happens, and then it just ends. Like that's how every issue's gone. It's really bad. Later it says, I don't know what's worse, new #1 for no reason or ungodly amount of variant covers. Absolutely new #1 for no reason. Because you can
Because
ignore
very
variant
covered.
covers. If you don't collect variant
Yeah,
covers, you can just ignore them, right? But like you can't
yeah.
ignore the fact they restart a series at #1 for no reason with the same
Because
exact creative
sometimes,
team.
because sometimes you needed to tell the comic shop, like, hey, like just in case might have to put this on my list because sometimes they don't because because they think the book is finished, so you had to tell the
I
comic
do that
store,
with Space
like, hey,
Ghost.
yeah,
Because
like that.
it's a different series number in the system when they do the #1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's annoying. It's so annoying.
Yeah, I have my comic shop of like their system's been kind of like they've been updating it and stuff, and it's like every like month I just kind of go there and I got like my League of Comic Geeks app open and I'm like, here's all the stuff I've added in. I'm just like, all right, is this in
Yeah,
the
that's what
system
that.
yet?
Yeah,
Is this in the system
I'm so
yet?
glad.
Is this in the
I'm
system
so
yet?
glad. I'm so glad you showed me League of Comic Geeks
Yeah,
because that's been super helpful telling my comic shop about like because some things were like like they don't because my comic shop has been sadly being issues of like the
hmm
delivery not coming in. So like last week because I didn't came in the week before, so I came in to get like the week before and last week's issues, but they didn't have the week before issues. So I asked them like, hey, so this is the books I've been looking for. And they said, oh, maybe I think we didn't get the shipment for these. So like I go like great.
yeah.
Scenario like that.
I had that issue with something recently. Yeah, it's like they
By the way,
just didn't
thanks.
show
By
up.
the way, thanks Transformers fandom for spoiling what happens in the latest issue of Transformers. Skybound Transformers. That's the
That's the
issue I could
fandom.
read.
Transformers fandom, despite Transformers comics being a pretty prominent thing consistently for the last 20 years, Transformers fandom is not comic fandom. They don't understand anything about how comics work, and it's very annoying to me as
no,
somebody
no,
who's
no,
both.
no, definitely because like I can understand people's dislike of some of the Kurtman stuff, but like I feel like some of them are like, guys, this is just how comics are written.
Yeah,
People.
there's a bunch of complaints about the current arc in Skybound where I'm just like, this is just comic books. You don't like the soap opera, you don't like characters making poor decisions. Sorry, this is just how comic books are. Like,
Because like
yeah,
personally, like the Kurtman stuff, like, not actually, not just the Skybound Transformers, I do like, but I also say it's not like what I'm looking for in Transformers. I still enjoy it, but it's not like my type of Transformers. But still, but like, yeah, but that's the thing. I know what like when I'm reading it, it's a comic. I expect the melodrama and stuff like that. Have you?
they
You
also,
won't
I
be
know it's
surprised.
funny. I know Transformers fans, pretty much have been absorbing comics again for like 20 years, but it also feels like a lot of people don't understand how a monthly periodical works either.
Oh, 199 from Master Best Star Wars Battle Droid design toy. I'm always still a big fan of the Super Battle Droid
Commando
design.
droids are the best. All the toys for it suck though. He's too thin.
Commander Droids. I forget the Commander Droids. Is that
They're like
the?
the scary looking ones that like were in Clone Wars, where they're like super thin and they carry knives.
Okay, okay. I'm
Yeah,
not familiar with those designs
I love
and
those
stuff like
guys.
that. But yeah, it's one of those things. I had the same problem I had with some Invincible people watching just the Invincible show, where it's like, guys, you realize it's a based off a comic book, right?
Yep.
A lot of it is very much dialogue heavy and stuff
There's
like that.
also a thing that a lot of people are having like a separation with reality problem. I've been noticing. I don't know if this is just in like social media problem or whatever, but there's a lot of people that see a character do something and say that character would never do anything like that, and then people go, but what do you mean by that? And they just go, I don't think they would do that, and it's like, well, you're not writing the story. And it also like sort of has been slipping into this thing where I've seen people have like parasocial relationships with fictional characters, like they know them like they're their best friends.
Oh no, yeah. Oh no,
And I'm
trust
like,
me.
you all need to like, I don't like to say touch grass because I'm allergic to pollen,
Oh
but like, you probably need to
yeah.
go outside and interact with some more people because
Uh,
like these
yeah.
are
No,
fictional characters
definitely.
being written by a writer. You can not like where the storyline is going, but some of the way that people talk about it just makes me go, y'all right? Y'all okay there?
Yeah. No, I think the funniest one to me I saw recently is someone questioning the Viltrumites in Invincible, going like, "Why are they stupid?" Like, yes,
Yes, that's
because
the
they're
point.
fascist. They're fascists. That's the whole point of the Viltrumites. They're fascists.
Yep.
That's the whole point of them.
Also, Corey Robinson brings up my most favorite point is most comic fans seem to get their comic knowledge from community osmosis instead of actually reading the books.
No, definitely.
Exactly. I always am telling people that like, you can learn stuff without like having reading every comic, right? Like
Mhm.
that's fine. Like a lot of people do recommend like when you get into comics, like pick up like a Marvel encyclopedia or a DC encyclopedia and just like flip through it and get some like baseline knowledge of the universe, but there is a difference between reading about X-Men comics and actually like reading X-Men comics. It's a very different experience. Yes, this is my Darth Maul shirt. It's Maul Monday. Watch Maul Shadow Lord on Disney Plus.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
so
how's it
freaking
been?
good.
Good.
Oh my god. Like I don't want to sound like too much of a glazer because I'm gonna criticize the Disney company, but the artists at Disney do amazing work, and I gotta tell you, the Maul Shadow Lord probably is probably the best Star Wars show. Probably. We still have more episodes to go. I've only seen the first 4 because I'm waiting to watch 5 and 6 tonight. But it's been so fantastic, so fantastic.
It's gonna be a.
Daredevil last week was bonkers. That was an insanely good episode. It's a good TV week for me, honestly. Like every week.
It's gonna be a whiplash when you go from Maul to Mando and Grogu, isn't
Maybe.
it?
We got a Mando and Grogu trailer to talk about later, which actually has me feeling positive about the movie for once. Uh, but no, it's like it's crazy because the Maul Shadow Lord's great, Daredevil's great, um,
Invincible.
Invincible's great, Gavan Infinity's great,
I
Zets is
need to
pretty
still check it.
solid.
I need to still check out Gavin
Digimon's
City.
great. And then, like, in
Yeah,
a couple weeks, like, Maul and Daredevil and Invincible will be all over, and I'm gonna start being really sad.
well, this week, no, because this week it's the last episode of Invincible. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
oh no.
Invincible's going down this
Um,
week. Daredevil's got 3 left. Maul's got, what is it? We're on 5 and 6 today, so we only got 2 more weeks of Maul after this. Like, I don't
mm,
watch The Boys. But,
I do.
yeah.
I do love a Digimon with Beat Break. Like, oh, you thought you were gonna get a fun, cute cooking episode of Life's Fun? Nah, man, you're gonna get PSSD. Some
Yep.
PSSD war trauma.
Master Ben says, are you positive about Avengers Doomsday yet? We'll talk about it. I'm gonna save that. I'm not
You're
gonna answer
talking.
that till later. Um,
How's Gavin Infinity?
Veloquence has an interesting question. We'll kind of wrap up our little pre-show before we just get into it. Veloquence says, who in your opinion has better spin-off TV shows, both recent or historically, Star Wars or Star Trek? I gotta say Star Trek has had better spin-off shows because the thing that people don't realize is that like Deep Space Nine is a spin-off. And like Star Trek Deep Space Nine, not only my favorite Star Trek, but I think is one of the best TV shows ever made. And that's a spin-off, right? That just becomes its own thing. And then
Was
same
he?
thing of
Was,
like Clone Wars is a spin-off that becomes its own thing, but I don't think it's as solid as DS9. But also the problem I think that comes up is that like, I think with Star Trek, it's like what is a spin-off? It's like, all right, so the spin-offs are Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and
wait,
uh
Voyager's a spinoff? Voyager's a spinoff? I always thought that was just the next mainline show.
yeah,
I mean,
it
I'm saying
is the
that's
next
Star Wars.
mainline show because it's after because the thing was is that like Deep Space Nine started while TNG was on the air. TNG's not really a spinoff because TNG doesn't feature any characters from the previous show as main regulars. Also, Jamie's World dropped a £5 super chat saying any plans purchasing and reviewing the Gavin Infinity figures. I'm getting the figure arts. That's going to be my thing.
What?
TNG is like
What?
the next mainline Star Trek. When it comes to
Interesting.
DS9 starts. Its pilot episode has Picard in it. And Miles O'Brien, who is a main regular on DS9, is a main character, or is a recurring character from TNG, right? So you have a character that
Yeah,
comes over, and then in season 4, Worf comes over. So like DS9 is really a spinoff. Voyager is also a spinoff because TNG ends, they do movies, DS9's on the air, but they want another Star Trek, so they make Voyager, and Voyager starts on DS9. Like the DS9 shows up in the first episode of Voyager. And then
it's interesting.
Voyager also has, like, in its later seasons when they're trying to get home, Reginald Barclay, who's a TNG character, is like a recurring character in the later part of the show.
See, because it's when it comes to that, it's always I always like because like okay because DS9 like that's a spin-off because if I remember right from what I know of my Star Trek osmosis, DS9 is following up an episode from TNG, right?
Yeah, the
Am I
first scene
correct?
is here's Cisco's perspective of the best of both worlds.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
and where Voyager, I would not call that a spin-off personally because from what I've seen and know of Voyager, that's just the next mainline show
yeah.
show
It
and
was
stuff like that.
meant to
Like
replace TNG, so it feels less like a spinoff. But if we use TV terminology of what a spinoff is, where it's like similar producers and writers are working on a show, building off of ideas in another show, the thing with Voyager that does make it a spinoff versus not is the Maquis. The Maquis are a big part of Voyager. So like the beginning of Voyager, there's a Federation ship and a Maquis ship, and the Maquis join the crew of the Voyager. So like half the Voyager crew is people who were in Starfleet that leave Starfleet because they feel like Starfleet isn't being aggressive enough in the Dominion War. And so the Maquis are like essentially like a splinter group that do their own thing and are a little bit more violent. And they have to work with a full Federation crew, and they combine together to make Voyager and then eventually make its way home. And the Maquis storyline starts in DS9 with the Dominion War storyline, so it becomes a spinoff because of that.
it's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I guess
Yeah.
because I grew up with like Power Rangers and stuff like that. So like whenever
Yeah.
like whatever like to me like a spin-off, usually how I always dub a spin-off is usually something that is like coming off like of the main show where
Mm-hmm.
it's like I will call like DS9 a spin-off because it's literally coming off a plot point for the main show, like from an episode where Voyager technically, is based on something, but like it literally is like a new cast, new plot. It has its own storyline. It just following up stuff from the
Yeah,
last season
it doesn't
series
yeah,
and stuff
it
like
kind
that.
of it falls up on stories that are happening in the universe more
Yeah,
so than
it,
just yeah.
it's like because like Transponders Energon is a follow up from Armada, while also being its own
Yeah.
show, for example, like that and such. That's at least how I view about
Mhm.
it.
Enterprise
Where
for
like
those asking, Enterprise is just a prequel show. That's not a spin-off of anything. It just
yeah.
but yeah.
Because I guess, like, for example, like, from what I understand, like, wait, what's the new show called again?
The current Star Trek?
Uh, Academy, right? That's
Academy.
Academy, right?
Academy
That's
is a Discovery
Academy.
spinoff.
Yeah, because that one literally is like what from what you told me is like following up stuff from Discovery,
Yeah.
right? Or
Discovery
something.
had the storyline called The Burn. That's what the Academy's dealing with. Academy also has Jet Reno as a main character. She was on Discovery. Um, they connect to Discovery a lot. They also have the Doctor from Voyager, but that's more like he just lives long because he's a hologram. So
Yeah,
that, but
or like
it's like that's how it
yeah,
connects. But that's more of a spinoff. Whereas Strange New Worlds is kind of its own standalone thing.
yeah,
Lower Decks its own standalone. Prodigy its own standalone.
yeah. Because like I feel like
And then
some people might
Discovery
call
was
like
its own thing too. Yeah.
yeah, because I feel like some people might call like Prodigy a spin-off of Voyager, but like no, I view Prodigy as more
No.
of a its own thing. Yeah,
It's its own
and stuff
thing
like
that
that.
it's got like Voyager sequel elements in it more so
We're
than it
like,
being yeah.
yeah, we're like what the Star Trek the anime series. I'll call that a spinoff
Yeah.
of original
TOS.
series
Yeah.
TOS and stuff because it's literally just the same cast but animated and stuff like that.
And now with Star Wars, it gets messier, like what is and isn't a spinoff, but like Clone Wars is a spinoff, Bad Batch is a spinoff of Clone Wars, Maul Shadow Lord's a spinoff of Clone Wars, Rebels is its own thing, but then Ahsoka's a spinoff of Rebels.
Well, cause it's like
But it's also a spinoff of Mando. Because
it's why
they practically backdoor piloted Ahsoka with Ahsoka being in Mando.
I mean it's the Mandoverse the official term or is that a fan term?
It's a fan term, but
Yeah,
they
but
do kind of
it's why it's
interlock with each
called
other, except for Skeleton Crew, which doesn't connect to anything.
yeah, but like Mando, but like that's why they've been calling it
Yeah.
the Mandoverse because everything does tie back in into everything.
I guess
like
like the core stuff for Star Wars that's not spin-off is the main 9 movies, Acolyte, Mando,
I
yeah, I
think
think
that's
that's
it
it.
because like
Everything else
Andor's a
spins
spin-off.
off of something else, yeah.
Yeah, and stuff like that. Because I train. Yeah, no, really is.
Yeah.
Because I think what it is also with Star Trek versus Star Wars is Star Trek does usually have like multiple shows going on at the same time.
Until
To like
recently.
unless
It was a very recent thing when we had like 5 Star Trek shows concurrently.
yeah,
Whereas
but
Star
like
Wars has always
where
had overlapping media.
yeah, well, especially recently and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also, but I love the thumbnail or the today's with the psych.
Yes.
Is that a variant of you? Sound clops.
I just
Are
thought I
redeeming some.
figured if I was going to be in pain, I should be the patron saint of pain, Cyclops, Scott Summers.
Who's gonna ruin Soundout's day?
Yep. And it's
Are we
mostly
gonna get?
because, like, we're going to get into it now because this became a whole discussion about what is and isn't a spinoff, which is kind of fun. And I will, Master Ben said, I forgot, did you like Acolyte? I liked Acolyte's first 5 episodes. And then it
But
fell
I
apart
just
for
love
me.
that we're getting like invincible variants here with Sound. We need chat create different like Ultra Universe Sound nicknames of him just being X character.
Oh, Velquist says, how many fan terms can you think of off the top of your head that became later adopted as canon? I can think of starter Pokemon. There's a bunch. There was one I was just thinking about recently that was like a fan term that became.
I mean, at this point, like Neo Saban is pretty much adopted
Yeah,
practically at this
that one was
point.
one that was adopted. There was one I was just watching something the other day, and people mentioned it, and I was like, that was not really a thing that was mentioned before.
Wait, we had a whole discussion about Transformers fan terms that became just uniform
Yeah.
on one team.
Kibble, yeah, Kibble's a good one. But I was thinking I was just thinking about this the other day about how it was something that like just fans acknowledged and the actual media acknowledged it as being a thing. And I will remember it in like an hour. But it was just I was watching something, I was thinking about it, and I was like, wait, when did that become like a thing they say in the show? Anyways, let's do the PSAs real quick. Let's get
What happened? What happened last week on the channel, Mr. Standout?
I got a Looney Tunes video that blew up.
Oh yeah, you did another variant, Sound Guy too.
Yes, I got mentioned on a live stream on I forgot the name of the channel. See, it's easy to do when you're on a live stream.
It was from Anthony's Animation Talk. They were talking about your Turtles video, Turtle Home Media History Turtles.
Yes, they were talking about
Yeah.
Turtles, and then they mentioned that I did a Looney Tunes video, and then they were kind of discussing like the way that YouTube channels sometimes switch topics. Don't always go with the exact same things. I am a very much the example of a YouTube chameleon. You guys notice that like the variety on the channel is crazy. It's not algorithmically the best thing to do, but it's the thing I enjoy doing because it's absolutely what I.
It made you let's go insane. It made you let's go insane.
Yeah, because if I stuck to one topic forever, I would go nuts, and the videos wouldn't be as good. So, anyways, Looney Tunes video. Velquist says, "Isn't it nice when your subscribers are clueless and are too lazy to do their own research, so they ask you to do it for them, and then it makes a video that does well." Yeah, I think the thing is that to kind of put it, I guess, slightly nicer terms, is that when I see like multiple people say, "Oh, which Looney Tunes Blu-rays do I need? Which ones go together? Which ones overlap?" When I start to see the same question asked multiple times, I go, okay, there's a gap in knowledge. There's a gap in easily obtainable knowledge in the YouTube space. Let me fill that gap. And that's how like a video like that came to be, is because I saw a lot of people going, I'm confused. Which Looney Tunes Blu-ray should I get? And so
I mean,
that's
yeah,
where that comes in.
because that's the if you're not into the deep end of Looney Tunes knowledge, where do you start with those?
Yeah.
Scenario like that.
And so that's why I like doing videos like that. I really like doing videos like that because I feel like I am providing a bit of a service. Same thing like when I did the DC Finest video, where it was like, here's all the DC Finest editions. There's people going like, there's a bunch of these I didn't know about. And it's like, oh, yeah. Because like a lot of channels in the comic space will do individual book reviews, which I think is super valuable and really helpful. But I also think there's a space to have
Overview. A
overviews.
overview is
Yeah.
overviews are super helpful for someone who's like, so you're like, you gotta have a person where go like, I want to get into it, so like, let me look
Hmm.
up like that the subject matter. A video like that are super useful
Yeah.
to have, and so to help people out get into this medium easier and such like that.
And then for me, who collects the stuff, it's really easy. I just take the notes I already have from the stuff I own, and then I just expand upon it and then make a video. And so it's a lot easier than putting together like a viewing guide where I have to work from scratch or something like that. It's definitely really really fun doing those. And yeah, Coyote versus Acme probably promising a trailer the same day I posted that video was just a complete accident. I did not know they were going to do that, but perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, because they made a joke about Happy Tax Day. Check your write-offs. I was like, damn. And then I had a second Blu-ray video because I got my Seed Freedom Steelbook on Thursday, and I was like, well, I need to make a video. And I was like, all right, maybe I'll do this one. And then I get a doorbell rings. Seed Freedom's here. I'm like, oh, cool. Let me check this out. And then I was like, what the hell is this? So that became Friday's video.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed in that because I was expecting something. I mean, the menu thing is bad, but I was expecting something worse. I was like, Jimmy, hoping they used the wrong artwork on the menu.
Wrong artwork wouldn't surprise me. I can't read the menu to navigate it was a surprise.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad, definitely. But it's like I was kind of hoping for dumpster fire, and I got like, that's just a very bad inconvenience thing.
It basically like that. I think someone posted on the Discord.
It was Spin Dash.
Spin Dash posted on the Discord. Yeah, he posted the Simpsons a Simpsons scene. I'm gonna pull it up because it made me laugh because I felt that was the energy of the video.
Because I think overall it's not. Besides the menu thing, it's fine.
I also did not cover it enough that they did say it was supposed to be a combo pack, and then they just decided to just make it only a 4K without telling anybody.
Yeah, no, because it's crunchy Gundam releases. It's super weird.
There's a lot of people in my comments that are like, I was gonna buy this, but now that it's only a 4K and there's no Blu-ray, I'm not gonna buy it. I don't have a 4K player.
And also marks the price up.
Yeah. It was funny because it went on an Amazon sale like right after my video came out.
It's just weird because I feel it's just weird because I don't understand why Crunchyroll has such a difficulty releasing Blu-rays, Gundam Blu-rays. Because I think every other Blu-ray they release for their like seasonal animes or their big stays are completely fine. But I just don't understand why Gundam is such a curse. Maybe just Sunrise just being super nitpicky with because at the end of the day that's. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the decisions of why does this not include all the bonus features? Japanese, that's Sunrise. That's Sunrise.
That's why I did mention in the video. I'm like, I'm not ragging anybody that actually worked on this disc. I'm just ragging the companies involved. But yeah, this is what Spin Dash put together. It's like, Marge, I'm confused. Is this a good Blu-ray or a bad Blu-ray? It's a Blu-ray. That's enough. Because that's the whole energy I had in that video. I was like, expectedly disappointing was my vibe because I was like, I didn't expect any better, which is kind of sad.
I think honestly, if it was just a single Blu-ray disc, I think I wouldn't be too hard on it. But the fact that it's only 4K and like AK pricing people out, also only in the Steelbook, that's the more bigger frustration I have because. There's a lot of Gundam
fans. As J4 Jason
that,
brings up a good point. Says, I feel Crunchyroll knew people would buy the Blu-ray anyways because it's a new Gundam on a disc and they just slapped it together. I didn't care. I think it's also a factor. Sometimes companies don't put budget into a release because they know it'll sell regardless. Like Ninja Turtles
Yeah,
always sells, even though every Ninja Turtles release is super low effort,
yeah, because
except
I
for
mean,
Arrow
like,
Video.
it's always A and B because this is a property Crunchy has nothing to do with, and also they had to listen to Sunrise and what they can
Yeah.
view and stuff like that. I think like because
I don't
there,
blame
I
anybody that
think there's
actually worked on the disc. I blame the people
I think
above for not pushing for better.
there's for me when it comes to anime Blu-rays, I feel like there's always a case of there's gotta be a case where there's gotta be some asterisk where it's like there's gonna be a difference between what like the quality of like because like when it comes to Crunchyroll, the only thing you really did is like the menus are fair Crunchyroll criticism because that's
Yeah.
them. They
There was
made the
somebody in
disc
my
and
comments that mentioned that they got like a independently printed Blu-ray and it had the same menu color issue, and they were just surprised to see that on a professional release.
okay, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, that like that's the release of not having the Blu-ray, not having a Blu-ray version, being only steelbook and the menu. That's a Crunchyroll problem. But when it comes to uh the bonus features and all that, that's a Sunrise issue.
Yeah,
Because when it comes
Blader
to
just
anime,
says, is it a Sunrise issue or are they just not asking for the extras? Because the writer Blue's extras, Toys was surprised they asked for them at all. That was an interesting anecdote from Discotek. When they
yeah,
asked for bonus features, Toei was surprised. They're like, well, the last licensor didn't ask for any bonus features.
it is always an interesting thing about when you're licensing from a different company because it's always the thing of it's different. It's always different
Yeah.
companies because some companies are super strict, like no, you cannot have this bonus feature. Where some they're okay as long as you ask, and maybe
Yeah, they're
this
not going
the
to
Crunchyroll thing.
volunteer it. You have to ask. That's why the Discotek crew is very good at going, we'll always ask. We'll always ask for stuff. But like the bigger companies, they may not ask, or they don't even think to ask, or they're going to assume
Maybe
they're going to get a no and they just won't even try.
yeah. I think it's always the
Yeah.
case of they just expect them. They say no.
They
I
expect a
think a
no, so
lot of
they just don't
times.
even bother. Veloquence asked a good question. I think it kind of wraps this up. Would you have bought it if you weren't reviewing it? Like, as a Gundam collector, was it bad enough where he'd say, I'm just not going to support the safe future releases? Because I have the Japanese release, I wouldn't have bought it if I wasn't reviewing it. I don't need the English dub that bad because I
Because
watched
you
it
have
with the
enough.
dub
Because
on Netflix, and I think the dub's actually awful, which is surprising because I thought the redubs for Seed and Seed Destiny were pretty good, but there was just a lot of weird line deliveries in the Seed Freedom dub, and I just did not enjoy it whatsoever. So
and even
I
then,
didn't
and
really
even
necessarily need to own the dub, but since I could do a video on it, it was worth getting it for me.
I mean, even then, also like you had the dub available in an easier
Yeah,
way with the Netflix release and stuff like that. Um, and such though, like
Blade
yeah,
Raider
it's
asked how
just the
much the release was. I'll go take a look at my Crunchyroll receipt. Amazon had it for like $28 the other day, and that felt like actually a reasonable price for a 4K only, no bonus features anime release. That is true. Jason mentioned the Toho recalling 2 Blu-rays with bonus features they didn't approve of.
oh wow, really?
Yep. Let me go see. Oh wait, sorry. I just checked. I was like, oh, let me just check my open order, and realizing that's my Dyma set that's not shipping till June, July, or whatever. Is it this one? Let's see. It was $31.98 on Crunchyroll.
I'm so baffled by
The
like
same
Crunchyroll doing
price
that.
as the Project Echo 4K collection that has like 50 million times more content on the discs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean that one's also a bundle release. That one's kind
Yeah.
of a
Yeah,
classical. Yeah,
everything was already
I mean,
made for it. It was just, let's put it on a
yeah,
4K disc. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
But when it comes, yeah, it comes to Crunchyroll, where it's like I just don't question why they did the way it's still the Battleman, the Chainsaw Man, because they were like they're part of the product. I think they were like they produced the dub.
yep.
I think they were a sponsor for it. They had
Crunchyroll
their hands.
UK released it in the UK.
Yeah, but I don't get why Viz got here in America. That is such a what the hell happened there scenario like
Yeah,
that.
because they could have just released
Uh,
the same exact disc that the UK got because they were A and B coded discs. They would have had to
yeah,
use they would have had to do zero work to release the same Chainsaw Man release over here, but instead they sublicensed it to Viz, and so the price on the whole thing's higher because of it.
yeah, it is like I mean, I think it does. Yeah, it's just so weird. That is just
Yeah.
like that is the one like what the hell happened there? What Crunchyroll scenario like that?
Yep.
I don't get.
All right. Quick PSA: the G.I. Joe Real American Hero Compendium Set 1 and 2 Kickstarter has 45 hours to go. They're at about $2.5 million of their $40,000 goal. So they've added a bunch of stuff. They did a fun poll where they're like, "Hey guys, which issue do you want reprinted as a standalone bonus?" And everybody picked issue 300. Because I was like, it was like it just gave you a list. You could vote for anything, and I voted for 300 because I was like, well, if you're going to get a standalone issue from this era, of course it should be the highest number that it ever got, which was 300. But they've added a bunch of stuff. They're adding more to like the Order of Battle issues. They're going to include a letter from Larry Hama when they reach 2.5 million. And also 301 is going to get a standalone reprint with a special cover. They did make an announcement through email and updates that if you miss out on this Kickstarter, they're not going to be running these box sets again. Because some people were like, some people were like, oh, well, I'll just get it later when they run the box sets again. But they're only running box set 1 because of box set 2. They have no reason to run these again. There's not going to be a box set 3.
I figured this was a last chance.
Yeah.
For box set 1.
For both. They said they're not going to
yeah.
reprint either of them after this. It's going to be, if you want the 300 issues plus all the bonus material in the 2 big box sets of the compendium hardcovers, now's the chance.
Because it's the last time they could do this, and like unless years later when the Skybound run's done, they might do it again. But that's like
I think it's going to be a single book. Larry Hama is amazing, and he's still working on the book. But I don't see him going 200. Well, he's at like what 320 something. I don't see him going another 180 issues to justify a third box set.
I mean, he is old, so let's not forget that.
Like, at most, we're going to get, like, a Compendium 9 that's, like, 50 issues. Like, I don't know if he's going to go beyond 350.
And the number went up.
The number went up, yeah. So, of course, these are all coming out in paperback. If you don't want the big fancy hardcovers, the paperbacks are still coming out. And,
I won't be surprised for the IW era. It'd be more like the Invincible style paper and stuff like that.
They said the paper would be different for the IDW era because it's digitally done as opposed to doing because it was printed on glossy paper. So
yeah. Fun fact. Sunday I had to buy some seasoning for food I was making, and I already got to save the shipping. I actually just bought taco seasoning to get my taco seasoning faster. I ordered Tech Jacket, the Tech Jacket compendium.
Tech Jacket to get your seasoning faster. I love it. I love it. That's how you buy Tech Jacket. Oh my gosh. All right, so you guys ready? Kaus is jumping in, which I'm very excited about. I'm gonna wait a minute for Kaus to jump in, so this can be we can get his introduction in.
Kaus!
There he is!
Kaus! It's Kaus 1000, people!
It's Kaus 1000.
Keep it 1000. Exactly.
He's from the future.
He's here so we can start talking about layoffs.
Yeah. That's
Dragon Ball time.
No, Dragon Ball time will be coming. I have structured today's stream so that way we can bounce between moods. I don't want us to be on depressive train all day. But as Kaus may not know, but today the theme of today is Disney laid off 1,000 people, and it affected every single one of our news categories except toys.
Do you love that?
Isn't that great?
Do you love how hard it is to keep a job and yet getting everyone down your throats to get one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyone in your life that's yelling at you, get a job, tell them Disney laid off 1,000 people, Oracle laid off 30,000, Sony laid off several hundred. What do you expect from me?
Exactly, and yet some people do still get on me.
Yep.
Like I'm not trying.
Exactly.
I mean, Kaus, was yesterday a good day for you?
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. Oddly enough, I'd say the Dragon Ball stuff was better than the wrestling stuff, even though that was supposed to be Wrestle Freaking Mania. That was like one of the most down WrestleManias I've ever seen. Like it was just like, oh, do you know what? Just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was mostly ads. That's what. Hardly any wrestling for the wrestling event.
Oh my god.
It was short matches and then 5 minutes of ads
Oh God.
I called it ad mania. I even said, no, the wrestling is just getting in the way of the real star of the show, the ads. Duh.
Mm. God, that sucks. I hate the commercialization of stuff to the point where it's impacting the event and making the event less fun.
No, even the chat said, yes,
Yeah.
it did. It
All
really
right.
did suck.
You guys ready for the Blu-ray news? Because the news has nothing to do. We're not actually going to talk about any actual Blu-rays. We're just going to talk about what happened at Disney.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So, boom. So Disney laid off 1,000 jobs, and when the people who have worked in the corporate space would tell you, fired and laid off are two different things. Fired means you did something wrong. Laid off means they're cutting your position. So
Yep.
this is 1,000 jobs that will not be refilled. So first of all, we're going to start with Digital Bits, longtime reporter in the home entertainment space. Don't always agree with personal opinions of Bill Hunt, but he always is a good reporter. The Criterion July slate, there it is. That's not the important part of the story. So Disney laid off 1,000 people, which includes the entire home entertainment marketing and publicity team. So, yes, Disney has shifted production of discs to Sony a while back. Now they've gotten rid of the people that work on it, market it, and publicize those discs. So the people that do the marketing to say, oh, this is when this is coming out, this is when this is coming out, and basically everybody who had a contact at Disney Home Entertainment, they're all gone. Done. Dusted. Gone. So Bill Hunt's conclusion, which I do agree with, is it sure seems like that Disney as a corporate entity no longer gives a shit about physical and home entertainment anymore. I agree with this because they've been dwindling ever since the Sony switchover, and now by cutting every single person involved doesn't really give me confidence they plan on releasing anything again.
I know you made a video about the Marvel Blu-rays or in Star Wars Blu-ray, but I think you need to do just a general Disney video now. I feel like because I think it's not just the Marvel, everything Disney has been affected with their home media stuff, not just the Marvel and DC stuff. I feel like you need to make a part 2, honestly, of that.
And Bill Hunt also brings up a lot of the fact that, like, last year Disney released Master and Commander, Tombstone, Kingdom of Heaven, The Rocky Horror Picture Show, Edward Scissorhands, Sound of Music, Lilo and Stitch, Tron Legacy, and Emperor's New Groove. 10 catalog titles that looked like a sign of genuine progress, but then again and again, Disney failed to order sufficient units of each title to meet customer demand. So a lot of people wanted to buy copies, couldn't get their hands on them.
I never forget the disaster that was the Tron release. That was bad.
Yep. So retailers unable to keep the 4K titles in stock. Worse yet, many customers who pre-ordered the titles and thus thought they secured copies had their orders canceled, like what happened with Zootopia 2. Again and again, this happened. The result was a great deal of anger and frustration among 4K enthusiasts. And so the thing is that, you know, there's 0 catalog titles released so far by Disney. They've got Fight Club and Alice in Wonderland coming out in May, and that's about all we know at the moment. And the thing is, we don't know what's going on. And this is going to be a thing we're going to talk about in the comic book section as well. With these layoffs, people that have insider info, like Dave Lee Down Under, do not have any clue what's going on because nobody that got laid off had an easy successor because the entire division is gone. And so the thing is, we don't know, you know, for example, when a division usually gets laid off, like for example, Amazon MGM signed that deal with Alliance recently that said, oh, Alliance is going to be handling all our physical media releases. That was like, okay, cool. We don't have to worry about, you know, Amazon MGM cutting jobs, and then suddenly we have no more Blu-rays. Whereas with Disney, they've not set up a plan. We do not know if Sony's taking over completely to now decide what comes out on Blu-ray as well as releasing it, or if the whole thing goes away for Disney physical media. Which, if they do that, would be the single dumbest decision this company has done, because that's just free money. It doesn't cost that much as a big corporate entity to produce discs, especially if another company is doing it or you license out to a boutique label, and all you're doing is cutting off a revenue source for absolutely zero reason. So, this sucks. Also because Sony Entertainment laid off several hundred people across their TV, film, and corporate divisions, so who knows how long their home entertainment division is going to last.
Which is sad because that's like honestly one of the better parts of Sony is their home media divisions.
Which includes Crunchyroll as part of that. If we remember how everything is merged. MJ Klein says, here's a question about layoffs. If they didn't want to go for home video, why didn't they get rid of TV channels? They're going to focus on Disney Plus. Because they already fired all the people involved with the TV channels on the last couple rounds of layoffs. They've already cut down the staff on the TV channels to basically nothing, and that's why every new Disney show pretty much is a Disney Plus or shared Disney Plus and Disney Channel release. And like Disney XD doesn't get really new shows anymore because there's nobody involved anymore to make those calls.
Yeah, and even then, like, I think a lot of the new shows are usually licensed now because I think licensed.
They don't make them themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the Blu-ray news. There's no Disney Home Entertainment Division anymore, and we have no idea what's going on. You guys want to hear more bad news? I can keep going. Well, I know this is a bummer note to start off with, but I will pull this back around. Veliquid says one of my biggest fears of the WB buyout is what's going to happen to Warner Archive because they're like one of the best in terms of getting physical releases out. Yeah.
I mean, if there's one thing I'll give Paramount is their homemade division is not horrible. Actually,
it's honestly pretty consistent. Like I have all of streaming Star Trek on my on disc except for Academy Season 1.
It's impressive how many Nickelodeon shows actually have homemade releases. Honestly, like it's actually a good chunk. I mean, still big holes, but still it's a pretty surprising amount, honestly. So, and also, like they, the classic movies made by Paramount usually get like really nice, high quality releases. So like, that's actually one of the less fearful things, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the home media for a merged Warner Brothers Paramount. As much as I'm worried about everything else about that merger, that's the part I'm not super worried about. Just because of their history, and I think David Ellison is, he claims to be an old school movie fan, and part of old school movies is having home media. So the thing is, Warner Archive is a good team, and I want everyone to know this. Warner Archive is one salaried employee and a bunch of freelancers.
Yep.
A lot of the reasons why corporations do layoff like this is because we're going to talk about this more later with the Marvel Studios layoffs, but
they don't like have people in house to pay. I'd rather contract people out.
Because when you're a freelancer, the corporation doesn't have to pay for your health insurance, and we will talk about that more in a bit. But basically, Warner Archive. Because the thing when Discovery bought Warner Brothers, they fired everybody at Warner Archive except for one guy.
Why do you think so many animations shipped to Korea, for example, like that?
Exactly. All right, let's switch over to comic news, where we have to start with layoffs, because I don't ever want to talk about a thing a company's doing without talking about what they're also doing. Like, you can't just talk about the good stuff they put out. We got to talk about what the company's doing. So we got word that there was going to be cuts at Marvel Comics. We will talk about the fandom bloodbath in the next article, but thanks to Bleeding Cool, the TMZ of comic reporting, we got a lot of details.
Because that's the thing. Because that's the most bizarre thing. Usually when it comes to Disney, they usually don't because we're still talking about Disney, right?
Yep.
Because it's about Marvel. Yeah, they usually don't touch Marvel Comics that much, from what I understand.
This is the first mass round of layoffs at Marvel Comics probably since Disney bought them.
Yeah, which is like because they usually don't touch again, like we discovered,
the comics division barely has any salaried employees. It's just editors and executives, right?
Yeah, because that's the people we talked about this before, where it's like, oh, we got all the remember they do like MCU synergy that we think that's a mandate, but it's not. We learned recently that's just the editors.
Yeah, the editors think they need to do it.
That was never been a demand from the upper heads.
So, the thing is, we'll talk about the Marvel editorial. First of all, we got to talk about the absolute worst loss here, which is David Gabriel, the senior vice president of Marvel Comics, has been let go after 23 years at the company. The thing about David Gabriel that's very important to know is that he has not only been one of the forefront figures of Marvel's publishing department for 23 years, he was the guy that came up with the idea for Epic Collections. He was the guy that wanted to try out an oversized hardcover of Ultimate Spider-Man at Barnes & Noble before deciding we should do a format like the Marvel Omnibus. All the collected editions that we like, because Marvel kind of started it and DC sort of copied it, is all because of him. He's like the one who came up with and pioneered formats that we like, the Epic collections, the omnibuses, and stuff like that. He was in charge of the collected editions department for a long time until just very recently. He was the main contact for like near mint condition at Marvel.
Oh dear.
Now,
It
he
was.
stopped
Okay.
being in charge of the collected editions department about a year ago, and so Near Mint Condition still has contacts at Marvel with their current collector's edition team.
Okay, that's good.
But Omar from Near Mint Condition, for example, has been friends with David Gabriel for like 10 years now. And so this is a guy that's been really, really smart and really pivotal to Marvel's success. And now he's gone, and there's no one to replace him. And I don't understand how Marvel as a company is going to operate like this. This is like if, DC lost Jim Lee. It's like, well, wait, what do you do now? It's not like there's somebody that's there, like Marvel's like, okay, David Gabriel's, retiring and here's the person replacing him. No, they just don't have a senior vice president now. That's insane. And that's kind of the problem I have with a lot of these layoffs is that they're not only laying off 1,000 people, nobody's replacing these jobs that are essential to these companies, because this is like a very essential job to be laid off. All right. So continuing forward, Marvel fans heard 3 editors at Marvel were being laid off, and everybody made a list of the people they wish it was. So, of course, it wasn't the people we wished it was. We talk about how Marvel editorial needs a massive shakeup. We talked about it all the time. I even said last week that I don't call for people being fired, but Tom Brevoort shouldn't have his job anymore. Unfortunately, Tom Brevoort still has his job, but Lauren Bissum, Devin Lewis, and Darren Shan do not. These are 3 of the younger, more modern editors that have been behind comics that we have really enjoyed. The problem we have is that we still are stuck with like Nick Lowe, not Nick Spencer, Nick Spencer's writer, Nick Lowe, Tom Brevoort, C.B. Belusky. There's one other that had been there since before the Marvel bankruptcy. Those guys are still in place, which is so backwards to me because usually when companies lay off people, like we saw with Hasbro when they laid off John Warden, they laid off an older tenured employee because they cost more because they've gotten salary increases than a younger employee. This isn't the opposite. They laid off their younger editors as well as their communications director.
Wait, what? They got rid of
And there's no one filling these in?
There's no one filling these in.
Oh, my. This vacuums. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, so Timothy Cheng, who is the executive director of communications at Marvel Studios and at Marvel Entertainment and communications for 6 years before that, rising to executive director of communications. Before that, he worked in communications at General Electric. So he's been laid off. Lauren Bissum, who's a senior editor at Marvel, has been at Marvel for over 6 years, has been working on the Marvel Kids line, the Marvel Zombies, and the Strange Tales, was previously an associate editor at DC Comics. Yes.
It's so funny. I was in charge of the Marvel Kids line and Zombie.
And that's why we got a Marvel Kids zombie comic, because she was in charge of both.
I just love the contrast.
Yes. Yeah. Devin Lewis, editor at Marvel, has been working on titles such as Moon Knight, Daredevil, 1776, Spirits of Violence, Morbius, and Punisher. Been there for 13 years, intern over 2 years before that. Devin Lewis is like the reason I've been reading Marvel Comics recently when everything else went to crap. Because Moon Knight, Daredevil, Spirits of Vengeance, Violence, Punisher, the street level and supernatural stuff has been so strong because of that. Darren Shan is an editor at Marvel Entertainment who's been there for over 10 and a half years, working on the X-Men titles such as X-Men Outback, Moonstar, Magic and Colossus, Bishop, What If, Cyclops, X-Men 97, Psylocke, Jubilee, and Age of Revelation titles. These are all people who have made successful books and had successful times. The group editors that have been there too damn long are the ones that, if you were going to walk up to a Marvel Comics fan who's frustrated with the way the company currently is run and ask them which 3 editors do you want fired, it's not these 3. It's not these 3 who have been actually pushing to do better stuff that get kneecapped by the people above them in the group editor space that have been there too damn long. This is like the one time I wish they would have laid off the people that have been there longer, because it would have actually gone a creative shakeup. Because what we're going to have is just more of what we've had. This is going to be a vacuum where we don't have a director of communications. There's no senior vice president, but we still have the same old people making the same old decisions that everybody is tired of that caused Marvel to lose market share to DC for the first time in 20 years.
Because isn't still like Batman, absolute Batman, still like
Yeah,
number one? Like, I think there was a market share where it was like Marvel was like number 8. I
yeah,
forget where it was, but like DC was like number 1. I think like number 2 was like Image, I think, or something like that.
yeah. For a couple weeks it was Image. I think overall for the quarter, Marvel was number 2, DC was number 1. And that's not happened in 20 years. DC never has dominated Marvel since they started tracking market share with comic books. And it finally happened. And why did it happen? Not because of these editors, because of the old boys club that won't move out of the way and listen to what readership wants. And
Oh, that
so
sounds so familiar.
yeah. People did mention that like DC had a bunch of massive layoffs when the Discovery merger happened, and we got new people in and it shook everything up, and that's why we have Absolute Batman. I don't see a similar thing happening here because they laid off the newer people instead of the older people. So we're still stuck with the same people that have been causing us problems, except now they have less people to work with, which means everybody's going to get stretched too thin again.
But I say, no matter how
Yeah.
you feel about the current, like the old people and staff, that's still a bad thing having firing people because that means more
Yep.
work, aka more stressed out, more. It's more bad. The fact the less people you have working on big books like these means more disasters, honestly, because you're gonna stress and overwork these people.
Exactly,
More,
especially with the
honestly.
quota of books that Marvel puts out in a month. If anyone ever picks up a preview catalog from Marvel at their comic shop, that thing's 70 pages. They put out too many comics. This isn't going to help it. All right, so Bleeding Cool also ran an article called "I Just Talked to Marvel About How and Why Layoffs Are Happening." This is like, so they said that cuts are linked to Disney streamlining, not Marvel's sales or performance in comic or media. Reductions driven by Marvel's reduced TV and film output and tighter operational efficiency goals. It's
Why
a bunch
does
of
that have
crap.
relate?
It's a bunch
I
of
mean,
crap. It's always the
feel like
corporate excuse. We're streamlining. I'm like, no, you executives at the top could take a 5% pay cut and not have to cut anybody's job.
because that's the thing. They say, oh, because Marvel's playing less stuff, and that has nothing to do with the comics. That's
Yeah,
super unrelated to the comics at all. That is such a like again, like how I mentioned, the synergy thing is never really not a forceful thing. Why would Marvel Studios making less projects relate? If they weren't affecting the stuff before, it should affect the stuff now. Scenario like that.
exactly. Also, Marvel's now looking for a talent relations coordinator. Why? I don't know, because they fired their communications director. Because the thing is, when you fire a communications director, your senior vice president, and 3 editors, you have to hire somebody to take over a job of going and finding talent for books. And so they've decided to take the job of, what was that, 5 people and make it a 1-person job?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not going to really work out for them, but I wish them the best of luck. And the fact that they put out a wanted ad for a talent relations coordinator of a salary between $55,000 and $75,000 to work in New York City. Good luck.
Which it's not cheap. That's not really enough money.
Nope.
Especially because
Not to live in New York City.
yeah, because New York
Definitely
City
not
is
New York.
still expensive.
Yep. Like they've been like New York City's current mayor has been doing a lot to bring down prices on housing and rent and stuff, but it's still expensive to live in New York City. So
Oh, that's weird to
And
hear.
where I
Weird to
live,
hear
it's the opposite.
oh,
I
it's weird to
just
hear
got a
something.
notice in the mail. They raised it
Ugh.
$200 more.
Oh, really?
Where I
Oh.
live.
Also, it's weird to hear something nice, a good thing from a politician.
yeah, I know it's funny because a lot of people that live in New York City are like, we feel like we're living in a different world than the rest of you because they got a mayor who's willing to actually just spend money on the people, and it's great. I wish we had more Zoran Mondamis in the world. All right. So next up, now we'll talk about announcements. So we'll take a break from layoffs till 2 segments from now. And let's talk about what was announced for Marvel Comics. There are Rocket Raccoon's getting a 50th anniversary special in July. Just a one
Is
shot.
this our first? Is our first new Guardian comic in forever?
Yeah, I don't have to read Spider-Man to get my Rocket Raccoon fix.
You still gotta show up in it, probably.
Oh, he's still in it. I think he's out of it because I think Peter's going back to Earth. I'm 3 months behind, so I read on Marvel Unlimited, and I think the next issue, like Peter's like, I'm gonna beat this villain I've been training for, and then I'll go back to Earth. Anyway, so Rocket Raccoon Rocket Rewind will be an anthology book with a bunch of new stories and a brand new Mike Mignola cover. You guys know which one I ordered from my shop? I ordered the Mike Mignola cover. I also like he threw Fing Fang Foom in there. Anyway, so it's going to be like a cool anthology story situation, and I think it's awesome. So, yeah, I'm surprised there's no Al Ewing story in there, though, because he's been, like, a pretty prominent rocket
the rocket guy. He's the rocket guy. he's a rocket man.
Rocket
Man. So we talk about DC being good, but don't show them this headline. It might scare them. Marvel announces a new Miles Morales series, Miles Morales Spider-Man #1, with Brian Edward Hill and Nico Leon. This is starting in August.
So is this our apology for canceling Black Panther, Ultimate Black Panther?
I guess, because the thing is that Marvel and DC both have a problem of they don't really have a lot of black talent, a lot of black characters in ongoings, but Marvel's at least got one, while DC has none.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I really do like Brian Hill's writing in Black Panther. It's I would say because Black Panther Ultimate Black Panther was slow, but I still enjoyed the writing of it. So
he did a Blade series that was pretty good too.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard it's really good. I might check it out. Like it was like only 10 issues, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, it was like 10 issues, and then there was like a Red Band miniseries follow up. So it's like 15. There's like 15 issues of Blade out there.
You could make that a big tray, honestly.
They could, except they can't because the Red Band stuff has to be separate.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because Marvel's silly like that. I do mean silly, because it's funny because Marvel's like, we have these Red Band comics. They're so violent. And I'm like, this is literally not any more violent than anything I've seen in Benjamin Percy's Ghost Rider. Like, this does not need to be backed. All right. Speaking of synergy, Spider-Man Brand New Day is getting there's a Spider-Man Brand New Day miniseries. That's the synergy book for Spider-Man. He's getting another one where he's teaming up with the Punisher. And it's going to be a flashback series set after Punisher's debut.
Are they gonna be at the Reavers and be at the Reavers?
That'd be nice, but probably not.
Are they gonna be extremely cake up?
Hopefully. But yeah, Punisher vs. Amazing Spider-Man is going to be following up from Punisher's debut in Spider-Man and be a 5-issue series following that story.
You might get
technical. So
you might get technical. Should this suit be blue then?
Yes. And Peter should be black, but we don't want to get technical.
That's the other Spider-Man found out.
No, that's an issue with both of them. Steve Ditko drew it as a black suit, black and red. And they changed it to blue. All right. Speaking of synergy, Doom Quest is still going on from I think in a couple. Doom Quest starts in May and runs through next February. But sure, let's start another Doctor Doom comic.
I don't know why the mental image when you say Doom Quest was just Doom, but he photoshopped his head on all the NPCs of RuneScape or some reason.
I wish. Also, it's funny because Doom Quest is a book that already exists. They just reuse the title.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Challenges of Doom will be 5 one-shots that could just be a mini-series.
I hate when any comic publisher does this. Just call it Challenge of Doom issue 1 to 5. It makes it a nightmare. It makes it less of a nightmare trying to order these comics and stuff like that.
Yep, I hate this, and there's no reason to do it. Just make it a 5-issue miniseries.
And this is not just a Marvel thing. This is I hate when Udon did it with the Mega Man stuff, timeline stuff, and I hate when DC does that with all the absolute powers. I hate when every comic company does this.
Yep. They're doing it with Marvel does it with the Star Wars Rogue One one-shots, and I'm like, just make a Rogue One miniseries. This is ridiculous. Anyways, Mr. Fantastic, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Magneto, and Namor will be the challengers of Doom. I think they're all written by the same writer, right? They're all Al Ewing is writing all of them. So that's neat. But again, we have too much Doctor Doom. I love Doctor Doom. He's my favorite Marvel villain. I'm reconsidering that position every single damn day with this company because we have too much Doctor Doom. Legitimately too much Doctor Doom. I want to show. I actually wrote this out in our Discord because it does look ridiculous when I lay it out like this. Oh, it's not big enough. Let me fix the browser size here. So here we go. Well, except that didn't fix the. Let me just on the fly editing. There we go. All right. So recent Doom comics. One World Under Doom was a 9-issue series running from February 2025 to November 2025. Doom Academy started in February 2025, ran June 2025. Thunderbolt's Doom Strike was February to May. Doom's Division was March to July. Superior Avengers, which was Doom's Avengers, was April to September. Bring On the Bad Guys, Dr. Doom was June 2025. Gods, One World Under Doom was in July. Doom 2099 was in August. Will of Doom was in December. Dungeons of Doom ran from January to March 2026. Doom 2099 Rage of Doom was in April 2026. Doom Quest is from May 2026 to February 2027. And Challenges of Doom is from July 2026 to March 2027. Not to mention that he's also the main villain in Planet of the Apes versus the Fantastic Four. That's too much Doctor Doom.
Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom.
Like, I'm pretty sure Doctor
Dr.
Doom's
Doom.
showing up more than Iron Man these days.
Look, he hates those squatties, okay?
Yeah.
You'll get that Infinity Sword and rule the universe.
Like, good lord, we have a Doom is the lead in a comic for every month from February 2025 to March 2027. That's insane for anybody that doesn't have a monthly book. And the thing about Doom as a villain
at this point, just give him a monthly book. If we're gonna do this much with him, I think it'll be less exhausting. Because I think
they had a great
no
monthly book by Christopher Cantwell, and it got canceled after 10 issues.
Yeah, like it's one of those, like, if you're gonna do this much Doom, give him a monthly book at this point. Like, they don't make all this Doom stuff less exhausting, because it was just a monthly book that tells all this stuff in like its own Doom book. It'll be less tiring because it's all
every
one
of
book.
these is treated like an event comic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to add that Doctor Doom died in November 2025. All of this stuff is happening with him being technically dead in the present-day Marvel timeline. I want you to know, everything that is, everything Will of Doom onward, he's dead. And he's just like I think he's doing the Bruce Wayne thing where he's just traveling through time. I don't know, I stopped reading it. I stopped reading it because it's ridiculous.
They're all Doom bots.
They're all Doom bots. It is actually insane. Spider Price says, how many books does Thanos back in 2018, 2019? I don't know exactly, but I feel like it was surrendered around one event, and then the event was over, and then he was done with. Whereas with Doom, he had an entire event where he took over the entire Marvel universe for an entire year. And then after it was over, they were like, let's go right into doing more Doom. Whereas, when Thanos and they had him and everything, they took a break after a certain point. And I think that's my problem, is there's just no relief and no break to it. If you look at the classic Doctor Doom lineup of appearances, he would sometimes go a year or two without showing up. They savored him because he's really interesting when he pops up and you're like, oh, it's Doctor Doom. Or the thing they used to do is like, all right, he's terrorizing the Fantastic Four this month, and then you won't see him for a couple months, and then he's like terrorizing the X-Men. And then he's going to go like mess with the Avengers. Like, he would bounce around. Whereas like every one of these is either a Doom solo book or a big crossover, and I just don't get it. It's insane.
I think because these days, when it's like, I don't mind when Doom appears a lot when it's just like a classical Doom body doing some Saturday morning plot, because I do love those stupid Doom. Whenever Doom has a stupid plot, and it's because the Doom plot was being stupid that day.
They forget that Doom is a dumb character, right? Like,
yeah, but the problem is I think they're treating all these as like.
Oh my god, I forgot about one. Oh god, I forgot. What? Thank you, Blade Raider. Doom's the villain in Ultraman Spider-Man, which is on chapter 40.
Because I don't mind somebody like him being the villain of the Planet of the Apes, the Ultraman Spider-Man thing. Yeah. I don't mind that. Because like, look, he is the Marvel bad guy. I like when they use him as the Marvel bad guy, generic stuff.
It's just all this other stuff on top of it.
Yeah. Because I think when it's like when he's a villain for like a fun spin-off thing, I don't mind it. Like, look, I grew up with Superhero Squad. I like Saturday morning cartoon Doom and stuff like that. But when you try to make every book where he's in super important, I think it's the more draining part of him, because it's two-sided Doom. We got the grand theatrical, super awesome Doom monologue villain, and then you get the I hate those squatties Doom.
Yep.
And stuff like that. And
I think the problem is all of these Doom comics portray him as the same exact thing of like, he's the greatest, most intellectual, most powerful villain to ever
I
exist.
need him to be super petty, where it's like, I will sell more cookies than Reed Richards today.
One World
I
Under
love
Doom
that
is the
Richard
only
Doom.
comic
That's
where
my
he.
favorite.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Wait, what did Cal say?
I was just agreeing with you. Also
Yeah.
the squirrels. Also the squirrels speeding. That was
Because
great.
like One
Yes.
World Under Doom was the only time when his rivalry with Reed Richards is the forefront story. Everything else is like just
Has
he
Sounda,
exists.
has Doom ever gotten to Eobard Thawne levels of like, that was me going to the past, like just because I'm that petty? Like,
I mean, he helped Sue's unborn child come into existence in their universe, and then takes
Yep.
credit for it. So I think we're kind of there. But this is kind of like, yeah, what if Eobard Thawne was the main villain of the DC universe for every
bruh.
event? Like every crisis was Thawne's fault. Is kind of how I feel like
Yeah.
with Doom. It's like, why does everything
no.
need to be him? I love the
Oh,
character,
no.
but he's exhausting at this point.
No, I'm just imagining.
Doom
Remember
and Doom
the?
rhyme. Don't give
No,
DC ideas.
Oh god.
I just imagine. I just imagining. Remember the episode of Power Rangers Ninja Storm where Lothar got mad that they didn't invite him to the community the city conference or wherever
Yes.
it was. I want that with Doom.
Yep. That's the kind of stuff we need with Doom. We don't always need him to be the multiverse threat. And the thing is too is that people were mentioning Kang. They were sticking Kang in everything where he didn't belong too, like before
And then his acting,
Quantumania came out.
and then his acting did oopsies.
Yeah, but the thing is, I it's come out multiple times at this point. Jonathan Majors was not the reason they dropped the Kang story. Quantumania was the reason they dropped the Kang story.
It did not help. What's you know? It did not,
what's the phrase? It didn't help. You know what it is? Jonathan Majors gave them an excuse to drop the storyline.
Yeah,
they were already considering dropping the storyline because they realized how pathetic Kang looked being beat by Ant-Man and Wasp solo. And they're like, oh crap, we screwed up. Now we can't make him a big, phase villain because he got beat by Ant-Man.
Quantumania is such a frustrating as hell movie.
We'll talk about more of it later. Let's talk about another Synergy comic, this time from DC. We're getting Clayface, Celebrity Dirt, which is going to be I think it's a 6-issue miniseries. And that's the first time Clayface has ever had a series.
I kind of like the idea of Celebrity Dirt. I kind of love that idea.
I love it too. And this does feel like they're like, okay, Clayface movie's happening. Let's do a crazy, insane body horror I know Clayface story.
It's one of those things where Clayface is an interesting character for me because I'm always conflicted with him. Not because I dislike the character, because I love the character Clayface, like specifically Balos Carlo. Like it's Balos Carlo's.
Yeah, we are getting Basil Carlo in this, which is funny because you think Synergy comic would mean we get Matt Hagen, who's the one in the movie, but.
Oh no! Sorry, Matt. What was the one in? What was the one making good? Was it Carlos or was it Hagen?
I don't know which one you're thinking of because BTAS merged the two into one.
No, I'm talking about in James Hines Detective Comics run, the one that making good.
Was it? Bat Family. Oh my god, I can't remember. There's too many Clayfaces. Hold on, I'll go look it up. Clayface in the movie is Matt Hagen. Clayface in this comic is Basil Carlo.
Because Clayface is one of my favorite Bat villains, but also like I really adore him being a hero at the same time.
Basil Carlo was the one in
Basil. Yeah, there you go, Basil Carlo.
Which is this one here. They don't really use Matt Hagen that much anymore.
Yeah, because I love Basil Carlo as a character so much. And I always dislike him becoming a villain, but I also like him being a villain. It's when it's like frustrating because it's like I like him being a villain, but I adore him being a hero.
Also, this is Jude Ellison, S. Doyle, and Fran Gallen is doing this comic.
So it's one of those it's one of those I love the character, but it's always I'm always conflicted because I like him being a villain, but also like him being a hero at the same time. It's like a scenario like that.
I think it's pretty cool. They're going in the horror route, obviously, because the movie's going in the horror route. And I think that it's a good choice to do a series, and it is fun because it is 6 issues of Clayface. We've never gotten that before. The only thing we have is that One Bad Day one shot. It's like the only
I love
solo
that one.
Clayface, but that's so good.
I love that book so much. And this series is like that book. I might check it out because they love
should bundle the One Bad Day one shot in the trade for this. They should put that all in one.
It'd be a good Dicky trade because that was a big comic.
Yeah, that'd be
that
great.
was like what maxi size? Is that what they're called, right?
Yeah, they're like a prestige format.
Prestige form, yeah. So
Yeah.
like I love that because
I would love if they put
you
them
know
all together because I think that would be really great.
I like me some good old body horror stories and horror. So I'm looking forward to see what they do here.
Speaking of synergy, they're doing a really cool Art of Supergirl book for the movie. That's going to be the art book for the movie that contains artwork from the comic to show how they adapted the comic into the movie.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
No one's ever done this before, and I'm shocked because it's brilliant.
I think because a lot of times, such modern adaptations now, they kind of hodgepodge a bunch of stuff together.
Yeah.
Where Supergirl, like it's one of the kind of rare ones where it's specifically based on Woman Tomorrow. Or because even like because Superman wasn't really, they say it was inspired by all sorts of men, but really I think the one I
It
always
was
do like with
inspired by like 17 different things all at once.
yeah.
Yeah.
And even like the Batman, like while it takes a lot of influence from Long Halloween, but also there's a lot of Year One in there. So
I think it's because like with the Batman, like it's obviously there's a lot of Long Halloween in it, but the more I've looked at the way that like the Batman Part 2 casting has gone, I think Matt Reeves' trilogy is the Long Halloween. And then within the Long Halloween, he's adding in stories like Year One or some of the other stuff. Like he pulled some elements from Batman Earth One and stuff. I think it's kind of like, I think the actual thing is like it's less the Batman is the Long Halloween, and it's the Batman trilogy is the Long Halloween.
I actually like if that's the idea.
Yeah, if that's the case, it'd be pretty amazing. But this being directly based off of a comic where they're pretty much adapting it sort of 1-to-1, and then they just toss Lobo in for fun in box office.
Yeah. Yep.
When I was reading the comic, I was like, "Oh, this character is going to be Lobo." I can tell where they swapped in Lobo. But I think it's great. I think it's a great idea to have a book like this. So cool stuff. All right. Speaking of collected editions, Marvel, we'd heard that DC was collecting their side of the DC Marvel crossover as the Cosmic Kiss Caper and other stories. Marvel has now confirmed they'll be doing theirs, The Dead of Night and other stories. And then DC has updated the trade dress. So when we first saw it, it was a cover not final of the Deadpool Batman cover, but it is now going to get a similar cover to, so there's Marvel. It's got a collage of characters, and the DC one also has a collage of characters. And so both of these will be coming out September 8th. They'll be released in paperback and standard size hardcover same day. So pick whichever one you want. I will get the standard hardcovers, and then inevitably when they do an oversized edition, because I know they know how to get our money twice, I will buy it a second time. Because it's the FOMO of these two companies are crossing over for the first time in so many years. We have to get what you get, I bought the singles. I will buy these collections. If they do like an absolute edition or an omnibus style, I'll get that. I am nuts. I will buy it all.
I mean, you had to get your boy Jeff with Aquaman, Female Aquaman, right?
Exactly. They also threw Steel in here. Like Steel's part of it. I love that. Batman Beyond got to be part of it after all. It was so weird that they announced it as a Spider-Man 2099 Superboy team up when Batman Beyond had more page time than Superboy.
I think they only did it because it was Superman Spider-Man theme.
Yeah, like they actually stuck to the theme, unlike Marvel's side where they didn't. But I do appreciate that these are coming out.
These all the Punisher and Power Girl one
yes.
where Punisher was about to snipe Paul.
I like that. I find it really funny that the Punisher Power Girl was Punisher's gonna kill Paul, but Power Girl steps in because she has a date with Paul.
It's funny how it's fun. It's funny how watching Invincible and Debbie's new boyfriend's named Paul, but it's like it's like you get two Pauls. You get Marvel Paul, which is bad, and you get Invincible Paul, who's actually like a nice guy.
Yeah.
Mostly because Debbie really, really needed some levity.
Veloquin says we may not have to have FOMO over this. Both DC Marvel Omni still in stock and available at discount even. I know the Amalgam one comes in and out of stock. The DC versus Marvel has been staying pretty in stock. I think the reason why they have been is that because they were published by DC and DC prints in Canada. I think because the initial they sold out really quick when they first came out. And then they restocked them.
That's why DC has more stuff in print.
Yes, that is. Oh, by the way, fun fact: the reason why DC can keep their books in print and reprint them quicker than Marvel is because Marvel does all their printing overseas. DC does theirs in Canada. And it's
for once we can't blame Canada. For once we can't blame.
Exactly. So I think both are technically out of print, but they printed a ton of copies of the DC Marvel Omnis. But one day those are going to be gone, and then that's it, and there won't be any more of them. So
I love it, Jason. That's for Jason. Speaking of which, Paul is dead. I love how like everyone treat that as like the ding dong, the witch is dead.
I know,
The
right?
witch is dead.
Paul's gone. We don't have to worry about him anymore. I'm just waiting for him to be resurrected as a supervillain that ruins Peter Parker's life by killing Mary Jane and just pissing everybody off, because I feel like that's where we're headed.
So Tuesday Pierre's life.
Exactly. Somehow Scott Summers will be involved. Also, we're getting a 35th anniversary one-shot for Sonic the Hedgehog, and I think I've done my page count math correctly. If you pair all of the classic era Sonic comics that we got in Fang the Hunter, all the anniversary shots, we should be able to get one IDW hardcover out of it.
Yeah, because especially because I think the 31 guy hardcover, Amy and Knuckles are getting hardcovers. I think.
Yeah, but Tails didn't.
But Tails is orphan. Like that's the only one that's orphan.
Didn't. Shadow's got one, right?
Oh no, Shadow got canceled. Remember?
Oh right, Shadow got canceled. Yeah.
But no, Chaos will be in the main series hardcovers.
Oh yeah.
Series cover. That's a modern book.
Yeah, I forgot that one. That one was modern, while everything else is classic.
Classic, yeah, but because I hope with this we'll probably get all the classic stuff in hardcover format.
Because I want them in oversized, because the hardcovers they put out for them are standard. And so they don't go with the IDW collection hardcovers. I want a supplementary volume like TMNT got with the source book. Like just like
that'd be nice.
Have an extra one, yeah. All right, that's the comic news.
I need to pick up the IDW art cover book they did. I really want to get that because I got.
Yeah.
I also got the. I actually pick up. I did get the Rise of the TMT art book. God, that art book's so nice. Not sure if you got. Are you getting it?
I didn't get it yet. Because I decided to wait for it to go on sale.
Yeah, but it's really good. It's the art. There's a little much gray information in there. Like they have an episode by episode play by of all talking about each episode. And they have all the model sheets and stuff they made for each episode in the book. So impressive.
Absolutely. I love that they do that because it's like the Castlevania Nocturne art book felt less like an art book and more like a behind the scenes like making up book. Yeah, like a series Bible and a making up book.
Yeah, same thing with the Rise of the TMT one. It's so good.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, I've got the toy news pulled up because we got some fun toy news. First of all, Veloquent says, "Do Sonic IDW hardcovers exist? They're nice TMT ones. Yes, they do. They are right here on the shelf, and I'll show you that they are. They're literally the same exact format as the Turtles.
Yeah, they're literally the same idea and everything.
Sequential reading order, chronological volumes, in a $60 cover price, and they're the same size and everything. And that's why we want to get the classic stuff in one of these in like a supplementary volume. The way that also the art book spine, doesn't the art book for the art of IDW matches these?
Yeah, matches. Yep, matches. It's like the Turtles stuff. Like the Turtles supplementary one.
Yeah, because this is the Sonic 30th anniversary one-shot hardcover. It's called a deluxe edition, but yet it is standard size, so it doesn't match the size of the rest of them. So I want all the one-shots in a hardcover together. And also with the Hunter series, because there's no other place for it to go.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that. Let's get to the toy news, which I bumped toy ahead of entertainment because we have CinemaCon.
Yeah, so, a lot. Yeah. We have a lot.
Let's go through this real quick. Complete Selection Modification Ghost Driver got revealed. This is the official banner for it. It's not a big all-in-one box like Deno or whatnot because there's so many gimmicks. But it will be 28,600 yen. It will come with the Ore Ghost icon as well as the Spectre and Cannon Spectre, which is nice for Cannon Spectre to make it in.
Yeah, because I actually like that. Okay, that's good. They putting if they were to include all the 13 Tamashis, I do like they put Spectre.
Spectre and Cannon Spectre. So you're getting the three the main forms of the three riders that use the belt. The belt's plastic is more opaque than the original one, which I think is great.
Because that's more show accurate. Because the detail, the underneath details in the show, it's not as visible as the original toy.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they confirmed it yet, but I think they will have separate standby sounds for each rider, which would be nice.
Yeah.
They also have confirmed a 15 hero ghost icon set, which will be coming later. So they're going to be splitting all the stuff up into sets.
I think it makes sense to split all the 15 ghosts icons in there. I do hope we get Necron stuff.
Yeah, the Mega, because like Fire Fury said, Mega U-Loader, if they could get one that actually has the pin reader, that'd be nice.
Also because they need, hopefully they'll include his post-series super form, because that used the Ghost Driver, and
yeah.
I think we did get that eventually, but it didn't really work well because that was made post the belt toy production and all that stuff. So like, that'll be nice if they include that and such.
Yeah, definitely. So I think pretty much that counts enough for that.
Mateki said has a plan to switch to 4 riders. Okay,
awesome.
For the
that's a massive upgrade to the deluxe one then. At that point.
Dark Ghost will probably be in a set. Yeah, I imagine it would be like a movie set with who's all like the movie writers and all that stuff.
They're doing the Gaim thing where they're splitting up all the gimmicks into sets. They did confirm though it does work with all the deluxe icons.
That's good because it's probably just use the same pin system and everything like that.
They'll make all the major ones in CSM style, but they'll there's a bunch of those random ones they don't want to make again. So
Necron, they use the Ghost Driver? I thought he did. I thought he'd use it for like one of his post series form, or maybe it was the Mega Loader, but just because it didn't have sound.
Maybe it was also like Dark Ghost. I didn't watch Ghost, so I'm.
It's been years. It's been years.
It's been 10 years since Ghost.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
Yep. Bandai's getting faster at writer figure arts because Zet's Catastrom is getting its figure art up for order before the next major form. So that's
look how
nice.
beefy he is.
So
strong,
big.
Strong boy.
This form is terrifying in the show.
Yeah, when you see exactly, he just.
I need to catch up, but like I always see it. I just go like I think of the SpongeBob anchor arms. Like now I'm a jerk, and everybody loves me.
Yeah.
All the.
It's P Bandai, 9,900 yen. I think it's up on the US site for like $90 or something. So.
You know what's the most disappointing thing of Hasbro never doing Lightning Collection Mystic Force?
What's that?
Buff
torso for green. Yeah.
I love they use like a deluxe figure.
Muteki says he's old news with new stuff. Yeah, I saw that they already announced this because Bandai does this sometimes. They'll announce a figure and then they won't put it up for pre-order. I just wait till they put it up for pre-order so we can have the whole gallery and the details and all that. Just saves me time in the future. Like they showed that Marineford Ace is the next One Piece figure art, but I'm like, I'll just wait until we have the full details. So.
I need to see him do like a manly handshake, like the Predator handshake with Buffy. No, Buff Ichigo from
Buff Ichigo,
yeah. Titus also. So Titus will probably just. With Titus, you had to do butt cheek claps.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, some sad news from the Hasbro side of things. Lenny.
No, thankfully not as bad news compared to all the other
news. Bad news. So Lenny has announced that after 20 years working at Hasbro, he is stepping away from Hasbro. He's leaving Hasbro, and he's going to go work at Boss Fight Studio instead. He said specifically, a decision that felt right for me and my family. A lot of people have speculated, and I agree with this, that it's probably because he didn't want to move to Boston. And Hasbro was not going to be doing remote work because they're moving from Providence, Rhode Island to Boston, Massachusetts. It's not like a huge thing, but it's like...
I was just there.
You know.
It is.
Yeah.
I've done the drive.
Cows can go drive at Hasbro and complain to them.
But it's still, like, as you imagine, Cass, it's a significant enough drive between Boston and Rhode Island that you wouldn't want to do that on a daily basis. You wouldn't want to commute that.
No, exactly, no.
And he probably doesn't want to uproot his family.
My family did that.
Yeah.
Yep, which is fair.
They live in Rhode Island, and when they go to Boston, it's a big deal, not a casual drive.
The last time I was in Boston, we kept getting stuck at the sign that says "U turn back into Boston" because we couldn't navigate that damn city.
No, it's wacky when those roads.
You're going in circles.
Yep. There was
I'm surprised you didn't use the trains. That's what I do.
Yeah, well,
Don't
we
even
were
bother.
on a road trip because we were going to my grandfather's funeral in Washington D.C. at Arlington. So we drove from here up to Washington D.C. because we thought, well, we could fly out for a funeral, or we could have a family road trip for like
Oh,
2 weeks, and then
oh,
the funeral would
oh
just be
shit!
part of it.
Oh,
So
we got breaking news for entertainment. We'll put this when we get to the movie stuff. I'll put
okay.
in stream chat. But
Oh God,
no,
I just saw it. Oh God.
yeah.
Oh God.
I mean,
Oh
yeah, we'll talk
no.
when we get to it. We'll talk when we get to it. But no, just imagine. I know, just imagine you just like going in circles, circles, in like in the car. You ever seen the? You ever seen the clip? There's a
Yeah.
clip going around from like I think a One Piece ice skate show.
Mhm.
And there's a clip of when the show was wrapping up and all the actors are waving. The Zoro actor skates the other way away from the
And then
other actors,
Sanji goes to
and
get him.
Sanji gets. I love that clip.
Yeah. So, anyways, my guess, without my speculation based on this, is that Lenny didn't want to move to Boston. Much more expensive city, right, Cass? You gotta imagine Boston's way more
It's
expensive.
much. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah,
Boston.
the rent starts at like $5,000 or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I
Hasbro's
like.
this happens a lot with moves. When Disney was going to move Walt Disney Imagineering from California to Florida, a bunch of people quit because they're like, I'm not moving to Florida. And this is what happens when you do a big company move: is you do not get everybody to go with you. And
Yeah,
so,
I'm very glad.
but I'm glad to hear
I'm
that Lenny's got a new gig at Boss Fight. Like he's not going to be jobless because he's very talented, and Boss Fight's going to greatly benefit from getting him.
I mean,
for sure.
also, yeah. No, I'm just glad that all the layoff news. We're glad we have a news where it's like it was the person themselves leaving and not not they got laid off and stuff like that.
So I'm glad to see that like it is not a layoff. He just chose to leave, but he's already working at Boss Fight, which I think is awesome. So
Also,
I guess it also
I mean,
means was Lenny at the last stream?
I knew he was in New York. He was at New York Toy
Yeah,
Fair. I knew because I remember seeing him in the in Pixel Dance GI Joe.
that's
Um,
probably why he wasn't at the last stream. So I don't think he was. Can't remember 19 days ago, but
yeah.
anyways,
The gray. I think I started to see the grays on the side of your head already.
the grays inside I got a haircut like last week, and it's like half of it was gray. I am
Welcome.
getting there. I'm only 30.
I also have a lot of grays.
You get gray hairs. It just happens, and also especially if you grow your hair long like I do, like stuff grays. You know.
I think it's the Mega Man Star Force NPC where it's like it's the old man NPC, but he says, "I'm 30 years old."
Yep.
Mole Man in Simpsons.
Driving in
I'm
Boston
32.
is like playing Star Fox when you get to the all
Oh,
range
dude.
mode, and
Guess what I
you just
did?
drive in one.
Oh,
you
yeah.
fly in one direction in
When you
Star Fox. You have
mentioned-
to U-turn. That's how driving in Boston is.
Yeah,
I took an Uber once in Boston, and I was like, "Boy, this sucks." And I actually just took the train back from where I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my goodness!"
no, I
Alright.
just no. So as someone who played 64 recently, yeah, definitely.
Mhm. Any other anecdotes before we move on to Marvel?
I mean, no, actually, no. The equivalent relevant is playing Zelda 1 NES. I actually played and beat in Zelda 1 a few days ago with my partner.
Nice.
And God, that game is old and bad.
Yes. Very old. You
We had a guy-
appreciate the modern games after
My
playing the old ones.
my partner was practicing my GPS. Yeah, guy, walkthrough guy with him navigating me.
That's
After the game.
fantastic.
The new Zelda movie needs to be game accurate by having Link just get lost and wandering all Hyrule for like 45 minutes.
Yep. All right. So let's talk Marvel. So Marvel had a stream,
baby.
and they announced that we're getting another Build-A-Figure wave, which I'm just like, oh my god, stop it. I like Build-A-Figures in some ways, and I understand the purpose behind them. I'm like, please just kill them already. The pricing.
But then they announced a certain someone.
They announced there's someone. That's separate from my feelings about Build-A-Figure waves. Let's start off easy with Dark Avengers Hawkeye. We knew he was coming. And it is Bullseye as Hawkeye. They couldn't have timed this better though, because everybody's thirsting over hyped up about Bullseye in Daredevil. And so it's like, yeah, here you go. Here's a new Bullseye. Muteki, I want the Build-A-Figure, but I don't necessarily want every figure to make it happen. That's my problem. He looks great though. Like no complaints. He looks. What I like about it is he looks like Hawkeye, but he does look like Bullseye as Hawkeye, not just.
It's that grin, that shit-eating grin.
Exactly. So then we got the big one. I mean, this is like everybody messaged me about this as soon as it happened, which I felt really like happy about. Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider has escaped Haslab hell. He was the last one to escape.
Back. He lives.
He's
back.
I am so excited about this. I was in a car when this happened, and I was just like, "Oh, I love the clapping."
Okay. He lives.
He lives. So for those wondering, I mean, the big thing is that, like, you know, what's different from the Haslab? Basically, the weapons are the same. The overall sculpt's the same. He's still using, I think people said he was using Longshot's legs, which I still see. They did 2 changes. One, he doesn't come with the extra fire. He had alternate fire mohawk. He doesn't come with the second one of those, and he doesn't come with the masthead. And then they swapped out the chain, which the chain was originally metal
chain.
Now it's the same chain from Spider Venom, which I actually prefer because you can actually pose with it better. Wait, is it the Spider Venom chain or is it the Age of Apocalypse Sabretooth chain?
Spider-Man, because the Sabretooth was meant to attach to his like kid, right?
Right, and I'm just noticing the clip right here attaching to the crowbar. That's what made me second guess it.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it when I get it. But anyways, I'm very excited because I have been beating the drum, or you could say beating the gates of hell.
You're like that one guy. You're like that one guy. Keep playing Bukai Tenkaichi 3 into Nom and see if you can Sparking Zero.
Yes, I have been ever since what was it? Ever since Damon Hellstrom escaped Haslab hell, I was like every stream I'm like, this is great. Where's Robbie Reyes? And he's finally here. He's finally happening. I ordered 3 of them in a ramen racer like as soon as the stream was done.
Yeah, let's say, we're gonna get the ramen racer because they did say like maybe they could get the Hell Charger, but again, it's very small.
They said maybe we could get the Hell Charger out, and I was like, you lying bastards, you know you can't.
Yeah, so
if there was going to be a Hell Charger from Hasbro, this would be packed in with it. That's what we know, right? Like this is only happening. Like if this was coming out with the Hell, if the Hell Charger was ever coming out, it was coming out with him. He was not coming out single. But as I said, I don't need a ramen racer if I have no Ghost Rider. Now I've got the Ghost Rider, so I literally bought a ramen racer before the stream was over. That's how I immediately went to Ramen Toys' website, and I was like, okay,
so
let's make it happen.
So we all know what Sound's toy of the year is going to be by the end of this year.
Yep, 100%. There's not even close to a contest at the moment.
And now he's gonna ask every 3D print artist, hey, can you print a Robbie Reyes head for me?
I know people. I'm just gonna get somebody to get me a Robbie Reyes head to post on this because this is very exciting for me, and it's like I'm trying to like.
They did also say that they are gonna because his skull should be white, and they did say they're gonna fix that, right? Because his skull should be white.
He has a metal skull. He's not got a bone white skull. Let me walk over to the shelf and show you guys what I mean.
Yeah, because it's a misconception, right? That his skull is like silver, like this, right?
Right, because it's. Let's go back to the ancient texts. He has a metal skull, but it's not a silver skull. It is a white skull. It is supposed to look like it's metal painted over white, like the car. It's a car thing. It's supposed to be like a car engine, right? So if you look at the artwork, yes, it has that metallic look, but it shouldn't be silver. It should be white. And I think Dan Yoon already said this isn't final colors, and we're going to make sure it's white.
Yeah, they said that. They said on stream. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they don't stick to that, you guys know I will be bitching up a storm until they fix it. But that's a consistent thing across. I was going to pull up another artist just so we had some consistency here. Yeah, like it's supposed to be white, but it's not bone white. It's painted white, like a car decal would be. So this is very important to me, as you guys might know. I have never said this is my favorite Marvel character, but this is one of my top 3 contenders. So, very excited. Blader says this Ghost Rider needs a movie so they can make a popcorn bucket of the car. Absolutely. Also for the fact I would love a Ghost Rider movie. That's like good.
I love the teacher Megan said on Blue Sky, where it's like, I love how they're making people buy big toys, but like them having open compartments makes them a popcorn bucket.
Yes, it's like a gateway drug for people collecting toys.
I swear, because like,
yeah.
have you seen some of the ones in the Masters movie? Like, those are statues. Those are not popcorn buckets.
How about the battle cat that's the size of a house cat?
You can buy a 1/6 scale He-Man and have it write it.
Yeah. Velcro says, I have good news for you. They made 2 Ghost Rider movies and 3 seasons of TV. Well, there was 1 season of TV that had Ghost Rider in it. I don't know where the other 2 are. But the 2 movies, as I will talk about, I enjoy for what they are, but I also complain.
I like the second one better than the first one. It's more unhinged.
I appreciate the second one from an unhinged perspective for sure. Let me get a shot here. I wanted to compare the Haslab to the retail one. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, so here we got retail Robbie, Haslab Robbie, retail Robbie, Haslab Robbie. They're the same. It's the same figure. The flame's a little bit different. The head, you can see on the Haslab, the it's hard to tell because of the lighting, but the skull is painted white on the Haslab.
I hope the final version will have that same painted skull, because that looks a lot better.
It does look a lot better. I'm not sure if we're gonna get the paint between the teeth, but I can fill it in myself. But I just need it to be white, like this. Yeah. This needs to look like this. And we've seen major paint tweaks come out from Marvel Legends, so I'm very much looking forward to it. And like I said, I got a car coming, so we're good. Yeah, you can see it from the side here. Oh, I didn't pull up the side shot. Where's the side shot? There's the side shot. You can see, yeah, the Haslab had the right color scheme going on. So, I think they're going to do it. Also, I do realize there's not a reason for him to, there's not a reason for him to come with the alternate hair now, because the alternate hair was basically just to go into the car so it could light up through the...
yeah.
Yeah. But you can see how they had this chain, right? This chain was just a chain, whereas I kind of like the plastic chain more for dynamic posing. So, all right, moving on, because we still haven't touched CinemaCon yet. Lady Deadpool. It's basically the same one we got before, but now she has guns and she's on the
yeah, she's on the modern buck. Yeah, she's on the modern buck, female buck. Which, probably interesting, said they said you can put as long as your movie figures. So it makes me go like, are they not going to resay movie female Lady Deadpool then? Is that the case?
I think the only reason they won't is because it'd be completely unique mold for a character that's on screen for
a few seconds. Yeah.
All right, so let me get into the Marvel Rivals. I guess no, we're not getting into Marvel Rivals.
No, you must.
Toy Arts galleries bug me. We're talking about Marina now.
Yeah, but they skip to the next. Yeah, because
so we have been getting, Alpha. We got Alpha Flight a while back, and we got the base roster of Alpha Flight from like their early debuts in X-Men, and then leading into their like solo book debut. We've been missing Marina, who's part of like the second wave of characters to join Alpha Flight. And as a lot of people said, this looks like classic Namorita pre-tooling as well. Like this is a mold we'll see again.
It's what I noticed. Like, because we got a mod. She wasn't the modern one in the Void Wave, right?
Yeah. We got a modern Namorita, but that's with the blue skin. We don't have the classic skin.
Which I would say that design is better because it is very much green woman.
Yeah.
Because like I'm not really familiar with this incarnation of the character, because I never give it two piles about the Alpha Flight. So like,
yeah, the funny part about this wave is like here we got Marina and we got Box as the Build-A-Figure, and it's like those are the 2 most obscure Alpha Flight characters. And I'm amazed we're getting them. I'm just surprised it took us 8 years since the Alpha Flight box set. Like, this felt like they should have been a 2-pack, like, close to that box set, not 8 years later, because now everybody wants updated Alpha Flight, because it's been so long. Because the box set, the Sasquatch Build-A-Figure, and the Guardian guy, they all came out in, like, 2018, and then they just didn't do more Alpha Flight. And then now that they have, there's a bunch of people like, well, now I want more Alpha Flight.
That's always the problem when there's big gaps with teams. It's like they're not only hard to get nowadays, but also like some of their molds are really outdated now and stuff like that.
And so I don't mind. I don't really need an update on old Alpha Flight, but maybe rerun the box set. Maybe do Sasquatch.
Like really,
Yeah.
I think you should do Sasquatch. I think rerun the box and do Sasquatch re-release, like deluxe re-release at the very least.
Or Sasquatch and Guardian together, and then the box set again.
Because Guardian was released by him.
Yeah, he was
wave,
in the Wendigo
right?
wave. Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Okay, that's why you've been mentioning him specifically. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it because they put his wife as Guardian in the box set. So, anyways, so there's that. We finally got Outback Psylocke. My God, I remember when we heard Armored Psylocke on a leaked list, and I got very excited, and then it turned out to be Lady Mandarin. So this is what I was looking for. Outback Psylocke. It gets us closer to Outback. We still need there's an alternate version of Outback Rogue we need, and we still need Outback Colossus.
I'm still waiting for not white woman in Asian body Psylocke.
That's what this is. Well, this is. Oh wait, no, we still need Quanon. Sorry, I got inverted.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
We need Quanons because anything. Because this is Betsy.
This is Betsy. Betsy, no Quanon. No Quanon.
Oh wait,
just Betsy.
I thought. Wait, when did that happen?
The Quanon thing happened after Lady. No, was it after Lady Mandarin? Or no, it happened right before Lady Mandarin. That's why she became Lady Mandarin.
I think
it was after the Outback era was when the thing happened with Mojo where Betsy's got put into Quanon's body.
Okay, I think it was throwing me off as the purple hair because I'm not purple hair.
Betsy's had purple hair since the beginning.
I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah,
that's as well as I keep forgetting about that.
So this is pre-Quanon Betsy when she was just Betsy. She just joined the X-Men. Then the X-Men all died, quote unquote. But then they ended up going and living in the Australian outback. So she was kind of going through it. Like she joins the team and they immediately go through a bunch of shit. And then she's in the outback in this armor.
Okay, so less issue with this figure then.
Yeah.
But I still want a Quanon Psylocke.
This is our first Psylocke to not be the merged
white woman, white woman in Asian body.
Yep. So I'm very excited about this, and we need Colossus. We need a new Havoc because people keep saying, "Oh, use this Havoc for Outback." I'm like, no, we need a different one, different masks design. So we need those two, and then I think we kind of still need we have an Outback Rogue. But we do need one with the green shirt overlay that she wore during that era. And then we're good on Wolverine because he was just wearing the brown suit at the time. Maybe if they want to make a shirtless Wolverine, because he did that a lot because they're living in Australia.
Don't we have one already for that 5-pack?
We do. Oh, we do. Yeah, that actually would count. So we're good. We just need Colossus and Havoc and a run back on Rogue because they'll never make Gateway. No matter how much I want them to do. You know what, Muteki? They could rerun Dazzler. Not rerun her as a reprint, but redo Dazzler. Because we got an Outback Dazzler in the Mojo pack, but we could use a more Outback one with the different hair. And then, because we got Arcade Dazzler / probably the X-Men Dazzler, and then we got Disco Dazzler, and we got the one in the Mojo set, which I've been using for Outback, but we could use a more Outback-specific Dazzler. Also, we could just use more Dazzler in general.
Yeah, right.
More Dazzler, please. All right. We're also getting ForceWorks US Agent, which is a funny thing because
it's aka the most. He looks like an invincible background character.
Yes. ForceWorks, notoriously bad comic. It was a sequel to West Coast Avengers. Fun fact: he was the only member of ForceWorks from the comic to not be in the Iron Man cartoon that featured ForceWorks. Fun fact: he did not have a toy in the Iron Man toy line in North America. He was only released overseas in the Iron Man toy line. And that's funny to me because he's U.S. agent. And he was only released in Europe.
At the end, the toy line did that badly, or there was some weirdness with him?
I think because he was probably supposed to be in the show and he was cut late and they already produced a run of figures and said just throw them out in Europe and not worry about it. Because the Iron Man toy line was very show specific, unlike the other Toy Biz lines.
And it got canceled. It became I think X-Men had pretty much absorbed that toy line because some of those molds went to X-Men. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's how the X-Men got armored forms.
Yeah.
Also, it's funny that our first ForceWorks figure is the one that didn't release in North America back in the day.
And the most boring. He just looks like I don't know why he gives the same energy as Brit. I don't know why from Invincible.
And then we have Ultimate Wolverine, our first Ultimate Universe figure from the new Ultimate Universe. Why did they do this one? Because it's a new pair of boots and a head, and it's that's it. It's just the X-Force body with new boots and new head.
It's super easy. I'm not gonna I see people why did they do this to us? Almost hated color. It's the easiest one to do.
Yep.
that is Spider-Man, but we all kind of know now that Spider-Man has some weirdness going on with him for some reason.
And also, that Spider-Man would need a bearded Peter Parker head if people wanted to be happy.
Yes, bearded Peter Beaver.
Yeah,
Are those
I was
claws
stumbling.
new?
No,
Are
those are just the
claws
claws.
new?
Those are the Weapon X claws from the new
Okay.
Weapon X.
I was like, those claws look more like straighter than usual.
I do find it funny this figure got announced the same day as the last issue of Ultimate Wolverine came out.
You're right.
I do wish he had a removable mask because that's only a look he has for like the first 6 issues, which were the only good issues of the comic. So,
But mind you, he looks cooler with the mask on. Let's
I know,
face
but
it.
the beard is cool. I like the beard. I want 2 heads, is what I'm saying.
Like, you know, it's the obvious. I mean, it's the figure that has no build-up figure, so it's the easiest budget figure of all of them scenario.
Yep. All right, let's talk about Marvel Rivals now. So we got Moon Knight.
Wait. Do they have a picture of the build? Oh, they don't. Huh?
Oh, there's no picture of box, is there? Oh wait, let me go down to the Toy Arc. You slipped, guys. You slipped bad on this.
I mean, I would say the box build a figure. You know, I had literally no idea who he is. Looks cool. He gives me like, I don't know. He gives me like old Hanna-Barbera robot vibes to me.
I know like basically nothing about box. There he is. But I like him. Look at him. He's cool. Apparently there was like he had a blue color scheme as well, and people were kind of wishing that there was 2 torsos. Where like he had a blue torso with like one of the other, like Wolverine could have come with a blue torso, and Marina come with the red. But I think this is a cool figure. I'm excited. Also, he goes with the Alpha Flight. It's a team of characters I have that I don't ever read Alpha Flight, but maybe I should.
I think overall, this wave overall is. It really is. I like the dub it. The Robbie and Friends.
Like it's crazy because I think that even with a Deadpool, Robbie Reyes was the one that everyone went, "Ooh, he finally exists!" Like there was the most excitement I saw about him. That may also be my feed because everybody was sending him to me.
Like, look, no insult to that specific look for Psylocke, but I feel like the only like figures that I feel like are like figures that I think people will legitimately would add to the collection is Lady Deadpool, Dark Bullseye, Hawkeye, and Robbie. Everyone else.
I'm also gonna throw in Psylocke into that because if you're an X-Men fan from the '80s, this is something you've been wanting a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think it just is the problem of like when people think Psylocke, they think the Ninja one.
Yep.
And stuff like that, and also, I just don't think any of Betsy's outfits are good.
I think it's good though that we have Dark Avengers Hawkeye team filler.
That completes
the base roster. Well, no, it doesn't because we still don't have the Spider-Man. We got the second Spider-Man.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so second.
And we need a Marvel boy in the Dark Avengers uniform because we have the cover shot. We complete the cover shot, but the actual base team had Marvel boy on it.
I think Dan said on the stream that there are more like
Dark Avengers coming.
More coming. So it's not. But like but the cover team is complete.
Yeah, so at least we finished. We finished second wave Alpha Flight with this. We get closer to Outback, closer to Dark Avengers, and we start Force Works for some reason. I do think Marvel Legends needs to be careful and not do too much Marvel bankruptcy era stuff because people don't love it.
Because I don't mind. I think when it comes to Marvel Legends, you need to balance your mainstays and your club shadows scenario like that because
I think who's actually the A-lister in this wave? I don't think it's anybody.
I'm gonna say, honestly, it's I even though I know some people would disagree, I still say it is Robbie because it's a Ghost Rider. No matter what, no matter if you know who specific, because you don't even need to know that specific Robbie Reyes, as long as you recognize Ghost Rider
is the coolest looking character in the Marvel universe.
Because that's I mean, like with Tokon, like no one, I'm pretty sure legitimately a lot of people didn't know that was like Robbie Reyes, but they recognize Ghost Rider. They recognize it's Ghost Rider. So like that's he's the A-lister there. Then next will be Lady Deadpool because it's Deadpool plus Lady Deadpool and stuff like that.
Wolverine is there, but it's also like everybody that read the comic hates it. Most people don't like the costume.
I know, and also really because I actually like the costume.
There's a lot of people that don't like
it. Maybe it's the mask. Look, I'm a sucker for battle masks.
Yeah.
But also it's a Wolverine. We have like how many of those now?
25.
Yeah, so like it's not really exciting scenario like that.
It's just expected. Anyways, Moon Knight, Marvel. Let's talk about Marvel Rivals. So we got Moon Knight as our first release. Which Hasbro's gone for. You know, it's interesting. Blockies went for a wired cape. Hasbro went with two
And
capes, one floating in the end and one in moon shape.
this is the case where okay, so I think legitimately the figure looks good. I think the base figure with the static cape looks fantastic. But
Mm.
I saw a lot of people, which I do honestly agree, is it really much cheaper to include this giant ass plastic cape than just doing a wire cape?
I think the
Like
only
that?
reason they did it is because I think they knew Blockies was going wired, and they decided they're going to go the opposite direction. Because there's a non small group of people. There's I should say there's a large group of people that refuse to buy anything that has a cloth cape. Like as many people as there are that will buy a cloth cape to replace a plastic cape, there are just as many people that will buy a plastic cape to replace a cloth cape. There are so many people that are just completely against soft goods
Yeah,
whatsoever.
it's interesting because like from all the people, all the figure people I follow, there's so much like
Yeah.
there's so much anti plastic capes
Yep.
or like
But
and stuff like
there's
that.
a
So
group of people out there. They're big and they're a significant part of the market that really do not like cloth at all.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's such a giant ass cape. It's like I don't know what to do with it scenario
Yeah.
like that because like it feels like I had to display it in the moon crescent mode, so I don't have a giant crescent moon in my storage bins or something like that. Such like that. Otherwise, I think the figure looks good.
I think it does. I think
Otherwise,
it looks really solid. They did good with it. I think good. All right, let's
oh,
talk about Punisher next.
well, okay, okay. Let's do Punisher next because I think out of all from all the reaction I've seen, I think Punisher is the most positive I've seen.
I think Punisher looks the best out of everybody. I think he honestly looks really good. They got his he's
Big beefy.
caked, he's beefed. He's a full course meal. I like the expressions he comes with because he's got like a neutral and then he's also
I'm getting that Punisher.
It's funny. It's funny. It is funny because
I'm definitely getting that.
It's so weird. It's funny because I kind of like Mandela effect myself doing like, did he have the face paint? Because I think I'm still used to seeing like either artist skins without the face paint or like artwork without him with the face paint and such like that.
It's
That
pretty
like it
much
threw
the
me
face
off.
paint's only on his default look.
Yeah, I think that would
Yeah.
threw me off. Wait, it's like when I saw it, like, wait, did he have the face paint? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
Saying
I
like
think he
that.
looks great. I really do. I
Yeah.
really do like him.
And like I think accessory wise, he comes with everything he feasibly can have because there's no way he can get his judge jury like
Yeah.
turret gun because there's no way how he could. He's already a big beefy guy. You
Couch,
can't
as the
include that.
Punisher expert, what do you think?
I love it. I absolutely love it.
He
I'm
looks-
putting him next to the one you got me for Christmas. That
Yeah.
one, that one looks good. I mean, he's
You got your classic
probably at his
Punisher, and then
beefiest there. Yeah,
you got your
exactly.
classic Punisher, and the one that ate too much cake.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so then let's
Alright,
talk
he
about
knows
that
what,
the two
Wolfman?
popular Spider-Man characters are in two-pack hell because the first two-pack is Spider-Man and Luna Snow. This is a case
Alright, do you
where
want to
I want Luna. I don't want
No,
Spider-Man.
because okay, so the Spider-Man, it's been a hot topic because Spider-Man
He
really
always
gets.
is. Every Spider-Man in existence is a hot topic.
Yeah, but like, I will say the sculpting great. I think the sculpting looks good. I think the colors are good. But I do agree that like having a waist swivel and ad crutch is kind of getting super outdated now, honestly, for a Spider-Man
Yeah.
figure and stuff like that. Because I feel like it's one of those things where it's like it's kind of the what we said about the old guard at Marvel, where it feels like the old guard has the Marvel team really wants to keep that ad crunch and waist swivel, where honestly it is
Didn't
becoming
we get
outdated.
something better with Maximum?
That has a upside down ad crunch and a diaphragm on top, which is overall, I think ball joint waist and a ball joint diaphragm is better.
Yeah.
That is a upside down ad crunch is a bit better than because at least than a because we see with like Storm and even Figma has adopted that. That's at least it looks cleaner. It looks cleaner and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also, this is another thing. How do you personally do you prefer printed on webs or molded or sculpted webs? Because I've been seeing kind of debate about that.
I want
Debate
sculpted
about
webs on the live action movie suits, and then I want painted webs on everything else.
I can understand why people do not like the printed webs because especially with Hasbro QC,
Yeah.
the printed webs can be really horribly misprinted.
But I will
like
say a misprinted painted web is better than misprinted painted on top of a sculpted web. Because if
Or
it's
no,
misaligned on a physical sculpt, it's more noticeable than if it's just misaligned.
yeah, it's one of those like I don't really have too much. I can see why people like one over the other, something like that. I think for because I think like because the Blockies kit did the molded whip wings, but that wasn't painted, but it is a model kit, of course, and stuff like that. I think the problem with the Spider-Man, I think some people mentioned, is especially when you look to him next to Luna. Luna still clearly has the better articulation by the looks of it, because I think
Yes.
she has, because clearly, honestly, she has a baldrian waist. It's
I
very
just
much
don't know
like
how
the
much
way how.
crunch she has. Because,
Yeah, that's always
yeah.
been a problem with female figures. Sadly, is like they don't really have good enough crunches. But like having a baldrian waist gives her a lot more movement and stuff like that. Also, she looks really good. I think because I always kind of feel I was kind of terrified with Luna because I feel like sometimes Hasbro are really bad at making quasi anime faces. I mean, look at any of the Spider Verse Penny merch when they did
Yeah.
the first movie toy line, but she looks legitimately like fantastic. I think she's like one of the best looking Marvel Legend figures
Mhm.
in a long time, and
She's going to get me to buy a Spider-Man.
And seeing how I don't think we are getting a comic Luna ever, because Luna, it helps that her rival design is not even that far off from her comic design,
I don't want
honestly.
to say there's no point to a comic Luna, but
Because
there's
her
not really
rival
a
design is not
point
even
to a comic Luna.
because her rival design is not even that too far
Yeah.
different from her comic design. And hell,
And she
we,
has had way more play in Rivals than she has in any of her other appearances.
I mean, hell, I'm pretty sure I won't be surprised that her comic design might just become this eventually with some tweaks.
Yeah.
To be honest.
This is Luna's first figure, yes, which is why I want her,
Yep.
because she's cool. Still hoping we get a
Mm-hmm.
Squirrel Girl on this line, because that way we can get a good-looking Squirrel Girl. All
Yeah.
right, let's talk about Mr. Controversial.
Well, the two hacks in general are controversial.
I mean, let's talk about Mr. Controversial. He holds down a lot of jobs, but can't move his legs.
Yeah, no, the Jeff looks great. I think he looks
He looks
great,
solid.
but why does he only have a posable head? Because you wish, because again,
The
I think it
Blockies
doesn't
one
help.
has like a full
As,
posability range.
well, yeah, I think this doesn't help with some of these rival figures that we do have the Blockies figures now. That like you have competition and stuff like
With
that.
Spider-Man, Moon Knight, and Venom, the
Yeah,
Blockies are a different scale from your Marvel Legends, and they won't blend, right?
yeah, but the Jeff,
But the
since Jeff
Jeff
is
is
big,
gonna be fine. He's just Jeff.
no, it's Jeff. That's
It's
the
Jeff. He's a potato with legs. He'll be
mm-hmm,
fine no matter what scale the Blockies one is, right?
mm-hmm.
So I think that Hasbro kind of not giving him anything. I mean, they do give him like two different heads, and you can take the collar off.
I mean, he's pretty much a glorified accessory. Let's face it, pretty
Yeah.
much.
I do like his little effect part of him
Yeah,
under
swimming.
him swimming.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Venom took the budget of this
Yeah,
set.
because I mean, I think Venom, because the blocky ones look great. I still want to get the blockies one, but he looks honestly, because this Venom helps that Venom's rival design not even that much different from his main
Yeah.
line design. You can honestly just because I like Venom big, but not like monster Venom size, like the deluxe figure. This is kind of my ideal Venom body shape and stuff like that. Like he looks
Mm-hmm.
great. He also, and yes, if you're wondering, he does have his cheeks.
Yes.
He does have his cheeks.
He still can twerk. Later has said, how big is Blockies Jeff compared to their Blockies? I don't
They're
exactly know yet, but
around 5.5, sometimes barely reaching 6 inches.
we'll
Like
see.
they're
We'll
more.
see how Jeff, because like Rocket's huge compared to the others. Penny's small compared to the others. So, I think if you're trying to decide between Blockies Jeff and Legends Jeff, just wait, because somebody will compare them as soon as both are available in hand. Somebody's going to put them next to each other, right?
Yeah.
So, my thing with the Rivals 2-packs, I'm not too bothered by them. I'm going to be bothered about the price, because we don't have prices yet for them.
I think because
Moon Knight and Punisher go up on the
Punisher
22nd. Venom and Jeff
and
goes
the
up on the
deluxe.
29th. And then Spider-Man Luna Snow go up on the 13th. We don't know what their prices are. So we're going to have to wait and see.
Moon Knight and Punisher are deluxe, so they're probably in the $40 ranges with modern prices, probably. And I imagine the 2-packs are probably. I imagine Luna and Spider-Man might be 60 or 55, and Venom it's probably 60 or 70.
If Venom and Jeff is the same price as Luna and Spider-Man, I will excuse the lack of legs on Jeff.
Yeah.
If it's more by like a lot, then it's like, okay, well, where'd the budget go?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. And then the last thing that was part of the stream is that they announced a full size Cyclops visor from X-Men '97.
I do love these. I do love these things.
I love these things. I like that they included 2 nose pieces as well, so it's got adjustments.
I love the image of the guy crossing his arms. That is such a Scott Summers image right there.
Naturally, push the button on the side and it lights up, which is great.
What I like about it is the problem I have with some helmets with visors like this is sometimes you can see the eyes too clearly. Here, like the eyes, you can still see them, and not like obviously it's kind of faint. Especially when you get the lights on, you can barely see the eyes. And then
on top of that, if you want it on your display on the shelf and you want to make sure it looks red all the time, they have a little piece that goes in to keep it red without being on, which I think is smart. So that way it's still solid red. And then they have a little stand piece to space it out and hold it together, which I think is awesome. I do agree, though, that somebody said missed opportunity for this to be a Bluetooth headset.
Yeah, well, so you just keep hearing the just constantly.
I want it depending on price.
Yeah, because I hope it's not like 100. Because it'd be stupid if it's 100. Because it's not because at most it should be like 70 or 70 at the very highest. I feel like.
I feel like because of the tech involved and the fact it doesn't have sounds and all that, it shouldn't cost that much more than the Green Goblin bomb. Because tech-wise, the Green Goblin bomb has like multi-LEDs and sound effects. And a motion sensor and all this. And this was like, I think 40 or 50. Was it 40 or 50 or something like that? So like 40. So I feel like the visor should be like 50 or 60 at most. I remember the Magneto helmet was expensive, and then it went on sale, and I bought it. So
I thought the bomb was gonna detonate. We're gonna get Skelly sound out for the stream.
No, we're not that lucky. Yeah, but the Goblin Bomb's still my favorite of all the Marvel roleplay stuff I've got, because I've got Star-Lord, Magneto, and Doom's helmets. The Goblin Bomb is the most fun out of all of them.
No, definitely, because I mean, like, you can just be willing to throw it, just go.
Yeah, and because of the motion sensor, you can literally just like throw it at somebody, and it starts doing a countdown. It's fantastic.
I still think the Star-Lord helmet's like honestly really. I was so impressed when that first came out. I was so especially the Bluetooth feature.
Yeah.
Like I don't collect the roleplay stuff, but like it's one of those like if I were gonna pick one up, it would be that. It would be that.
Yeah, I think the one that's the easiest to use is Magneto, though, because it's just a bucket. Like the Star-Lord has all these crazy straps inside, and I have to really work to readjust it. The bucket's just a bucket. You just put it on, you stuff some stuff in there, and then you're good to go. You know, it's
and then you two can rage against America.
Yep.
Welcome, Wheels.
Wheels has arrived. We're gonna go into entertainment news now. So.
Oh boy.
Guys,
Wheels came in just in time for Ultraman.
Yes, he did. Actually, we gotta start with Gundam, and then we'll do Ultraman.
Oh yeah, let's get the bat. Oh, yeah,
God, I don't want to talk about it, guys. I don't want.
Yeah, rip the band-aid off.
They announced the live-action Gundam cast because I guess after 10 freaking years, this thing's finally happening.
Because this was first announced. Like I remember, this was first
for the Gundam 40th in 2019.
Yeah. I rewrite because I remember that was announced at the same time as the Gundam Bill Divers rewrite.
That was like 7 years ago. Anyways, I guess the movie's finally happening.
Anna, don't say that. I don't want to know how old rewrite is.
7 years, man. So the Gundam live action movie is happening at Netflix, and I'm going to throw some massive shade, and this is no insult to Jason Isaacs. I don't know why you're here. They just picked the most C-list cast possible.
And Nepo babies.
And, well, it's pretty much Nepo babies and C-list cast. Jason Isaacs, you are not part of this conversation. When you hear about, like, a live-action Gundam movie, and I also talk about, like, just how generally it just feels like Bandai doesn't want to invest in Gundam despite its popularity. This is what I mean by it, because, alright, it's now in production as a live-action movie starring Sydney Sweeney and Noah Centineo, two of the most obnoxious people in Hollywood that I never like to hear the names of because it's always followed by something stupid.
I've never even
Yeah.
heard of the second guy before.
Yeah, you
No, it's
have.
a
You've watched
Sentai.
the Street Fighter trailer.
Who
No,
is
it's
he?
Ken.
he's Ken. He's Ken.
Oh, he's that guy? Oh,
Yeah,
okay, so he's a
he's like
nobody.
one of the biggest nepo babies out there because his father. Have you heard about that movie? Oz Dorothy's Return.
Yes.
Like apparently his father invests that movie so he can
Oh my
get his
god,
son.
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
Yep.
his father invests that movie so he can get his son Noah Centineo into movies. Am I remember right?
He was the worst
wonder
part of
he's
Black
everywhere.
Adam as well.
Wait,
Isn't he also
was he
Street
Adam
Fighter?
Smasher?
He was Adam
Was he Adam-
Smasher.
Okay, I didn't realize
Golly.
that.
Thing
Wonder he's
is,
everywhere.
I don't have anything against Noah Centineo as a person, but I find his existence to be obnoxious. I find his acting to be non-existent, and I find that he keeps getting cast in productions simply because he is a nepo baby and doesn't have any actual talent. And every time he does press, he's just the loudest bitch in the room, and I just get so annoyed at hearing his voice. If you guys remember the Street Fighter presentation at Game Awards where he just yelled for 20 minutes,
Oh my goodness.
every time I hear from him.
He has
It was
he has,
so-
as
it
we
was
say in
so
wrestling,
off.
go away heat.
Yes,
I mean,
Wheels can attest to.
isn't that why there's so many wrestlers in that movie?
probably. And then
Hello.
Sydney Sweeney, like, she has a career, but like every time she opens her
gonna be
mouth, she
Sailor?
says something
What's
so
going on?
ungodly stupid that I have to question, why do you keep opening your mouth? And
It-
I'm not
like-
trying to be misogynistic about it. I mean, people accused her of doing a ad that promoted Nazi propaganda, and her response was, "I'm
Oh.
not political. It's
Oh.
not Nazi propaganda. Let me explain it." She just
Oh,
dodges the question, and
Oh.
I'm just like, "Wow,
Oh.
you just
Oh.
suck."
I was going to say, I was wondering, like, what she, because I never really hear about her. So, like, what she did, and then you said, like, oh no.
Like, the thing is, if she was like, "Yeah, it totally was Nazi propaganda," I have more respect for her. All right, I like when people pick a side on something. I don't like people that just sit there and go, "I'm not going to have the conversation." I'm like, too bad, the conversation's at your doorstep. At least say something.
So does that mean
Pulled
she's
a
gonna play
Homer.
Xeon? Does that mean
Yeah.
she's gonna play Xeon member then?
Hopefully.
Homer did that sound out where Marge asked him, "Are you the beer bear?" And he goes, "I'm not gonna lie to you." And they just walked away.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Jason Isaacs. No shade. I don't know who Jackson White is. I do not know who Javin Walton is. Michael Mando. Hey, it took you 10 years to be Scorpion. Good for you to get more gigs. Jimeth Chutran, Shioli Kutsuna, Nanzo Anonzi, Ida
Nonzo,
Brooke.
I love
yeah.
that guy. He's always a
I
bad
love
guy
him.
in everything, or he's a good guy in something. You can never tell with him. He
Awesome.
can be
Yep.
number
And then
all.
Ida Brooke
Yep.
and
Listen.
Alexander Rudinsky. No idea who any of those people are. So
Listen, if they
You
make
know
him
what's-
number all, I'm watching the movie.
Well, it depends if this is adaptation or
we
just
have no
own
idea
thing.
still if this is an adaptation or not, because the description they said is it is the Gundam live action film about rival mech pilots at war across Earth and its space colonies. Thank you. That's every Gundam series.
That's everything.
Exactly. That's
literally
Eddie.
everything.
You realize how little that narrowed it down?
Yeah,
Zero.
it's kind of funny
Zero
because
narrows.
you know what's funny? Them including Asian actors here. Like, look at the fellow age, I don't mind seeing more Asian actors, but it's
Yeah.
funny because it's kind of because Gundam as a series, specifically, we're talking about like this because we're assuming if this is very much Universal Century based.
Probably is,
if
knowing
it's-
Sunrise's obsessions.
Yeah, I would Universal Century really doesn't have any characters I would deem as Japanese. Like at least the only one I could say
Mirai.
maybe is Mirai's one, but like Amuro, like your main like
Amuro's
your Amuro.
canonically like Mexican living in Texas.
Really? Never got
Yeah.
that.
No. He's like No, he's like Mexican, Canadian, American,
Yes.
but also has a Japanese parent.
Yes.
Yeah, but like Char and Sailor are the whitest. If they're not, or either they're German or white for the Sailor.
Char and Sailor look like Hitler's Happy Day. Okay. Like
Yep.
blonde hair, blue eyes, beautiful. Like that's just exactly what Hitler wanted, right? So,
Yeah,
which was the point because the Zeon the Zabi family was supposed to be Nazis. So
They were, yep.
Guys,
Yeah.
remember though, Japan thinks everyone's blonde-haired, blue eyes.
it's true.
Over here,
but
they do.
it is just one as I see the Asian cast, and I go like, huh, like it's one of those like most who doesn't really have that much Asian characters outside like what Bright
Gundam's
maybe.
a pretty globalized like series for its
Bright
Yeah.
characters,
Gundam,
nationalities, and
But
stuff.
I don't know if
yeah.
Yeah.
If Bright Hong Kong, or British Hong Kong, I always
It's
I
like
like
how
more
like
British Hong Kong with Bray. I mean,
yeah,
you've
it's
seen
one
that
of those things.
mustache, right? You can't grow a beard.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a similar thing where it's like you were asking why isn't Goku during Evolution not played by the Asian actor, and you want to get tactical. He's not actually Asian.
He's alien, yeah.
Technical and everything like that. Yeah.
Guys,
So
guys, remember, guys, Toriyama doesn't even know what an Asian looks like unless he's drawing Chi-Chi.
Kiki's the only one where that has to be played by Asian because of just her whole family.
I was gonna say,
you
like it's kind of like I think they're doing it of like, oh, it's a Japanese anime, we should get mostly an Asian cast, but none of the leads are Asian. All the leads are white.
Yep.
Also, I will add that just casting shout out to Monarch because it kind of just suddenly hit me like when I was watching last week's episode. I was like, oh, this is Monarch is part of the MonsterVerse, which is an adaptation of a Japanese film series and primarily Japanese cast in that show. Like, yes, there's Kurt Russell there, but like most of the cast are Japanese, which I think is actually really cool.
If they're going to do a modern Dragon Ball adaptation now, you want Goku to be as strong as he should be played by a Mexican actor like Luffy.
Exactly.
You want the true power.
No.
Yes.
No, but he'll be true. He'll be fully powerful.
No.
Like if a Mexican actor plays Goku, yeah, he's like literally God mode. He will be God mode.
No, a Mexican can play him in the GT adaptation when he's tan.
He should be tan the entire time. He's from space. And he spends most of his time outdoors.
Naked.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, I guess we'll see more when this actually comes together. But pretty much my worst nightmare. All right.
It's funny. It's always funny where I always keep forgetting how Mexican Nadaki is because I saw a video of him eating basically different tacos, and when he fully brings out his
when you hear him speak Spanish and his voice register drops 3 octaves, it's like the funniest thing.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, right. He's from Mexico.
All right, let's talk about Ultraman Tio, who sounds like he's from Mexico. Spanish joke.
We did it. We did it, people. We have now assembled Team Boat.
I didn't want to burst everybody's bubble with the boat joke, but didn't Art come out before Omega?
Yeah, but no, people rearranged the words.
I know.
Well, because look, Team Bout doesn't sound as funny as Team Boat.
No. The Team Bout is just Forrest Gump saying Team Boat. Anyways, Ultraman Tio is the 60th anniversary celebration series for Ultraman. And I think he looks cool. Here's his actor. He looks young.
Because we got new generation Leo because we got a series about trauma. Trauma.
Yep. What were you saying, Jerry?
I said it's one of my more liked suit designs already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I like Teo's very much.
I hate the fact that his head is using. I hate the fact that his head is using an unused concept art from Max and pre-Mabius.
I mean, he does see like a Heisei era Ultra.
I was gonna say the actor's 21 and born in 2004.
If you don't know, that head design is very similar to a lot of the unused Max/Xenon heads and the unmade Ultraman yellow race that was being projected to be made during that time period.
That would explain the nose.
It does. I was going to say the series composition and screenplay is going to be Shigenori Tanabe.
First time director for Ultraman.
Yeah.
Or just Toku in general, because I think he's mostly a J-drama director.
Oh, that's not the director. That was that's the writer. Tanabe's the writer. Takashi Ninomiya is the director. And he directed J-dramas, including Tokusatsu Gagaga.
Yeah, that's the writer. I think the writer
was the writer Tokusatsu Gagaga.
Yeah, writer was Tokusatsu Gagaga.
I need Toku Twitter to get locked in on what actually things are because I always see people post the wrong people doing the wrong stuff. So
yeah, no, because I did
off once we were unable to get people writing for us immediately.
Yeah, because
also Sujimoto is going to be the action scene director.
Well, he's the usual Ultra action scene director. It's his new gen. But honestly, because the premise of Dio is he's pretty much a traumatized little boy. His planet blew up, like Leo. His planet blew up, But unlike Leah, who got adopted by God King, Leo was left alone,
He's
and
an orphan. He's gonna be the next
the orphan.
Robin.
He's an orphan. He's traumatized. He's the last member of his race. He's traumatized from everything. He doesn't really want to fight because because I won't call him like because Cos was a pacifist where he just doesn't want to fight.
Mm.
It's like here's a please don't hit me kind of guy by the vibes he's giving off. I like that something new for Ultra. Well, he don't really have a very much passive Ultra. Also he's we can relate to him because he goes to college.
He's a college student.
A college student.
That's different.
What?
I like it.
Wow,
Yeah.
I can't relate to him at all.
So
it's Weasel's Weasel's one of the Spider-Man fans. They can't really appear anymore because it implied that in Rivals, Black Cat and Peter had sex.
no, that's a different group of people. But no, it's funny. People say it implied. No, like she literally like says it. Anyways, the Tio Crystar is the transformation item, and in a weird twist of fate for Bandai funding this series, it's just a standalone device, and all the sounds are within it.
It's funny because I love that Omega the gimmicks were color timers. Literally, the next transformation device it's just a color timer.
Yeah,
like nothing.
Which is kind of like Gaia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because you don't have it in this news article, but wait, do you have the Zero stuff in this? No, I don't think you
There's
have. There's
a Zero device for presumably the movie, and that has a collecting gimmick.
Yeah, so the Zero is protecting the new boy. It's like, oh, worry, kid, I will have the gimmick.
It makes me excited because I love to see an Ultra show written without a gimmick that has to be adapted at all. Things could just happen when they want them to.
I mean, the boat saga has practically been just Super going rogue.
It feels like this is the natural conclusion of we're going to ignore your damn toys, Bandai, to the point to the point where Bandai goes, fine, I'm not going to give you toys.
I mean, according to stuff, Dio is supposed to be the last new generation series, apparently. Like in terms of what that branding.
Do I need to bring out the Sheen meme?
No, new generation should have been dead like the last 5
so,
years.
Like Taiga really should have been the real last.
I mean, Taiga's movie was called New Generation Climax.
New Generation Climax. So like that really should have been the real finale and the new era. But but like apparently according to stuff, I'm not sure. I remember it was like leakers or insider information, but apparently Dio is like I think the idea is Dio would be the finale, and then like with the Zero movie might be the start of the next generation. I wonder what to call that one because you can't call it new generation.
We could call it Zero Generation.
Zero Generation, yeah.
Later it says I think they made the new Zero movie so Bandai can force it there. Yeah, they probably were like, hey Bandai, go make gimmicks for our Zero movie, and then Bandai's like, oh crap, we forgot to make a gimmick for the new show, and then it's like, aha, we win.
You can fund, you can fund. Yeah, I mean, what essentially since they want like the Zero movie after movie, they need the funding.
Yep.
Funding, such like that. It's interesting because this is. I think people. I started noticing this when I was looking at the Blockies Ultraman stuff, but now people are starting to notice this more now because this is the first time where we got like the return of Chayo, pretty much. With so I'm not sure you've seen it, but
yeah, there was a quote that basically Ultra Galaxy Fight is on hold because
it's. The whole conversation started because people knows the Chinese poster for Deo, because the main poster for Deo had all the different series in the background with their dates and stuff like that. But people knows on the Chinese version of Deo's poster, it was everything either Hasty onward or like Leo onwards, and people are
it's
like,
actually because this one here you can see in the red sections the show stuff and it's got it, but
But so apparently because even though Super Riot won that court case against Shayo for like global distribution, apparently because of some I'm not sure it's a loophole or that was like the original deal. Chayo, no, I think it's like UMC's the new comics. Chayo gave the rights to Den because I think they went defunct. I think,
and so they're holding the rights to the original six Ultra Brothers.
Six Ultra Brothers. Yeah. So Super Riot cannot. I think from what I understand, like they can still do stuff with them in like Japan and
everywhere outside of China, but because China's Ultraman's like biggest money maker market, they don't want to produce something like an Ultra Galaxy Fight and then not be able to release it in China.
Yeah, because it since they want Ultra to be a worldwide thing,
they
don't want to hurt the story because they said we don't like we could still tell the story, but it'll be weird not having the 6 Ultra Brothers because it's like not having the Justice League in that DC event practically.
Yeah.
Scenario like that, and and that's why I noticed.
Listen,
I was
I
looking.
just want them to finish the stupid storyline of evil Ultramen from evil Ultraverse and their stupid gold armor.
Hey, they're
Finish the
they're
damn
cool,
story.
stupid. They're cool, stupid. Okay.
Finish their Saint Seiya knockoff.
I liked it more. But yeah, that's the yeah, and like I noticed this with the blockies. I was like wondering, like, hey, I haven't. I was like, look at all the blockies, Ultraman stuff. I know it's like, hey, where are the Ultra Brothers? And then I was asking around, and they said, yeah, oh yeah, they haven't done the 6 Ultra Brothers. And I was like, wait, oh, this had to wait to Child then.
Yeah.
Because I didn't notice maybe getting more merch of Ultra 721 because that's their loophole of getting Ultra 7 and stuff. You see his clone practically.
No, here's the real question: can they get Ultra 7X? Because he's still
7.
Yeah,
because I think they can touch Ultra 7.
They can touch anything that's not the 6 Ultra Brothers.
Yeah.
Because Ultra 7X is actually just Ultra 7 in a nicer, fleshier suit.
Yep. Yeah, because I noticed also because in the recent Blocky's Galaxy Version S set, they called Bolton Dark Bolton because that's based off his appearance in Max, right? Because I think they could not touch the original Bolton because again, those it's such an interesting thing and it's really sucky that
we're still dealing with this all these years later.
Years later.
Yep.
Because I feel like because it's weird. I feel like this must have come out recently because it's haven't.
I mean, Ace was in Zet, so it's definitely has to be a recent thing.
Because it's one of those things where why I'm pretty sure why they've been very much new gen and Heisei era stuff recently knows with marketing because of that dumb rule and like the only time you any 6 Showa Brothers because it's not just the Showa era, it's just specifically the 6 Ultra Brothers. It's always in Japanese only events.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. It is interesting.
It happened sometime between the last UGF and today, you know.
Yeah, which was Decker, right? Yeah, it was the last one was around Decker. Yeah, so quite a long time ago. Actually, that's like what?
It's been
almost
a while.
5, like
4 years?
4 to 5 years ago. Yeah.
Though we've had the whole boat saga with no Ultra Galaxy fight. All right, let's move on to the next Ultraman thing, which is that the origin of Ultraman will be a documentary, including interviews with Guillermo del Toro, Hideo Kojima, Hideki Anno, and Shinji Kikuchi, asking the question of what is Ultraman. This is coming out in July in Japan for Ultraman's 60th anniversary. Also, this ended up on Discussing Film, which is weird to me this morning. I was like, Discussing Film, posting about Ultraman. But yes, this is a big, fancy documentary. We saw pictures of Kojima, Del Toro, and Anno together, and everyone's like, what's that about? Here you go, documentary. That's pretty much it on that, because I don't have any details. I think it's cool. Kamen Rider is doing a global stage show. So Kamen Rider Z's Into the Dream is going to be the big stage show, which is happening over 2 days. Of course, it's going to be a Tokyo Dome show, which will be, if you're in Japan, you can see it in person. But just like in Japan, you can buy a ticket to watch it online. They're opening it up to where if you're anywhere in the world, you can purchase a ticket to watch it. While it's live, there won't be any English subtitles, but there will be an archive available from May 22nd to June 7th that will allow you to watch it with English subs, because I guess they're going to do the live broadcast on May 3rd and 4th, and then they'll have the subs out on the 22nd, and then you can watch it at any point until that time. Day 1 and Day 2 tickets are sold separately because the Q&A sections of the cast will be a little bit different. But this is very interesting because this is the first, outside of China, it's everything outside China, is you can buy the ticket. There's a link on the Kamen Rider Global Twitter page. I think it's like $35 total US with the conversion if you want to buy into it. But I think it's kind of cool they're doing it. And I think they're currently running a deal. There's currently a contest on Kamen Rider Global where you can win tickets. So
I give product credit for Toei actually really are making the global thing.
They're trying.
Global really.
The Kamen Rider, not with Project Red, but with Kamen Rider, they're definitely trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give them credit on that for sure. All right, let's move along because we need to talk Dragon Ball. Right, Jerry?
It's your time.
I hope he's here. I hope it didn't take too long. We lost Cass.
He's in the future. He's Cass 1000.
Cass 1000. I will stall until he gets here. Because we gotta talk the Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball had an event yesterday, and then we're gonna get into CinemaCon, which is gonna
Any other news? Any other news outside of CinemaCon?
I think. Let me double check my notes here. we have some non-CinemaCon Hollywood news, then all CinemaCon, and that's pretty much everything. So
Let's talk about that when we wait for Kels to come back.
I'll just pop in the first thing that wasn't at CinemaCon because it's funny, and I get to, I was going to say make fun of, but that's not right. Hey, James Gunn, stop tweeting so much. So let me just recap this little saga.
Because it was like Superman Day, right? With there was like some kind of like Superman experience.
There was on Saturday was Superman Day. I of course was reading Batman comics that day because I never synergized my comic reading.
You're a traitor.
I know. I was reading Tiny as Batman. I was into it for a bit. Anyways, so Adria Arona has been cast as a character in Man of Tomorrow. Some outlets say she's playing Maxima, who was previously announced to be in the movie, and some outlets are saying she's Wonder Woman, whereas another outlet was like, she's just in it. We'll figure out who she is later. So where did this... What happened here was James Gunn decided to pick a fight with Deadline. And I gotta tell you, you never want to pick a fight with Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, or Variety. They're all owned by the same company, which means if you pick a fight with one of them, they're gonna jump your ass on all three.
All I can think of is the invincible memes of drag, like Battle Can Drag charging each other, but now I just imagine James Gunn and Deadline, but it's the Deadline logo instead of like a human, or like and stuff like that.
Yep. So basically, the way it kind of rolled itself out was that Deadline put out an article saying, here's the women that have been testing for Maxima in Man of Tomorrow. And James Gunn said, total fabrication. The entire thing is lies. None of these women are looking for Maxima, which, by the way, big insult to the women that were in that article.
I say, Jesus Christ.
And he said, I've never even met them before. I only know Adria Arona, which makes sense because she was on a previous James Gunn project, right? And so he says this, and he's just like, no, this is all untrue. This is all false. Now, I got to tell you, Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, Variety, they're all very professional publications. They would not run a story without confirming their sources.
Also, because it really feels like what's that meme of like, is it a Rikers actor where it's like, it's fiction, like fictional. Not true.
It's like that. But the problem is, it was true. Because Deadline then amended their article and said, well, we not only checked our sources, we validate that this is the information we've been given, but we also reached out to DC Studios for comment on this article before publishing, and we didn't hear anything back. And then James Gunn blasted them in a tweet, and that's what their response was. Then, the following day, or no, not the following day, the same day, Hollywood Reporter and Deadline said that these women, they put out a different list of women and said these women are testing for Wonder Woman, and Maxima is just a code name to cover the casting of Wonder Woman, the same way that the Authority castings were covering the Justice Gang in the first Superman movie. James Gunn did not respond to that. Then, the next day, we get the announcement on all the trades, including the Wrap and the other ones that are not owned by the same company that owns the main three, that Adria Arona has been cast as either Maxima, Wonder Woman, or as the Wrap said, somebody. And James Gunn has not responded yet. Because what ended up happening was that James Gunn was trying to deflect the story because something that he didn't want out there got out there. And instead of talking to the trades directly, he responded to it in an emotional burst on social media, like he does with there's a lot of people that, this is a bit of a problem too, is James Gunn's fandom will find any article about DC and send it to him and say, hey, is this true? Like he's like a fact check machine. And I wonder if he maybe just like automatically responded to it without looking to see who it was. Because now we have a thing where James Gunn said that Adria Arona was not in the movie, and yet we have all the trades reporting that she's in the movie. It's a very bad look for a head of a studio. It's also a very bad look for anybody to be fighting with the trades. You go talk to the trades. You don't talk to them on social media. This is something that I need James Gunn to learn because it is very, very bad press. And it's made everybody confused. And if his idea was to shoot down the article so that nobody would pay attention to the fact that he was casting either Maxima or Wonder Woman, now everybody talked about it because you made it a big deal. It's this thing called the Streisand effect. If you call attention to something you're trying to bury, you will then bring more attention to it than if you just left it alone.
I mean, especially when you're the leader of a of the of
studio.
your studio, you kind like people kind of take your word as God a lot
He's not
because
just the writer and
you're
director of this movie. He is the CEO of DC Studios.
yeah. So like a lot of people take your word as God more because you're the boss in charge. Of course, like anybody's gonna believe him because he's the man in charge. Why would the man in charge like lie or whatever like that? Scenario like
I
that.
do think he's going to get himself out of this when the official announcement happens and somebody confronts him on it. He's probably going to be like, well, like I said, she wasn't up for the part of Maxima because she's actually playing Wonder Woman. Like
You
that's what I think is going to happen, because I think she's not playing Maxima, because Maxima, like, character-wise, and Gunn's pretty comics accurate for the most part, character-wise, Maxima's like built like a supermodel, and she's like an alien from another planet, and she's like kind of trying to seduce Superman, whereas Adria Arona's more of a casting that I could see, and also everybody was saying Adria Arona should be Wonder Woman, and I agree with that. It doesn't seem like a Maxima casting. It seems like a Wonder Woman casting that they're calling Maxima to dodge the fact that Wonder Woman's getting debuted in the movie, because we also know Wonder Woman has a script being written right now, so why wouldn't it be Wonder Woman?
Also, just want to say, kind of dumb move to have your co-mains be other DC characters. Like, I feel that's kind of,
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of a weird thing because I feel
It
like
already happened with the first movie, which is why everybody's saying this is a possibility, because Mr. Terrific, Guy Gardner, and Hawkgirl, when they did the casting, right? Because casting has to have a character name, right? So the character names for Terrific, Gardner, and Hawkgirl were 3 members of the Authority. And then Engineer actually was in it, but there's been discussion that the Authority movie was never a real thing. It was just announced so he could cast the Justice Gang in quiet. And then that way it wouldn't leak out to the trades that you had, like, Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, or Eddie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific, or Isabel Merced as Hawkgirl, because the trades wouldn't be worried about, I don't know, name somebody from the Authority, because I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that because I feel like because he did like that that original DC universe announcement very outdated now, but like I feel like you're making it's kind of not false advertising, but it really is kind of like when people hear the Dory casting because there's gonna be a Dory movie, that makes sense. Then when they hear it's not like wait what happened to that movie? Something like that.
Because like secret casting happens all the time. Callum Kerr, who plays Smoker on One Piece, when he was auditioning for One Piece, they said his character's name was Leonardo, and he when he found out, he didn't even know the show was One Piece, right? He didn't know it was One Piece. He was auditioning, and he was told the character name was Leonardo. He finds out he's auditioning for One Piece. He looks up Leonardo, sees the little tiny guy from the Dressrosa saga, and is like very confused. And then when he gets the part, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're actually playing Captain Smoker." And then he was like, "Oh, that makes more sense."
Because they companies when people do that casting, it's to protect the project from leaking. But also like they do that because a lot of times they do that because they don't want actors purposely like especially when it's based off a source material, like they'll go like, oh, I make sure obviously we make a performance that's like Superman or Luffy. No, they don't. They're not looking for. They're not looking for that. They're looking for.
They're trying to avoid Annette Bening Catwoman. Annette Bening wanted the role of Catwoman so bad in Batman Returns that she broke into the Warner Brothers offices wearing a Catwoman suit and jumped on an executive's desk and said, "I'm the perfect Catwoman, can't you see?"
That story is real. I thought that was like a thing.
That was a real thing, and they said never hire her for Catwoman.
Oh my god! I mean, Jared Leto Joker. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. So the thing is, you don't necessarily want to tell actors they're auditioning for a huge headlining part because they're gonna go crazy to make sure they get that part. And if you so the casting process being under a code name is a good idea. I don't think we should be using other DC characters for that, because then it just makes things confusing later on.
Yeah, and both the audience but also the actor. Because imagine you're like, oh, okay, I'm being hired to play plastic man for this Superman. Let me go study the character and I'll act and I'll give the performance for the. What do you mean my performance was denied? You're basically said I was playing plastic man. No, sir, you were actually playing
Metamorpho.
Arthur Metamorpho. yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think but I think that the solution to this is not beef with the trades. Don't beef with the 3 big trades. They're going to run you over. And I gotta say that James Gunn has been beefing with the trades for a long time. The thing is that part of the trade game is reporting on casting, and then the studios don't comment on it. Jennifer Garner as Elektra was technically leaked like a year and a half before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. But what happened was it came in the trades that she was in the movie. Marvel never acknowledged it. Nobody on the production acknowledged it. People forgot it happened. Then when she showed up in Deadpool Wolverine, everyone was like, oh, what a surprise. And then people who had been following stuff super close like me was like, yeah, there she is. You know, like, this could have kept under wraps if Gunn had not poked the bear.
Yeah, because you're bringing attention
Yeah.
when you're bringing attention to yourself.
Exactly. So Velquin says, I don't know, I think it's kind of fun to beef with the trades. What are they going to do? Not report in the DCU? No, they're going to do exactly what they did here, which is they probably would have not said that she was playing any character in the movie. They probably were just going to run an article about these actors are testing for this character, and that would have been it. But because he beefed with them, they're like, all right, fine, we're just going to tell you who got cast, because they have sources and they know. And the thing is, the next move, they may not be as nice next time. They may not reach out for DC Studios for comment, and they might just go like, oh, this person's playing this person in this movie without even talking to Gunn first, because they know if they do, they're going to get silence and then a social media tweet, so they might as well just skip all the middleman.
I think also it's not really. There's nothing really wrong with people in the trade, but also it's super unprofessional.
It is very unprofessional. This is not how the Hollywood business is a very professional business. People put aside their personal differences on the daily hour to get things done, and so when people are unprofessional in the business, it is seen. It will run you over forever. Like Timothée Chalamet is still trying to outrun the fact that he made a comment disparaging ballet. And people are still dogging him about it in Hollywood because they felt personally insulted by the fact that he called like ballet an outdated art form and that he never would ever do it. But the way he delivered it was like he was putting down ballet, and people kept dogging him through his entire awards campaign about it, and he's still getting comments about it. And that's the thing, is that if you're unprofessional in Hollywood, people will remember forever, and it's a bad look to have.
It's why Will Smith was kind of, I won't say blacklisted, but it was why a lot of people didn't want to work with him after the slap. Even though, like, you can have your own opinions of like what Chris Rock said and do you agree with it or not, but it was unprofessional to straight up just slap the guy in public at the Oscars and like that. Like that should have been
like whether or not he had it coming. If he had done it backstage, never would have been an issue, because he did it in front of everybody on the stage. Then it was an issue.
Yeah. A lot of people, because let's say a lot of people want to work when you're unprofessional, or you're very much publicly out. When you're very unprofessional publicly, a lot of people do not want to go to you because, like, let's say with a form of film, there's a lot of secret talks and everything like that going around, and you don't want any. They're worried that, like, oh, I don't want to work with you because you yap too much. And
I heard a story. There was an actor that posted a story on their Instagram about how a producer was rude to them. And then apparently no producer wants to have a meeting with them anymore because they're like, I don't want to end up on this person's Instagram page. And it's like, you got to be professional, because, if a producer is fearing what your social media is going to be, you're not going to get any work, because they're not going to want to talk to you, because if they think they're going to end up on your social media for the public to ridicule them, they're not going to even want to open the door to you. It closes off doors. That's what it really is. Right? Got to keep professional. That's the key in Hollywood. And this whole thing was it was hilarious to watch happen. I gotta tell you, it was really, I found it really funny. Since is Kaus here?
No, Kaus is not back.
Okay, so Kaus and Wheels are not here, so we're gonna skip ahead to Godzilla, because Wheels will love that we talked about it without him. And then we're gonna
talking about. I'm back.
Oh, good! You showed up right at the right time.
You summoned him, damn it!
I'm holding Dragon Ball for Kaus, so we will be pausing the CinemaCon segment to backtrack to Dragon Ball when Kaus shows up. So,
but who was the public shit starter nightmare?
James Gunn.
Oh yeah, I hate that guy.
Yeah, no, that was what was going on. Is James Gunn beefed with the trades, and the trades were like, "Fine, we're going to reveal the casting before you can." So, all right. Next up, so Godzilla Minus Zero had its first teaser released at CinemaCon, which was pretty much
Anti-Gravity Anguirus, let's go!
It's pretty much confirming that the movie is a sequel to Godzilla Minus One, and that Godzilla's going to New York City.
Which is like, you could correct me, like, you two could correct me, but it's like direct sequels is like rare in Godzilla, right?
Okay.
Like,
they used to be a lot more common.
Okay, direct sequels in Godzilla.
We haven't had a direct sequel in Godzilla since Destroya. No, wait. Godzilla. Wait,
No,
the Tokyo SOS. Okay, so to recap,
Yeah.
But here's
all
the,
the
okay,
Showa
here's the problem.
movies, all the Showa movies were one chronology. All the Heisei movies were one chronology. Then in the Millennium Era, they started all being sequels to the original Godzilla. But then Tokyo SOS got a sequel called Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, and then everything since from Toho has been standalone.
Yeah, because I know, like,
However, though, this is the first movie, most likely, to have an entire returning cast of characters.
Yes.
Because even though people will bring up, oh, the Heisei series had Miki Sagusa and this guy from G-Force. That was the only, like,
I love
two
when Wheels
people that
busts
were
out
there.
his whiny nerd voice.
Oh, but like
okay,
that's the thing. That's the thing that always happens though, because whenever someone tries to bring up, oh, Heisei had reoccurring, it was just like 3 people, and they were regulated to being like the tertiary.
They're supporting
characters.
cast only, yeah.
Yes, and Miki Sagusa, while she is a starring character in that arc, she is technically. Remember, they sidelined her in Space Godzilla, and they sidelined her in Ghidorah,
and even in Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, the main character was only there for like one scene.
It's Terasawa, or whatever his name was. Yeah, exactly.
She's also, Veloquid says, isn't the entire MonsterVerse sequels Godzilla? So the MonsterVerse is different, because also they had the exact same problem, too. Every movie has a different cast, where, like, Serizawa shows up. Serizawa and Paddington's mother are in the first 2. And then, I just can't remember her name right now.
No, they're fighting the same character.
Might as well be.
And they're not the main. And they're not the
They're
lead.
not the main. They're
not
supporting
the
cast in both.
Just like,
and then Godzilla X Kong, they actually carried some people forward, which was kind of a first. But it was also like there was a time skip.
But you never have the main cast. You never have like the entire main cast coming back of the last Godzilla movie to this Godzilla movie.
The only time it happened was Monarch, which is a TV show.
And that's a TV show.
Like the Monarch, the Monarch cast is the most developed human characters that like any Godzilla franchise thing has ever seen.
Like that's the thing. So like when you think about it, right? Millie Bobby Brown, yes, she was in King of the Monsters. Yes, she's in Godzilla X Kong. She's technically a main character in Godzilla X Kong, or Godzilla vs. Kong. But she was not a main character in King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
She got promoted between the 2 films.
And Kyle Chandler got demoted to Hal Jordan. I mean, to a cameo.
Yeah. No, so, like, it's one of those things of, yes, they did carry over. But, like, this movie, we know, freaking everyone's coming back, and they're pretty much having the same thing of, we got to stop this goddamn thing.
It's an actual continuation of the full story, not just another sequel that takes place in that same universe with some of the characters.
Yeah, because it's like following. Yeah, it's like
literally like barely ever happens because like human characters just don't continue forward. Yes, of course, Godzilla continues forward, but otherwise we wouldn't have a movie. But we don't get it in the Godzilla stuff. Like we don't get the same cast. Like here, we got the same main cast, which I think is very cool.
I really did love the human cast. I mean, the highlight of -1 was the human cast. So the scene to continue.
Remember, Roberta Mothra, not even the same. It was always different kids dealing with different problems.
So, having the same cast come back and have more trauma is nice to see.
Yeah,
that's what I want. Give me more trauma. Give me more trauma.
Well, we're getting more trauma. Definitely.
And give me anti-gravity. And all the anti-gravity Anguirus memes descend upon me. Anti-gravity Anguirus.
I see Kaus is off mute. Is he back?
Kaus, are you back? Dragon Ball time!
Yeah, let's backtrack to Dragon Ball. I just had us talk about Godzilla and Adria Arona. All right, so let's talk about Dragon Ball. So Dragon Ball, what was it called? Dragon Ball's
Battle Hour.
Battle
Hour was yesterday, which was a live stream. When it started, I was very... Kaus probably could see the messages because it was in a group chat. I was annoyed because they're like, we're going to talk about Dragon Ball Super Beerus. Take a look at this special video. And it was the same damn trailer we saw in January. Right.
There's some new footage.
No. The first trailer, they showed the exact same Beerus trailer from January. But hyped it up like it was brand new. Then they kept going, video message, video message, video message. And they were all just like, we're excited to do this. And they had, what's the guy that plays Beerus in the dub?
Jason Librick.
Jason Librick.
Yes, he was there, and I was like,
Jason
cool.
Cosmic,
That confirms a dub. And then I was like, all
I mean,
right,
not surprised.
but is there anything new? And the anything new was that they're like, all right, now we have a new thing to show you. And I just walked away to like use the bathroom, and I had to come back and rewind it. It was the Super Gekito trailer, which was new footage from Beerus and the confirmation they are adapting Resurrection F as well. And the way they just talked, it was just very, very heavily implied without being 100% confirmed. They're just going to be doing the entirety of Super. Like, we guessed that, but like basically said that.
This is Super Kai. This is Super Kai.
It's more like, it's less Super Kai and more Super Brotherhood. Because there's a lot of new animation in this.
But yeah, because it's one of those like there's some animation that are probably the same, but like all I see the comparisons I see on Twitter, man, they really. I mean, this is what happens when you don't rush your artists.
Yeah, because the first trailer, it was like 80% new animation and 20% recolored and touched up animation, whereas this trailer is 100% new animation, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So
it's legit. I mean, it's even free because man, like, because I think a lot of the changes they made in the Frieza saga, the Retro F saga, and the show are actually some really good changes. It's just that arc was horribly paced and horribly animated.
Yep.
And so this was 6. I think honestly, the Frieza arc will 6 a lot of things. I don't think they're gonna 6 a lot of my problems with the story because I think it mostly is just gonna be mostly touch-up animations and stuff like that. But still, just seeing that arc in, you know, what'd be funny? It's gonna probably look even better than these two. These
will probably look better than the movie because they won't have the weird
movies.
CG.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically, I think this is exciting. It's nice to get Frieza confirmed because all the insiders are saying Frieza was happening. And the way they were talking is just like, yeah, we're gonna redo all of Super and then we'll do the new arc after.
That means
it's great.
You guys realize that means we're probably getting new openings for the show. Then
we're probably getting new openings. They get a new opening for Fishman Island's re-edit. So
here's the real question: Can they give me a new opening that can top Limit Survivor?
No,
I bet they can't.
No, nothing ever will. That song is peak Dragon Ball song, and I don't think anything could ever break it.
That's literally the best song since Mafushiki.
It's better.
It's like the best song since.
It is the best Dragon Ball theme song ever made, and I will die on that hill.
I mean, I like Limit Survivor, but something would be. That's
like that's
right
great,
there.
but like I played Limit Survivor on a Taika no Tatsujin and skinned the skin off of my thumbs with how excited I was to play it. There's no song that gets me more excited than that.
Original Dragon Ball
guys,
and that song, the Pico openings.
But guys, what about Dragon Ball? We're gonna find those Dragon Balls.
That's the peak dub
opening.
Yep.
Goku, it's gonna show you how to say behind it. I love that.
Blade Raider says, I currently believe this will be what replaces Digimon Beat Break, and then Super Kai will go directly in Galactic Patrol. I 100% agree. Using all the foresight knowledge we have, I don't see it being any other thing than this takes Beat Break's time slot in the fall, and then it just continues into the new arc. So, makes sense, right? Cool.
I can't wait till they fix Dragon Ball Superhero and make it actually a good film.
I mean, I think it's going to be great because the manga version of Superhero I have come to appreciate more than the actual movie because it just added depth to it.
If they animate it like that, like the manga
Honestly,
version, that'd be cool.
I mean, what I want the most is the Goten and Trunks stuff. If I gave those two something, that's one of my favorite parts about the manga. Actually, is like Taro finally get Goten and Trunks something.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for because I think I definitely want to see them take elements and make better versions, but please don't touch Tournament of Power outside of shortening it. Manga Tournament of Power is so bad.
Can they also bring back the Super Composer so we can actually have good music? Because my God, when I saw a Superhero,
wait, which Super Composer? Because it was the same composer for all the Super stuff.
No, it wasn't for Superhero.
Oh, for Superhero. Oh, sorry, I was confused.
Superhero was actually the original
Precure.
It was the original Precure
guy
composer.
dropped the ball hard.
Who do you use in Daima?
I'm gonna look this up now.
No, I remember.
Okay, so Superhero's composer was Naoki Sato, who did Eureka 7, Precure.
Yep.
That's the only Dragon Ball work he ever did. was that.
Yep.
He did Godzilla -1.
It's like he can cook. He just didn't cook there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that sometimes happens. I also
I
think
actually like the original Precure soundtrack.
I will also add that coming off of Broly is a no matter who followed up the Broly soundtrack, it was not going to hit as well.
Nothing's got me.
The Broly soundtrack was the super guy.
I mean,
It was
nothing's
the super guy.
I mean, nothing's me. Go Broly, go Broly,
Go,
go Gogeta,
Yeah.
go Gogeta.
Exactly. Yeah, Norihito
Oh, hey,
Sumitomo did the music just like for Super. Let me look up Daima. Wow, I got the mound settlement in Nigeria.
The bigger plot
Nigeria.
twist.
Okay.
The bigger plot twist.
What?
Bigger plot twist. Beerus is being done by what's his face who does Bleach and Ava music. That'd be the funnier plot twist.
Oh,
Hey, who's doing Beerus? Oh, this guy.
Oh,
That'd be
Daima's
funny.
soundtrack was Kosuke Yamashita. That is Digimon Cross Wars, Gokaiger, way more stuff than his Wikipedia page has. What the hell?
Okay,
Maji Ranger, Gaim.
Okay, damn.
yeah.
Yeah, they really got damn. Because he makes some great soundtracks. Yeah, what I'll praise Cross Wars for is the soundtrack of Cross Wars is fantastic.
Kosuke Yamashita is one of those composers where it's just like, oh, that guy just knows how to make music. He has done for Sentai. He did Aba Ranger, Maji Ranger, Gokaiger, Nin Ninja, Q Ranger, Dawn Brothers, all of their associated movies plus some extras.
That sounds I was going to sing Superhero. Get it for a second.
For Kamen Rider, he did Gaiman Saber, and then I think he's also one of the One Piece composers. Yeah, he's one of the One Piece composers as well. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, I think it's pretty much it on Beerus, right? Cass, you got any thoughts on Beerus? I feel it's kind of just confirming what we knew and just looking real pretty.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, remember when Dragon Ball Age 1000 got revealed at the last Dragon Ball event, the new video game? And
good old John 1000.
John 1000. Didn't we all joke that what if it's just Xenoverse 3?
Yes, we did.
Me and Jerry and everyone.
Guess what? It's just Xenoverse 3.
And no one wanted to believe us.
Yeah. And they put out the announcement trailer, showed some really nice 2D animation, showed a little bit of gameplay. But once they said it's Xenoverse 3, I was like, all right, you don't need to show me gameplay.
Do you know what gave it away before even the friggin' title?
The music and from the Xenoverse lobby music.
Yeah.
I got PTSD from that because every time I play the Switch version of Xenoverse, and if I put the system on sleep mode by accident, it logs me out of the lobby, and then I just have to listen to that music while it reconnects.
Yep.
So I'm kind of traumatized by the Xenoverse lobby music.
My favorite. I seen some great reactions. I saw one reaction where as soon as I heard the music, they literally become monkeys. They scream like chimpanzees.
Yep, Ryan did that.
Yeah, I can't wait because I really love this Xenoverse series. And I'm really glad that this is a step up from visually. My God, it looks so good.
It does.
Did they say anything about the woman singing?
No, they didn't. In a weird twist of fate, we got details about characters, story, plot, setting. Bulma's lived 300 years in the future because I guess Shenron just got tired and decided to just give her immortality.
It's either she finally got immortality, or my other favorite one is Bulma genes are so much stronger than Vegeta's that her descendants beat out Vegeta.
Yes, I like that one.
I think I said it is her though, but who knows?
The character named Bulma with
my
hair.
Favorite part, though,
So.
my favorite part though is she also has like an angel necklace, and Piccolo's just standing around doing Piccolo shit.
Yeah,
he's aura farming. He's always aura farming. Yeah, I love it.
Like, Piccolo's still there, just aura farming.
What I love too about it is that like if it is Bulma using the Dragon Balls as to get immortality, I can just imagine what Shadow Dragon's going to come from that.
I know, right? Just imagine. Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say this right now. I want to know if Piccolo, because it's been 300 years or so, starts looking like Kami a bit. That would be like the funny. Like we actually see him start like actually showing age.
I would love it if Bulma's like, "Why don't you look like Kami?" And he's like, "I just moisturize better than he did."
It's an extra. It's an extra bonus Shinra gave him.
Shenron reset his age.
But he gave
I was gonna
forever youthfulness like Daimao wanted. Wait, what? Yeah.
I was gonna also add that like
Super still the weird the superhero movie still cracks me up. That Piccolo goes, "Don't ever call me God or Kami or Daimao." Also, Piccolo throughout that movie. I'll use all my names again, bitch.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is with you?
I still love that. Yeah, I still love that. I still love Momo that's using the Dragon Balls just to be her ultimate makeup caretake.
She just wants an ass.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
wants a booty lift. She wants a Brazilian booty lift without getting killed like that one chick that used to be a model at this cafe that I went to a couple of times with Project.
Good,
I was
yeah.
gonna say my favorite part about Xenoverse 3 compared to the previous two is that, like, obviously they expanded beyond this, but the core of Xenoverse was like, we got to go back in time and fix these problems in the Dragon Ball story. And I'm always like, I play this story too much, even with tweaks. That was like my issue with Xenoverse 1. And Xenoverse 2 started doing new stories and really developing from there. But this feels like a fresh, new story in a Dragon Ball game that's not just rehashing the same story we've seen so many times.
We don't have any time. The fact we haven't seen if we're even gonna get time patrollers in this or not, it's really cool to see. I think also because one thing we're just assuming, but like I feel like they will is finally adding some new races finally, because some people like the demon idol girl. I think if you were like, oh, we're fighting demon created characters, but also like a lot of people theorizing the guy in the car we see in the trailer might be an android
It'd be
created
cool
character.
if you could be an
Because-
android.
Because
I did
people
tell
specific
Wheels
po-
that.
Because
Yeah.
people specifically pointed out the guy in the car looks like Android 13. Like, it's a very similar shape structure.
Yep, and he
and
has
stuff like that.
steering.
So like, it's like finally. I mean, that's what I've been wanting. That's the one my biggest complaint was Xenoverse
And
2
they
is they didn't add
rebuilt
more
Gamma
races.
1. They rebuilt.
No, they didn't
Gamma
rebuild
1.
him. He lives.
No,
Gamma
1 was
2 was the one that died.
died. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gamma 1 he's an android, so he can just live forever.
But so this was. What?
Veloquid says, wait, what? There's no way I just found out what a BBL stands for because you said it's full government name, Brazilian Booty Lift. The gears that just turned and clicked in my head. Oh my god.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh, I love when people learn things on my streams.
But I'm just saying, there was a model that used to work at this cafe before she went mainstream, and she died of a bad butt lift. All right.
She did.
Yep. That time it was not a Brazilian butt lift; it was a bad butt lift. This is great. I'm just very excited about this game. I like that we're getting something new with Dragon Ball.
I realized the future setting. Like, it's super different. We haven't seen anything from Dragon Ball ever.
Notice his name is Brett.
Here's what I want. Here's what I want in Xenoverse 3. I want
to talk about
this,
Brett,
and we're not gonna get it. But I want Hercule to finally be found out for being a fraud.
I think he
To
does
have a storyline.
in a way. I don't know about being a fraud, but they obviously at this point know about Ki and know about Saiyans and stuff.
I just want an entire storyline where it's like a scandal.
They at least
like
know
Hercule,
about that.
Hercule on hard time.
It'd totally be like a Team Z scandal for Hercule, right?
I don't know how much.
That's what I want. I want a subplot where you find out that Hercule got for being a lot phony.
I don't know how much they're taking from Dragon Ball Online. The original plot that happened in Age 1000 Dragon Ball Online was that Gohan wrote a book about Ki, and people were like, "Holy crap, we can do this!" And then people started, actually learning the real stuff.
They're probably going to drag all that into this, which I think would be fun.
Because there's some people, because a lot of people theorizing that like Brett, the new our partner
this
character,
is Brett.
Here.
I like that his name is Brett. I kept thinking of Bret Hart.
I remember I sent the GIF. I was like,
because his main outfit looks very Crane School. He has very much Crane School colors. So like a lot of people theorize that maybe they're bringing the different like schools from online also and such. Which
this
would
be great if it was Dragon Ball Online merged with Xenoverse, merged with like a couple other things.
I think it's gonna be the case because like Xenoverse was already kind of like a new version of online, plus and then like Heroes also took a lot of stuff from online. So the idea of I think the idea of Xenoverse is probably fully just merging the two ideologies into one new. Because I think a lot of people expecting, because they also showed the trailer for the final DLC for.
I was gonna say it was really funny because I was like, oh wow. Like I said, I was like, when I saw the Xenoverse 2, I'm like, oh man, Xenoverse 2's DLC is gonna finally. No, Darkon said Xenoverse 2 DLC is going to be over, and I was like, watch, they're still going to announce more Xenoverse 2 DLC.
They're going to run the final one.
And they did, which was the final one, which they confirmed it was the final, of course, now.
Yeah, first off, I mean,
I kind of want to play it.
We have a joke, but honestly, it's impressive for Xenoverse to last almost 10 years. That's longer than most licensed
20
games.
DLC packs.
In 10 years. That is honestly impressive. That game's been living on for 10 years.
I need to.
But
I've been playing Xenoverse 2 just kind of casually because I wanted to play a Dragon Ball game and Sparking Zero bored me because I ran out of stuff to do, which we'll talk about next. But I was like, so I booted up Xenoverse 2 on my Switch, and I hadn't booted up in like 6 years, and I had to install like this huge ass update, and I got all these notifications and all this stuff. And then I started noticing the eShop just randomly puts the DLC packs on sale. So I was like, oh, and so I've got a bunch of them now. And so now I'm kind of like, now I'm extra motivated because this game exists. I'm like, I'm going to play through all of Xenoverse 2 now. We'll make that happen.
Some of the DLCs made for Xenoverse 2 are really damn good. Like,
Yeah.
That's some really great new content to Xenoverse 2. But like there's a lot, the big theory right now is Xenoverse 2's Final Future Saga DLC's got to probably reboot the Xenoverse timeline. And because Xenoverse 3 clearly has, because Xenoverse started when we only had Z and Battle of the Gods, and GT, and stuff like that. And then, because when Xenoverse 2 came out, only Res F came out and Super just started, but because of development time, they couldn't really add any of the Super stuff in, so it's still like kind of Z focus. And of course, now we have all Super and Daima now. So a lot of people are saying, we're probably gonna get a version of Xenoverse where they take Super and Daima into the canon of Xenoverse. Hence why we are getting demon created characters and stuff like that here, which is really cool to think about.
Ooh, the Nintendo eShop has a Xenoverse 2 Future Saga pack set 25% off right now.
Yeah, because because is it the full pack or is it just one of them?
It's the full pack.
Okay, good, nice.
Yeah, it's the one that's normally $40.
Yeah, no, my favorite one is the third Future Saga Chapter 3 with Broly, because they have a whole Broly and Chi-Lai visual novel side mode in Chapter 3.
Yeah, because I have all the DLC. I still need the Ultra Pack set, the Extra Pass set, the Daima Pack, and then the Future Saga. But I might pick up the Future Saga now that it's on sale, because now I need to do prep work for this game. I always tell people, like, I will lag on shows and games so badly, but as soon as a sequel or something gets announced, I suddenly go like, all right, time to finish it. I get like locked in.
I did bought Sparking Zero on Steam because of Neo, because also it was on sale.
Yes.
It also helps.
Before we get there, Kaus, everybody, do you guys get any final thoughts on Xenoverse 3 besides
I want to know who that singer is. I actually kind of like that little pop song there.
Yeah.
And I want to know if she's actually a demon race because of the pointy ears.
Or
a Kai, yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of the same thing now because of Daima.
Well, there's a specific demon race.
So we're gonna get. So can't wait for us. So can't wait for us to get Soundout 1000 and Kaus 1000 in the future.
Keep 1000.
Side note: I forgot that I did this when I made my Xenoverse 2 character. I was like, he needs to be tall like me, and I forgot I put the slider at max, so he's like 9 feet tall. And I just walk up to Piccolo and I look down at him.
Did you notice Jane Dragon Ball too?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Jane Dragon Ball.
Yep. All right. And then the other big news, because I didn't feel like including Daima getting Super Saiyan 4 Daima Goku, or Fighters is getting Super Saiyan 4 Daima Goku in 2 days. That's fine.
I mean, it's cool, but also some people know that this might be kind of a skeleton crew work, because there's a lot of reused animation.
Yeah,
I believe it is, because they said Arxis is definitely not working.
Yep, Arxis is busy with Tokon and Guilty Gear.
Yeah, I think it very much is kind of a skeleton, because I don't think we're getting another season pass.
Yeah, we're definitely not, because like the Goku comes with like Daima avatars and stuff.
Yeah, Ultra Vegeta 1, and I'm forever calling that form that.
So, Sparking Zero is getting a new DLC this summer, which we heard they were going to get a new DLC. They showed some previews and we're like, oh, that's exciting. But they've confirmed that it will be getting an expansion titled Super Limit Breaking Neo that will add over 30 new characters as well as a bunch of new features. And so the best way we're going to do this, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the trailer up, because it's a video game trailer,
First
right?
up, John, Beyond, and Catch a Daze.
But I mean, the best part of this news is we're getting finally, after so many years, a new Hironobu Kageyama song.
Yes, we are getting a Hironobu Kageyama song called Zero. This trailer's packed, so I was gonna just do a trailer breakdown for you guys, and let's see if we can go with that.
Yeah.
So we'd seen some stuff like this before, like Super Saiyan Bardock was in the last trailer. But then Pycon was in there, but then Zangya showed up. Zangya was great. Look at her. Love Zangya. She could crush me with that leg. Demon King Piccolo, Grandpa Gohan, Mercenary Tao, like we're Devilman. This Devilman versus Zamasu thing is amazing because he should be able to one-shot Zamasu.
No, definitely.
Champa, and we got Super 17, and then they went through and they're like, oh, we're doing all this. So at first when we said the DLC was first, we were like, oh, is this kind of like the stuff they couldn't do because they had to rush the game out for Daima? But this is now, they've taken the opportunity, they're doing more DLC to really expand this game out. So over 30 new playable characters, which includes GT Vegeta in both base form and Super Saiyan. Please let him transform into Super Saiyan 4.
I mean, they should. I mean,
it'd be nice.
I think they will.
Yeah.
Because they will. Because Daima Goku, he came out separately. He had transformation, but then when the Daima packs came out, he could turn to Super Saiyan.
Nova Senran is back. Maybe with his name spelled correctly this time. GT Trunks.
No, Senran, surprisingly. So at least so far, because there's no characters I don't think they're showing us.
Yeah, the first time GT Trunks was in anything besides Final Bout. I don't remember. In that GBA game.
Was he in
Budokai?
Guys, I have a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet. Hold on. Just hold.
You were working on it.
I have.
Never.
By the way, for everyone wondering, they revealed like 26 characters out of a 30
out
plus.
Of 30.
It's not 30. It's 30 plus. There's more than 30.
Yeah.
Trunks
has never been playable in the Budokai games, guys. It's only Vegeta was an Infinite World, but not Trunks.
Yeah. See, Trunks GT was also playable in Xenoverse, but not Budokai.
Yeah, I figured he was.
I made a spreadsheet.
That's right. I remember now.
Yeah, I have a spreadsheet. Okay, so that's GT Trunks.
I actually played the Xenoverse parallel quests with him in it.
They also show that there's a new feature called there's team up attacks, which are
added. Those are cool.
Like there's one with Trunks and Vegeta, which is great.
Yeah,
that's pretty sick.
I hope because I hope they bring this because I hope it's not just because they also confirmed you're getting more super attacks because I hope it isn't just you can select that in GT Vegeta summons. I hope you can use that. I hope it's like Raging Blast. In order to get that team attack, you need to have GT
the team on your
team.
That'd be really cool to see. Because they did something similar in Fighters with Gotenks's like volleyball
attack. Yeah.
If you had like somebody on your team and then they won't
Piccolo.
Yeah.
So
King Vegeta confirmed. Chi-Lai, which is a first. I don't think she's been playable before.
The console is our first console game appearance.
Yep.
Which is really, I was actually really glad Chi-Lai is here because I feel like the appeal of the Sparking games is the Dragon Ball Sandbox thing.
Yep.
So I like including characters like Chi-Lai because of course you won't appear in like a Fighters
and
game
her buddies appears what I think is just in a super attack. Lemo's in a super attack.
Yeah, Lemo's only a super attack, which makes sense. But like I've got everybody's playable in Heroes. We're talking about specifically console fighting game.
Yeah.
Specifically Miteki because everybody's in Heroes.
Jocko, Galactic Patrolman. I think he was in Xenoverse.
Yeah, it's kind of baffling he wasn't base roster, honestly. Jacko feel like that was a shoo-in for base roster.
Some of these are like weird that they weren't in the base. That's why I feel like it started as let's fill out the game that we couldn't quite finish, and then they were like let's expand to it. Because we got Jocko, we got Oob, but it's Kid Oob from Z. Because we had GT Oob before.
And the Z, yes.
And that's the first time Kid Oob's been playable, I believe.
No, Budokai 3.
He was in Budokai 3, I remember.
It's the first time he's been in the Tenkaichi like Sparking series.
Yeah, I believe.
And then Goku gets his End of Z outfit, which is nice.
Yeah, which again, another one where it's like I feel like the costume stuff was such a fumble when the game first came out. So I'm really glad they're really fixing that.
So we're gonna get over 20 supers and costumes. So it starts with like End of Z Goku. And then he has a super move that's based on his fight with him. We're getting a High School Gohan. High School Gohan.
The Golden Fighter.
And then, so people were debating, is Great Saiyaman 2 a separate character or a costume? But she's in the costume segment. So I think this could be referring to a combined Great Saiyaman 1 and 2 super attack, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a costume for Videl, because she doesn't really need a separate moveset. So.
True.
Because she was only in like one movie, right?
Yeah. She was at the end, the sub actor. She was the sub act, not the N of Z, but specifically like the little like episodes before the N of Z. and Huragan, Wrath of the Dragon.
Piccolo gets stretchy arms, making
Yeah,
me
because
happy.
this is an attack based off. Because this is an attack based on what he did to Salza.
And then they confirmed Salza, who
Revenge
wasn't in the
Cooler.
earlier segment, because there's Salza getting his
Yeah.
shit wrecked. Piccolo, and then it's like, yeah. So then there's that. Then we get a Goku. Now this has been up for debate because the Goku is modeled beefier than the shirtless Goku normally is, because it's supposed to match his Cooler's revenge appearance.
First appearance, like full legendary Super Saiyan Goku versus full power Frieza, and his appearance in Revenge of Cooler. Yeah.
So I don't think it's a separate character, but maybe it's just a skin that makes him beefier.
Skin, yeah. No, it's a skin. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and then a new super attack for Cooler. There's new game modes, which is great. So there's a new game mode about being a greater Saiyan warrior, which is basically, I think everyone was calling it a roguelike.
Yeah, it's like a roguelike where you choose which direction you go, which direction you go, and sometimes you get a fight or you like level up your character. And stuff like. It's pretty like roguelike RPG mode, which is again glad it's adding more single player content because that's the game. The game desperately needed more single player content.
And then it also adds, if you like level up your character, you get a bigger charging aura when you play in the battle mode.
It shows how much more powerful you are and stuff like that.
Yep. And then we've got let's see what was after that.
New stages.
Thank God, new stages. So we're getting 4 new stages, which is Kami's Palace, which again, why wasn't that in the base roster?
Because it's insane. Because essentially, some of these were in the story mode cutscenes.
Yeah,
cutscenes. So it was like weird they weren't in base game.
Kame House, which we saw in the previous trailer. I like how it's just let's just show Krillin getting let's just show Krillin getting his shit rocked by Raditz. That's how we're going to show the Kame House. So we got the Kame House, which looks great. We got the Bitter Tundra, which is like basically just the Broly fight.
The fact that wasn't again the fact that because this game's practically the Broly games, the fact that wasn't in base game is so weird.
And then we got Stratosphere, which has variations. So Stratosphere has the variation of above planet Vegeta, and then you can use the same stage and it's above Earth. So it's going to be like the day-night cycle, where you can select the different times a day, and then this will be that. So we got that. So like a lot of people were saying, like, later it's like how these weren't in the base game. A lot of this stuff feels like they added, like I feel like the stages and some of the characters were probably planned for the base game but got cut, and I feel like the stuff like the new game mode is just for this DLC. A bunch of the other new characters are just for this DLC, and then this in particular, the battle system changes. They have active tag. They put active tag into sparking, guys. You could be doing a chain combo, and then you can hit a button to tag in one of your other teammates to do a super. They have active tag and sparking.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Now, can you do? Now, if you can do Happy Birthdays and sparking, that'd be.
We might be getting there. So that's like the next thing, and I think that's brilliant. That's going to add a lot to the game. They also have this new thing called Sparking Boost, which is different than the current system.
This is actually something
buffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually something from Raging Blast, because in Raging Blast, when you went to your sparking mode, you get your stats boost out. So if you decide, do you want to use when you go to sparking, do you want to spend all of it to use your super attack, or do you want to have your stats up and stuff like that?
Yep. Mighty Mask. Mighty Mask. Yeah.
Mighty Mask is so great to see.
And thanks to the website and also the graphic, he is a separate character. He's not a Trunks skin.
Trunks are Gotenk skin, which makes me happy.
Very happy.
Again, sandbox game. I want all the goofy characters in the game.
Yep. There's Lemo, which I think he's just part of. I think anytime a character is only shown with another character, that means they're just a assist for that move.
I gotta be real excited.
GT Android 18. That's a costume we never see.
Yeah, because I think this is a costume. I don't think it wouldn't make sense to make our.
If Super Android 18 was just a costume, this is also just a costume, right? So, but that's great. Hey, Shin.
Shin's finally playable.
God, I felt like they completely forgot him. Like,
he was like a main character in Daima.
Yeah, he got completely. He didn't even end up in the Daima DLC. It's so weird. No word on Kibito Kai yet, but I'm taking a guess he's in it, just because.
My boy Ader, he's here.
Yep, we got Ader. We got Android 8, looking great. We got Nam. Shout out to that one guy that's been playing Nam. Got General Blue. Got Chilled.
I wonder if they bring Richard Steve Forbes to voice him like they did in Dragon Ball Legends, the
That
Dragon
would
Ball
be
Legends
fun.
mobile game here.
But yeah, we got Shield from episode of Bardock, Salza, we got Fasha, and we got
Tora, which I think he's new because Fasha was in BT3. I think
Yeah.
Tora's new.
Tora's new. Tora wasn't in
Okay.
anything prior.
Okay.
I want to say without 100% confidence, outside of like Heroes, Legends, whatever, Tora has not been playable in a console game before.
Yeah, no, it's his first console appearance. Yeah. Also,
it's a weird
love
character we don't have. Base Garlic Jr.
What? Yeah, it's kind of
It's always the buff one.
Yeah, I mean it's one of you had to choose one. The buff one does make sense.
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff like that.
but a peel off can be in something.
We're also getting jacketless Trunks with the tank top.
So your favorite look of him?
Yeah.
the one that
Also-
saved his future.
Yep.
Also,
Also, this
clown-
team up attack between GT, Goku, Pan, and Trunks is adorable.
I love it's imitating the Dan opening. I adore that so much.
We got Kid Gohan with the white tunic.
Oh yeah, we got the 6th Kid Goku finally. He's finally wearing his proper red gi.
That's right. That was what the previous one was to show that. We also got Cell Games Waiting Goku.
Yeah.
Which is great.
That's my favorite fit for Goku. I'm really glad they put that in the game.
That's a cool Kamehameha. Hellfire 17 is also confirmed. Which
is like that. Which
weird.
I tell people to be weird. Which I guess they want to do the future. They want to do a proper like. Oh, you had 2 both 17s in your team.
But it's weird because it's like I think we'll probably get a costume for GT 17 with the trench coat. Then we'll have Hellfire 17 as a separate character. And also, according to a magazine scan, I think from VJump, apparently you can make Super 17 from any combination of 2 17s. So if you do Z and Super 17, you can make Super 17. Or you could do Hellfighter and Super, or Z and Hellfighter. Like, you can do whatever combo you want. Something like that. So
I think it's cool. I like you're not limited specifically. You had the specific 17s.
No word on price for this expansion yet, but this is exciting.
I think what they're doing is actually clever because the fact they're calling it Neo, which if you don't know, that was what Tenkaichi 2 was called in Japanese. Was Sparking Neo. I think what they're probably doing, which I actually kind of like this game, instead of doing like a Sparking 02 and stuff like that, they're doing these yearly
expansions,
big, like expansions. And so like this one's called Super Living Breaking Neo, and they're adding adding like a whole like sequel's worth of added characters.
Yeah, because back in the game, this is about all you would get would be new, right?
Yeah, back in the day when games.
Yeah, exactly.
Back when games were so hard to make. Yeah.
Yep.
This would have been the next year's sequel game.
Yep.
But since games are expensive to make now, it's just cheaper to just make an expansion pass for an existing game. So I think I imagine like I want to try for like next year or wherever the next game. The next DLC would be like Super Living Breaking Meteor with add more characters from like probably Galactic Patrol or something like that, or more Dynamite or just any.
We still got some gaps that were left behind for like someone mentioned Hachiak. There's a few that we could throw in.
I think the peel off machine too.
Peel off machine's still missing. Yeah.
Yeah. This DLC really is, I think, sticking a lot of the problems.
This is definitely much better value than the season pass was. That season pass was awful.
Bad. Yeah, that was bad. So I think because the problem with Sparking Zero, because it was, even though it was a big game, it still felt like it was lacking stuff. And adding the new, I think adding all these 30+ characters is definitely a nice touch.
Yeah.
But I think adding
the game
all
mode.
the costs, I think the game mode and the customization and the new stages is what I feel like is improving the game a lot, because I feel like those were the biggest omissions: the lack of stage variety, the lack of customization, and the lack of single player content was, I think, the biggest hurdle for Zero.
And there's a survival mode coming to the game for free tomorrow.
Free, yeah. So adding all this stuff really, I think, has improved the game a lot, which I'm really glad. I feel like they really took the criticism for the game and really amped up the game, which I'm really glad to hear and see and such.
All right. So let's get back to CinemaCon. Yeah,
because I think that's all the Dragon Ball. So I think honestly that was a really strong.
We're still back.
I gotta tell you, that was the best Japanese company's presentation of anything I've seen in like 2 years.
Yeah.
It had something called substance. Substance. All right. let's talk back to CinemaCon. We're going to start with Sony, because they were the first ones to present. Beyond the Spider-Verse Lives, we have new screenshots. We have frames from this movie to look at. They said it's coming out in 2027, and I believe them now, because look, we can see the movie. It's actual movie. Like Miguel strangling a child again.
I mean, look at that aura farming.
Damn right.
I mean, look at it.
Bastard.
It's great.
There you go.
We also got 3 other screenshots that are not in this article, even though they were there earlier.
Great work, Hollywood Reporter.
They look great. That's the important part. We can move forward.
I love the young Jeff and
Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah, I like that they have MF Doom on the radio, which implies that in this universe, MF Doom based his persona off of a ruler of another country.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this movie is definitely coming next year, because it's moving. It's actually happening. All right. I want to give a shout out to Sony Pictures chief, the head of Sony Pictures, the chairman and CEO of Sony Pictures Entertainment, separate from the guy that did Layoffs. That was Sony above him. But specifically for the Sony movies, they were, because the thing is, CinemaCon, for those that aren't aware, CinemaCon is an event for theater owners. They started inviting press and fans to it so that they can generate buzz, but it mostly is a theater owner event. That's why this stuff happens. So, Sony Pictures Entertainment's head said to theater owners, get off the ad crack. Get rid of the endless advertising and substantially shorten the pre-shows. Rothman said before, insisting cinemagoers don't even see the trailers because they plan to arrive half an hour late, hoping to skip all the fluff. He is 100% right. I've been rolling into movies like 25 minutes after the showtime, because I just get tired of seeing the same damn Cat in the Hat trailer all the time. And so the point he's kind of making is there's no point to put that many advertisements for a movie, because now audiences are showing up after you've played the ads, which means your ads are not doing anything. And I 100% agree with it, and it's weird for a studio executive to be the one to say this, but I also think it's good that we keep kind of pushing on this, because theaters run a lot of ads in order to pay for a lack of money coming in, right? Because for some reason, all the big studios require movie theaters to pay up front for all the seats in a theater to play a movie, which is insane, because how do you know how many tickets you're going to sell? And so they have to supplement this with concessions, popcorn buckets, and ads.
The popcorn bucket's been really popping off, I guess.
They have been. That's also why they're like $40 to $50, depending on what they are.
And scalping.
Yes. So the thing is that that's where the theaters are making money, is they're putting ads, and so they're selling ad space, because that way they can get some more revenue in to make up for this. So I think the studios need to take away that pay for all the seats in advance rule and put in a normal model like as it used to be, which is you get a chunk of whatever the ticket cost is. That allows theaters to take the ads out of the theater. I know AMC said they're going to put more screens in the lobby so they can just run ads there. I think that's great. Get the ads off the pre-show. Pull the pre-show back to when the movie's showtime is. If the movie starts at 4, that's when the first trailer is playing. And you do like 10, maybe 15 minutes of trailers, then you start your movie. Because a lot of people don't mind sitting down for trailers. What people do mind is when it's, the movie's at 4 and you're still seeing an ad for the local HVAC repair place. Or you're having to watch like a pre-show where they interview a celebrity but cut the interview down to 60 seconds. I get tired of all that. I like to skip it sometimes, and so I'll show up late to a movie, and so people are kind of trained to show up late. But if you make the switch and people start showing up late and they're missing part of the movie, they're going to go back to showing up on time. So I think that theater owners really should get to the point of the showtime is when the trailers start, and you see no more ads after that. You can run ads before it, but my frustration is like when I've seen 3 trailers and suddenly I'm seeing an ad for a Snickers, and I'm like, no, you're not a movie trailer. Get out of here. This is not your space. When the trailers start, it should be just trailers, and then trailers lead right into the movie. Because he also made the point that, audiences aren't even seeing trailers because they're wanting to skip all the ads, so they skip the trailers too, so it affects the marketing of movies because people don't see the trailers. And not to mention, not every theater plays all the trailers. Yeah, don't advertise a Kia in the middle of movie trailers. Start at the time you say it's going to start, and I think everybody would be happier and you get more people to the movie theater. I think he also said they should lower the ticket prices, which would also be in conjunction with studios should not get paid up front, therefore reducing the need to run so many ads and to run the ticket price so high.
It's kind of weird to hear that they lowered the ticket price. Honestly,
It's weird for an executive to say it, but I'm all here for it. I don't champion CEOs very much, as you guys know, but this time when we come into an alignment on a topic, I will definitely agree with this. And I like the phrase "get off the ad crack" because it does feel like there are just too many damn ads. I get too many ads on YouTube and on Prime Video and all this other stuff. I don't want to ad at the theater.
WrestleMania too, like everywhere. They need to stop. Like
at Adselmania.
Yeah, legit.
So yeah, I definitely yeah, okay. So Avery said a lot of people come late to the theater I work at at the movies, but we only run ads for 15 minutes. I think that's the thing is I think if the ads stopped when the showtime started, nobody would complain, right? Like if the ads stopped and the trailer started when the showtime was, that'd be fine. That way, if you are a little bit late to the movie or the snack line's too long, like you still have like a 15-minute buffer between the showtime and when the movie starts. The problem we have currently, at least at my theater, I showed up to The Bride 30 minutes late, and the movie still hadn't started yet. Like, I missed the showtime by 30 minutes, and I walk in, and there was still a trailer playing. That is way too much preamble. You know, that's way too much buffer thing. So, you know, that's what I think. This is definitely a thing they need to work on. All right. Any final thoughts on that before we move on to the Sony announcements?
Again, just weird that someone from Sony, I just said something really smart.
Yeah, somebody from Sony in particular saying something smart is really crazy, right?
Yeah.
But then again, we also got to remember, Sony was the only studio to not jump into the streaming war with their own service and just say, yeah, we'll just license our movies to Netflix. And that was the smartest move because they lost the least amount of money.
Yeah, like Sony will make bonehead decision. I mean, then I think they'll never they will never let them go of them skipping over K-pop Demon Hunters. But like,
yeah,
when they make a smart decision, they make a smart decision.
Yeah, they do. I gotta give them credit for that. All right, so the Sony presentation, with all the CinemaCon presentations, they had footage for like all these that were shown to the audiences. I'm not going to be reading footage descriptions because, first of all, it makes you get an opinion of a movie or show without seeing it, and so it's
in your own eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of spoilery, but there's information out there. But I want to go over is what movies they highlighted.
I would say we'll get to Disney stuff later, but I love all the goddamn memes of why was there no Doomsday Link? It's just
yeah, there's no Doomsday Link because they had a laser pointer. So at CinemaCon, there's a guy with a laser pointer, and anytime he sees a camera, he points the laser at it to disrupt the camera lens.
I love his ear. I love people saying, I just love all the edits. Ears, the Punisher or Kevin Feige.
Yeah, there was a guy that got dragged out of the Marvel panel by security. Like,
was the guy wearing a skull shirt?
No, he wasn't. He was trying to record it, and they took him out.
No. What's the guy taking him out wearing skull shirts?
Oh, I wish. Probably not though. All right, so CinemaCon. So for Sony, here was some new movies that were confirmed by Sony, which includes Grand Gear, directed by Takashi Yamazaki of Godzilla -1 and -0 fame. It's going to be produced by J.J. Abrams. That'll be hitting theaters February 21st, 2028. So it's nice to see him do something that's not Godzilla. And I'm excited about that. And Sony, again, we talk about Sony making smart decisions. Sony was smart to snap that up and get that on board with their portfolio. There's going to be an animated Bloodborne film adaptation, which will be rated R.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. That's being done by YouTuber Jack Septai. He's very passionate about it. That's actually really cool. Also, I didn't know it was animated. I thought it was gonna be live action, but the fact it's animated.
Animated.
Honestly, that's actually really cooler. Honestly.
Justin Lin's live action Helldivers will hit theaters November 10th, 2027.
Oh man, yeah, new Starship Troopers movie.
Yeah. Sony Pictures Animation's Buds, a new original film about talking plants that finally decide to break the rules of the plant kingdom and talk to humans in an effort to help the environment, will hit theaters in December 2027.
I like that.
Selling off K-pop Demon Hunters selling off K-pop Demon Hunters made Sony go, let's hold on to all of our animated movies. Let's not prejudge.
I like that premise, honestly. It sounds really cool. I like that.
Blade Raider, I believe Grand Gear is a new IP. I don't think it's existing.
The title does sound like I think there's I feel like there's an anime that sounds similar, but it's not the same name. I feel like.
So for Spider-Man Brand New Day, there was some new footage shown. Insidious Out of the Further had a public trailer. I don't follow Insidious, so go on your own thing. Resident Evil is coming out September 18th, directed and written by Zach Krieger. The Social Reckoning is the Social Network sequel, which is coming out October 9th. Claire and the Sun by Taika Waititi is... They showed footage, but they didn't have a date for it, which is weird. Jumanji Open World. We got a title for Jumanji 4, finally.
Oh, no. Oh, God. They're thinking Open World movie.
So Jumanji Open World is coming December 25th, 2026. The footage actually gives us the premise, and I want to give the premise because I think it sounds really cool. So at the end of the last Jumanji movie, which was a few years ago, because The Rock was busy and stuff, a few years ago, the last Jumanji movie had a post-credit scene where, like, the ostriches from the Jumanji game are running down the street because they broke the game at the end of it, and then, like, stuff... because the game was glitching in the third one. And so then at the end of the third one...
All right, there's 3. I keep thinking there's just only 2.
Well, because you got the original Jumanji, right? Then you got the first one with Dwayne Johnson and Jack Black. Then the second one. So they're still part of the same series because the same Jumanji game, and there's like actually connecting.
I didn't know the Rock ones were connected to the Robbie
They are
movie.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the same. It's the because in the Rock movies they're a video game, but it's the original board game remodeled into a video game.
Yes, it turned.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. I didn't know they were. I thought they were just.
It updated itself.
It updated. It's like I can't trap children. No one's playing board games, so it turned itself into an NES.
Yep.
That's it. It makes me I'm kind of intrigued to watch those now, not knowing they're connected. That's kind of cool, honestly.
Yeah. So this is going to be. They said it's the closer to this trilogy. And they said that there's a lot of connections to the original Jumanji in these movies. But at the end of the third one, which was the second one with The Rock, there was ostriches got out of the game into the real world. So it's like we're going, because the original Jumanji movie stuff got out into the real world. So we're kind of going into that. And so what's going to end up happening is that the way these movies have worked is that there's the people playing the game. And so it's like you have these teenagers in the real world. And then when they get into the game world, they're played by Dwayne Johnson, Jack Black, Kevin Hart, and Karen Gillan. Right? So those characters in the game are going to come to the real world, and then the human characters who have been portraying them in the game are going to meet them face to face.
Cool.
But the characters from the game are going to be in their default settings. So they won't be exactly the same as they were in the previous movies, because they're going to be the default settings before the players have any influence on it. So, and apparently there's some hijinks involved with them glitches and stuff. This sounds really fun. I've really enjoyed the last two. They're really fun action films, and I think they did a good legacy continuation where they're doing new things. And this sounds like we're just kind of doing new things, but also kind of bringing everything full circle. So I'm very excited for this. It comes out Christmas Day 2026, because they were eventually going to be a week before Doomsday, but they decided to be a week after Doomsday instead.
They probably didn't want to get destroyed.
Yeah. And they're like, we can ride through Christmas being an alternative, and I think it's great. I'm actually really excited. I want to see stuff from it because it sounds great. Yeah, so good stuff. And then Beyond the Spider-Verse, they had some footage showing clips from the movie, still scheduled for June 18, 2027. They also, Discussing Film, noted that the movie is presented in 1:43 to 1 aspect ratio, which is specifically made for things like IMAX, as opposed to standard. So it's actually animated for IMAX, which I don't think is very common. Forgot to mention this. Godzilla Minus Zero is shot for IMAX, and it's the first Japanese film to be shot for IMAX.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. It also shows you how much IMAX is a marketing tactic in Hollywood.
Did Cameron help with that one?
I don't think so, but Christopher Nolan's the one that's been even going further, because Cameron did a lot with IMAX, but Christopher Nolan kind of took on the reins, and he's been developing like specific cameras for filming in IMAX.
I'm not a fan of Nolan's work, but I do respect the man more than I do James Cameron nowadays.
It's funny. I'm not like a big Nolan fan either, yet I can't wait for Odyssey. Like, as soon as those tickets are on sale, I'm buying tickets for it, because I just I'm just like, Christopher Nolan doing a fantasy piece sounds interesting, but also I know it's just going to look amazing on an IMAX screen. So let's talk about Warner Brothers. They didn't have much new to talk about because they're kind of in the middle of a merger.
They're kind of in a hell.
Yeah. So let's talk about this. So first of all, new movies confirmed. Sean Baker's Ti Amo will be released under Warner's new label Clockwork in 2027. Andy Serkis's The Hunt for Gollum is confirmed for December 2027. Bad Fairies, an animated family fantasy musical film starring Cynthia Erivo. So that's what she's doing after after Wicked.
That sounds interesting. Honestly.
It does. I'm interested in that for sure. Evil Dead Wrath, a new spin-off of Evil Dead. We've got Margie Claus, a new animated family film centered around saving Christmas, starring Melissa McCarthy. Sam Esmail's Panic Carefully. Tim Miller's Shiver, starring Keanu Reeves, an action thriller about surviving sharks. So John Wick versus sharks. Zach Krieger's The Flood, a new original film. Zach Krieger's Weapons prequel Gladys will be coming out September 8, 2028. Baz Luhrmann's doing Joan of Arc, which means at the very least that's going to be a very extravagant looking movie. That's like Baz Luhrmann's whole thing. The Revenge of La Llorona. The Conjuring First Communion, the latest sequel in the franchise, because they said they were done with the Conjuring movies, and then the last one was the highest grossing one of the whole series. So they said, okay, we're making more.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Exactly. Game of Thrones, Aegon's Conquest, the first movie from the HBO series. Final Destination 7 is going to be May 12th, 2028. Another thing where they're like, we're done with Final Destination, and everybody's like, no, you aren't. Look at how many people went and watched it.
I keep forgetting the Game of Thrones HBO thing is a separate thing from the
House of the Dragon and Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the two spin-off shows.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's different from the original show, right?
Right. There's also going to be an Ocean's 11 prequel starring Margot Robbie and Bradley Cooper as Danny Ocean's mother and father infiltrating the Monaco Grand Prix as spies in 1962. Also written and directed by Cooper. The fun part about this is that the original Ocean's 11 that the George Clooney movie was a remake of took place at the Monaco Grand Prix in 1962. So they're kind of like, they're working in that the George Clooney version's universe, but they're kind of remaking the original movie a little bit, which I think is fun. So... cool. All right. As for movies that are coming out, Mortal Kombat 2 is coming out May 8th, so they did show some more footage of that. That's right around the corner, which is exciting.
It's one of those things where it's like, honestly, I think that film might do better than I originally thought it was going to be, honestly. Yeah.
It's kind of sandwiched between a couple movies, but honestly, I think it can kind of survive. So I'm excited for it. Supergirl is coming out June 26, 2026. Evil Dead Burn is coming out July 24th, 2026. End of Oak Street, Patton Oswalt movie, comes out August 14th. Practical Magic 2 comes out September 11th. Digger comes out October 2nd, which is the movie where it's got Tom Cruise, but he's not playing like normal Tom Cruise roles. He's playing a foul-mouthed, balding, and sports a thick country accent.
Okay.
Completely different than what Tom Cruise has done before. And then we got Clayface coming out October 23rd, and they did show some footage from Clayface. It does confirm that Clayface will be Matt Hagen. And then they also talks about that there is it's talking about him being in a face bandage. I just got to say something, though. I don't know who's to blame for this. But do you realize by the Flaming Lips was in Guardians Volume 3? I really want the DCU to not just be the James Gunn show, but we got Supergirl looking like Guardians, and we got Clayface using Guardians music. Can whoever's doing... I don't think it's Gunn. Somebody's like, we should use an element from James Gunn's stuff. It's starting... It's just tickling my brain in the wrong way. You know what I mean? Now, this is not necessarily a specific DC problem, because every time James Gunn uses a song in a movie, a bunch of other movies start using it. It happened with the Mario movie. Like 3 songs from the Mario movie were from Guardians. I don't know if that was when Chris Pratt was there.
We're not gonna get to Paramount. We're not. I know we're in Warner Bros., but like, God, whose idea they use the goddamn "What's Going On" song in Street Fighter? God.
Oh, God, we're not there yet. Cat in the Hat's coming out November 6th, which means I'm stuck with that damn trailer.
Yarch Nemesis.
Yep. Great Beyond is coming out November 13th. That was a mysterious new film from J.J. Abrams. Guess he's finally actually making something. Doom Part 3 is coming out December 18th, and that was pretty much Warner Brothers, so...
I love that pot shot.
Sorry, I gotta take pot shots at J.J. Abrams. I'm a Star Trek fan. Of course I got problems with J.J. Abrams. All right.
I like a Star Trek enough.
Yep. All right, let's talk Universal, because Universal's always the studio that's just cranking out stuff. First of all, they confirmed only one new movie. What?
You saw? Have you seen the trailer for that new DreamWorks film? Because DreamWorks film.
Yes, I thought that looked great. I think it's in this list. So
that film looks so good. I mean, from the director. It's from the director from Puss in Boots: Last Wish. And
they screened it at CinemaCon, and everybody's saying it's amazing.
Okay. Oh, really? Oh, I can't
Yeah.
wait now. I can't wait. I mean, I was looking for it already, but it's like, I can't wait to see it more.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go through this. The only thing confirmed for a new movie was a Snoop Dogg biopic produced by Snoop Dogg, directed by Craig Brewer, will be R-rated and star Jonathan Davis as Snoop.
Okay. I just love the Snoop Dogg movie directed by Snoop Dogg. This alliteration.
Yeah, the alliteration. Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day. He mostly talked about how he's not going to show anything from the third act in the trailers, which I think is a cool idea. More movies should do that.
It's kind of sad that's not
common.
I feel like that should be more of a common name, but it isn't.
Always remember that every Sony Spider-Man-less Spider-Man movie put its final scene in the trailer. Every one of them. All right, Minions and Monsters is apparently a love letter to 1920s Hollywood. Sign me up. I was already on board, but sign me up more. Apparently the Minions hijack a movie set. Sign me up.
We better see Godzilla. It's gonna be like Pee-wee then. See the Godzilla film.
That'd be fun. The Odyssey was they showed Odyssey footage, which was apparently the Trojan horse sequence that was played before IMAX screenings of Avatar: Fire and Ash. It's coming out July 17th. I don't know if I want to read the title. Other Mommy. Is this sexual or is this?
Someone got thirsty.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, what is the context of the word mommy here? Trailer starts out with a mother excitedly greeting her daughter, but something seems off. She keeps recommending strange items for breakfast. Oh, it's Coraline. Okay. Sense and Sensibility is getting a remake again. All right. This was pretty big, actually. Focker-in-Law is the fourth in the Meet the Parents series, which the third one was terrible from what I've heard. I've never seen any of these before.
Yeah.
I've seen the first two.
Bad.
I didn't even watch the third one.
Ben Stiller doesn't stand by the third
how bad it was. Well, there you go.
Ben Stiller doesn't even stand
I've only
by
seen the
third
first
one.
two.
I remember it.
It was rough.
I remember this. It was called the replacement. Wait a minute.
Oh wait, yeah. So basically, it's a follow up. The interesting part is that like all I know about these movies is that like Ben Stiller was coming into the family and him and Robert De Niro are like going at it, right? But now they've thrown in a rogue element that's named Ariana Grande.
Okay.
And Ariana Grande is marrying into the family, but she's like an FBI interrogator. And so they're the family's trying to figure out if she's manipulating their child, but at one point she's like, yeah, I am manipulating your child to get him away from you and your crazy stuff. And so they're like, so it's like her and Ben Stiller are like fighting. And I gotta tell you, this trailer was so damn good, it makes me want to go back and watch the other movies. But maybe I'll skip that third one, because I've heard nothing but bad things about the third one. Just watch the first two.
Okay, do you want me to explain why the third one sucks?
No, because we got a lot more news to go through.
It's actually simple.
TLDR?
They had to dial it down from an R to like a PG-13 because they were showing them actually have the grandkids as kids.
Okay.
Hey Sam, we have breaking comic news.
Oh,
you want to see it?
Yeah, show me.
Stream chat.
Can I just not talk about it instead?
It looks cool. I like the design.
It looks cool, but I just alright, I'm just gonna jump in this. So we have the first cover for Power Rangers Unlimited, and it's got a gold Psycho Ranger.
I mean,
it looks cool, but I'm also like, that's it, guys. You have used all the colors for this. I guess we need a Psycho Purple now. I just get nervous with Boom Comics do Psycho Ranger stuff.
They always do Psycho Ranger stuff.
But I like it.
That's like the
it's
one
cool.
thing they like.
I mean, look. I take the aura alone. It sells it on me.
I will take this over. We summon you, Zords. I didn't want to get into that discourse, but there was preview pages of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers issue 1, and they summoned the Zords by going, "We summon you, Zords," and I was like, "What?" I don't get held up on petty things, but like, if you're gonna change the Zord summoning call, why is it so lame?
Oh, we have a first look at Matt Hagen in the Clayface movie. Was that in the thing we
It was
talked about or
not.
no?
They didn't show anything to the public.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, here we go. It's funny. All I think about is the character he played on Doctor Who. But yeah, okay. So there he is on a magazine cover. It does seem like the movie's going to be. He's a successful actor. You know, obviously he's a very handsome man, and then he gets his face messed up, and he's like, "Let me try this clay thing," and it's not going to work out for him. I feel like that's kind of where we're
I
going.
mean, I know Clayface is such a wide film in terms of releasing it now, but like I'm a big fan of Mike Flanagan's work, and like just the premise alone of Clayface horror movie of that idea, just like
I think the
I
movie.
just wanna
I think
see
the
that.
movie's got a lot of potential to be great. I just don't know why it's the third DCU movie. That's my only problem.
Yeah,
with it.
yeah, definitely. It is, I think, the real problem, but like I think
Hey,
everything.
even really terrible horror movies like Lee Cronin's The Mummy are getting huge box office results. So why not at this point?
Really? That feels not good.
No, yeah, it has like really poor reviews from everybody I've seen, and then but it still made like $22 million on a $13 million budget, like opening weekend. So it's like, wow, they actually made bank. So maybe this will work out in the same way. DC could use a box office win.
Well, this is the case where it's like I think a lot of it's a movie we need now. No, but I think honestly, I do think it is gonna probably be a good film at the end of the day. Honestly.
Yeah. Anyways, back to Universal. We got Violent Night 2, which confirms that the Santa Claus played by David Harbour, who is violent or whatever, is getting a Mrs. Claus, and Kristen Bell is playing Mrs. Claus.
Okay.
That's cool.
It sounds horribly amazing, and I need to see.
I haven't seen that film. I just never.
The first one was good. The first one was
Mm.
good. I liked it.
I always see it. I need to watch it. So.
And then going up against Jumanji Open World in a completely different audience is Robert Eggers' Werewolf, which apparently the trailer was presented in a 4:3 boxy aspect ratio, and supposedly the
Did you
whole
say a
movie's
4:3, or did you say 4:3?
4:3. It may also be a 4:3.
Okay.
It's Robert Eggers, but it's a 4:3 presentation, which I think is actually really cool. If the whole movie was
So
just 4:3, that'd be awesome.
What are you saying? It's made for you.
Yes. Also, I find it funny that Eggers is an old school monster film nerd because he's cast Aaron Taylor Johnson, Lily Rose Depp, Willem Dafoe, and Ralph Fiennes. He just cast his Nosferatu cast again. Like, it's just the Nosferatu cast in a different monster movie, which is so classic monster movie that I'm really into it. And then we also just need to see what the werewolf looks like, because that's going to be make or break it on this one.
I mean, knowing Robert Eggers, it will be really good practical, because I still love his. I love his redesign for Nosferatu. Sorry, Count Warlock. Yeah, I love his redesign.
I'm excited because Blumhouse Wolfman was less said the better. All right, let's move on to Amazon MGM.
It was such a great film. What do you mean?
Let's start with the Spaceballs announcement. So.
The new one. I found the money.
Yeah, they did a whole bit with Mel Brooks. Did a video, and he's like, "I know we said we were going to call it." He's 99 years old, still doing press for it, which I think is awesome. But the thing was, he came out in a video, and he was like, we originally said we were going to call it Spaceballs: The Search for More Money, but we found the money. It was in my basement, and I just, I love it.
I love that video.
And then the best part is the title of the movie is Spaceballs, the new one. And the joke is anybody who saw the original Spaceballs in theaters is only just going to ever refer to it as Spaceballs, the new one. So why not make that the title?
That's why I love that title so much. It's so genuine. I love it. There's something like Mel Brooks comedy. Because I hear nothing about not good things about the new Scary Movie, but like something about Mel Brooks comedy. It's so like.
I feel like the new Scary Movie's trying a different tactic, and Mel Brooks is just trying. I'm going to be corny as hell.
That's why I love that. It's so genuine. It's like this is like, well, I found the money. It was based on Spaceballs, the money.
Yep. And like J-Pocket said, it's just the old one, but it's new. It's like a perfect layered gag with this whole thing. I love it.
Legacy sequel. I love it. Oh, they heard
because they are doing a legacy sequel because Lewis Pullman is playing Bill Pullman's son. Considering he is Bill Pullman's son, right? So it's a legacy sequel parodying legacy sequels.
I love some of the news, like the details we hear about.
Also, don't forget, Bill Pullman's actual wife has a cameo in this movie.
Yeah.
I love
got
because
everyone
apparently
in there.
we got some details about it, and like apparently one of my favorites one is yogurt has abs.
Yes.
Which just because it's Mel Brooks, he's 99, so I just imagine it's gonna be like horribly fake abs.
Oh, totally. Also, there's like a little
Yeah.
bit where there's mention that like Pizza the Hut has a son, and I
It's a
love that
pizza slice. It's a pizza slice. He's just a
he's
pizza
just a pizza
slice.
slice. But I love that they pivoted. They could have done an obvious baby yogurt joke, and they probably will because a lot of Mel Brooks comedy is do the obvious joke, then they do the not obvious joke after. But like I feel like they pivoted perfectly. That like this year we get Road of the Hutt's like live action Star Wars debut, and then next year we're getting Pizza the Hutt's son.
He's buff now, apparently.
We'll talk about that when we get to the Disney part. Anyways, Amazon MGM. Let's go over what else they talked about.
Also, I just want to say Rick Moranis has aged wonderfully. Huh? Like surprised.
Yes.
I'm like I saw him like, wait, he looked that much different. It's like
Yep.
It's honestly really impressive. I mean, it shows what saying care of your health is really does to him.
Yeah, because he's been away from the industry for a while. Apparently, he said Josh Gad was the reason he came back because Josh Gad kept calling him, and he said, "Well, I think if I agreed to be in it, he'd stop texting me."
Well, look, he need to get out of the void, okay?
To be honest with you, that is the most Rick Moranis thing ever. Listen, I don't want to do Hollywood movies anymore. But Mel wants you. Mel, I want you. Mel needs you. Come on. Rick, okay, if I say yes, will you leave me alone?
Yep.
Not really. Okay.
Also throwing my hat in the ring that Josh Gad is playing John Candy's character's son.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Which makes sense.
I thought John Candy's son was playing John Candy's son.
I don't think so. John Candy's son is in the movie.
I thought he had a cameo at least.
He probably does. We don't know for sure. Anyways, Amazon MGM, a studio that's honestly been cooking lately. Gonna give them credit. So first up, Master of the Universe. There was some more footage. That's coming out in June. How to Rob a Bank is apparently got a huge cast. What is this? Nicholas Hoult, Anna Sawai, Pete Davidson, Zoe Kravitz, John C. Reilly, and Christian Slater. That's a lineup. I Play Rocky is the story of how Sylvester Stallone developed the screenplay of Rocky. So it's a movie about making Rocky.
I want to see that because I love as someone who loves Rocky. I want to say, is Style gonna appear in it?
Yeah,
the Green section. Style cameo.
I wish I could. That'd be funny. Your Mother, Your Mother is a weird title for a movie.
Next week sounds MIA for some reason.
They do reshoots in Deming, and I go back. Let's see. So Your Mother follows a father balancing life as a hitman with his children.
That's like an anime. That sounds like an anime play.
Yeah. Beekeeper 2 with Jason Statham, where apparently I just want to read the description for this. This is funny.
Beekeeper 2.
The first trailer for Beekeeper 2, which opens with an autopiloted Cybertruck infiltrating a base. The goons open the door and find a tied-up government agent in the driver's seat. Enter Statham as the former disgraced assassin Adam Clay, continuing his revenge mission against the Beekeepers organization with the end goal of overthrowing the U.S. government.
Okay,
boy, they're cooking with this one. I gotta tell you.
I was about to make a joke like Beekeeper 2. The bees are back, but I guess it's
he's overthrowing the U.S. government because of course he is. The Thomas Crown Affair is a remake, but it's with Michael B. Jordan, which is awesome, and Adria Arona, and that is March 2027. Spaceballs, the new one, is April 2027. Okay, I'm sorry, I just caught this. You know what? We're reading the Spaceballs description. Screw it. So it teases shots such as Dark Helmet's helmet buried in the sand, and figures that look like Rey and Finn. The sizzle we got then talks about how people have been speculating about the second Spaceballs movie, including clips of online figures, before transitioning into a montage that was almost too many great moments to count. There are purposely unfinished VFX shots, a Harry Potter parody for whatever reason, the Rey-like figure stepping out of a Marvel Cinematic Universe portal, and Lewis Pullman and Josh Gad looking to be playing the sons of Bill Pullman and John Candy. Oh, they confirmed it, and I just didn't read it. Bill Pullman and John Candy's characters in the original. Lord Dark Helmet's new helmet specifically parodies Kylo Ren's mask. We see a droid that's supposed to look like BB-8, but it's instead a small cube that looks awkward as it stumbles around. A Na'vi from James Cameron's Avatar walks into a bathroom and starts peeing at a urinal next to where Rick Moranis' Dark Helmet is peeing, with him looking over at his privates with 3D glasses saying, Ogul Nagi Kami, I see you in the Navi language. That's just a taste of the chaos that Spaceballs, the new one, is cooking up. It's been 40 years since the original film parodied the Star Wars trilogy. Now it seems the sequels here is poke fun at not just Star Wars, but all aspects of film culture as a whole. Bring it on, I'm ready. Love it. Highlanders not got a release date, but apparently they showed some footage of it. That's with Henry Cavill and
Come on
Russell
now,
Crowe.
guys. We're never gonna get that Highlander movie, even though it's being made.
They filmed it, so
it's never gonna come out. Just somehow it's gonna get canceled.
And then we got Gareth Evans reimagining a Takashi Nomura's film from 1967 known as "The Occult Is My Passport." All right, let's move forward because I just realized we crossed the 4-hour mark, and I still haven't complained about David Ellison yet. So
blah 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 blah.
I'm going to yap through the rest of this as quick as I can, all right? Because here's the thing. I'm going to talk about Paramount CEO before I talk about Paramount section, because we're going to skim the Paramount section.
Remember, we soon get to Disney.
Yeah, I know. We need to get to Disney. I'm skipping that section. We're just going to go straight here. Okay, so, first of all, Paramount and Warner Brothers need to have a hearing because the Senate wants to know about the merger and how it's going to affect things and all that. So David Ellison should be at that hearing because he is, of course, the head of the merger that's happening. David Ellison says, I can't attend that Senate hearing. There was a death in my family. I need to take care of that. So the next day after the hearing was CinemaCon, where he was on stage. And he was at an event the night before. I'm not going to say anything. You may draw your own conclusions. But David Ellison said there was a death in the family prevented him from the Senate hearing about, facing the law for his actions, but was able to hype up everything at CinemaCon, which says to me that I don't believe a word this man says. And I never have and never will.
I hear, like, one of those things where, like, as someone who's in the art commission sphere, I always dislike when people say something like that, because I always kind of feel like no, I don't want to say fully excuse, but it does feel like it's emotional manipulation. And I know that it's like, I have a death in the family, I can't be here. It's like, like, even if it was real, like, you don't say that. That should be like private.
Yeah.
If it was real,
what's there's a line in a Sabrina Carpenter song. Sorry, your grandma died for the third time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna just go off this as
you know that line, but you don't know about espresso.
I know about espresso. It's not even espresso,
okay.
It's espresso. Yeah, that's me, that
go
espresso. Switch it up like Nintendo. Anyways.
Yeah, now you're figuring it out. But when they did the parody on SNL, you were like, what?
Yeah, that was before I knew. Now I know. All right, so...
Sounds culture now.
I'm cultured. You tell me it's just your culture. Anyways, now I'm flashing back to the Coachella live stream. Anyways, so Paramount confirmed 2 new movies they confirmed 2 things. They confirmed Top Gun 3, and they confirmed Sonic 4 will have Jim Carrey returning as Dr. Robotnik.
Okay, whoa. Hold up.
What?
They made us wait 20-something fucking years for a sequel, and they're already greenlit a third.
Yeah, it's because the sequel made 4 times the money the first one did.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like the famous graph. Distance between first 2 movies. Distance between second and third movies. Yeah. Scary Movie showed some footage. Street Fighter showed a new trailer. I'm just going to go baseline. I hate it. I don't like this movie.
Cal, are you here?
I don't know if Cass is here.
That means mute. But, like,
we'll circle around tomorrow, but I don't like a single thing about this movie.
It looks bad.
We did not need to remake the 90s movie worse. All right? We did not.
No, the 90s movie has charm. This has frat boy energy. I don't like that.
Don't like it. All right, moving on. Jackass got another movie. Heart of the Beast, whatever that is. Ebenezer, A Christmas Carol is apparently coming out this year with Johnny Depp as Ebenezer. All right. Angry Birds 3 confirmed that the Angry Birds had sex because they have kids now. Mr. Irrelevant comes out December 25th, which involves David Cornsweet playing a football player, and the pictures came out, and he looked like that guy that was all over the early 2000s. Sean something.
John Penn?
No. Sean William Scott. He looked like Sean William Scott, but blonde.
I just love.
It's weird.
I just love discussion film breaking character when they announced Angry Birds had sex.
Yes. And Children of Blood and Bone, which sounds weird. I don't know how any of
They
those
just
movies are
had
going to come
sex,
out,
Ron. They
but
had angry sex.
yeah.
Angry Birds, I think, could be good because the second film was really damn good.
All right, so now we get into Disney, which is the lightning round because everything that they announced doesn't
Oh
mean
yeah,
anything.
no, Santa, you forgot they said they're reportedly making a new Transformers movie.
They're making a new Transformers movie in the way that David Ellison had a death in his family. Cannot confirm that's an actual thing. I will say though that everybody thinking that they should make another Bayverse movie does not understand why the Transformers movies ended.
Age of consent.
Yep. We will talk. Oh my god, I can't wait for Hasbro to reveal the next line because I want to complain about the name so much. I really don't like the name. Anyways,
Revolution, evolution.
it's not Beast Machines. All right,
You
moving on.
wish.
So
You
Disney.
wish.
Disney
You
laid
wish
off
it was
1,000
Beast
employees. We talked about this throughout the stream. We talked about it with Marvel Comics, talked about the Blu-ray section. They also laid off the entire visual development team at Marvel Studios. The visual development team are the people that make concept art, design work, concepts to visualize scripts, and pitches and ideas to Marvel to figure out how everything works. Every time you see the Marvel logo and they show all that artwork, that's Marvel Visual Development Team. Every time you see a cool art book comes out, the concept art, Marvel Visual Development Team. Kevin Feige put them together specifically to transition the process from script to screen by using the visual department team. Unfortunately, as much as we'd want this to have instant backlash, Doomsday, this is a pre-production team, so all the movies like Doomsday and Spider-Man that are already filmed would not be affected by this. It's going to affect Secret Wars. So this was all in-house employees. This was a whole team, salaried employees, and they've all been laid off. All of them. They've all been there. The guy that led it has been there for like 16 years. All gone.
It was so insane. Where was it one of them who made like a Loki mirror art was fired
Yes.
in the room
With his
where
art
that
on the
art's
wall.
Oh, that's man, that's fuck, man.
It sucks. Why did this happen? Well, Wall Street Journal had an article that put things into perspective. The U.S. healthcare system sucks because apparently the way that these companies have decided to go through business is they looked at their business and said, all right, let's trim the fat of expenses. Not trim the fat of our executive level salaries. No, how dare we, be a couple billion weaker. Yeah.
We need to buy our yachts now.
So apparently a lot of the reason why Disney's been moving productions to the UK and why they've been hiring people in the UK and other countries is that, well, in the UK they have universal healthcare, and in other countries in Europe they have universal healthcare. Here in the US, the employer has to pay for the healthcare. And healthcare costs have gone way up the roof because of the current administration and all their bullshittery. So that means it now costs the corporate level more money to hire tenured employees in the United States. So they've opted to just fire all those people that they don't need as essential people and then hire everybody freelance or from other countries.
What you're saying, Santa, is I'm the government. I'm the government. I'm the reason nothing works.
Yep. So now thousands of people are losing their job and cannot get other ones because those positions no longer exist, meaning all their talents and skills have been wasted. And maybe they should consider moving to Europe because apparently Disney might want to hire them better there so they don't have to pay the health insurance costs. This sucks. Disney makes enough money, they don't have to do this.
Yeah, there was an episode of SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs files SpongeBob just because he saves one nickel, and you fire him because he can save that one nickel. It's literally this.
That's literally this. It's literally this. Also, as people are concerned,
I think my GIF in the stream chat sums it up real well.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, pretty much. This was Marvel.
Because, I mean, they literally cut the team in half.
Yep, they cut their editor team in half. For the comics. So the thing is that we gotta factor in this as well is there's always the element of Disney also did these layoffs after their whole deal with OpenAI and Sora blew up, right? So they didn't get a bunch of money from it. And also all these companies have been investing in AI and AI is not profitable, so they're losing money. Another concern that people do have in the concept art industry is where concept artists usually draw a bunch of artwork that never sees the light of day so that way filmmakers can visualize things. And they're concerned that generative AI is going to replace concept artists because they just need something to visualize. They don't need something that will ever see the public, right? Disney won't produce a movie that has like fully AI effects, and they won't make a movie entirely in generative AI because that would be stupid and people would not buy into it. But back-end stuff that the public never sees, there is a concern they'd be using AI. There's no confirmation they're doing this, but this is a concern that people in the industry have. And laying off the entire visual development team of one of the most successful franchises is not a good look for that. Not really filling me with confidence over here. So, yeah. By the way, everybody that's talking about the Voltron movie, they filmed the entire thing and it's releasing on Prime Video later this year. It's not going to theaters. That's why it's not at CinemaCon, because it's only for stuff that's going to theaters. So, there you go. All right. Disney sucks. Let's talk about what they do. I want to talk about Disney's little tactic, by the way. Disney has a tactic called punch and tickle. I want you all to be cognizant of this.
Yeah, because specifically for unlike other CinemaCon, they actually let people like take pictures and stuff at their CinemaCon. Apparently,
yes, they let people take pictures of the stage at CinemaCon because they had some celebrity guest speakers and stuff. No other studio let them take pictures at CinemaCon. Disney has a tactic. It's in the Disney manual, practically, called the punch and tickle. If you have to deliver bad news, you deliver good news right after so people forget about the bad news. It's the punch and tickle. So the thing is, they do these layoff announcements April 15th, and then Disney's presentation at CinemaCon was April 16th. So they did this so everybody's mad at Disney, and then the next day they flooded them with a bunch of news so that you'll stop being mad at Disney. Except it's not working, because the longer this goes on, it's, people start to realize they're in an abusive cycle with the company. So, yeah. All that. Now we gotta talk about what they announced. First up, Mandalorian Grogu finally had a good trailer. It finally got its first good trailer. What do you mean it's the last trailer? What do you mean they finally figured it out on the last trailer? I'm still excited for this movie, and actually this makes me way more excited than I was before, as somebody was just going to go see it. But the final trailer for Mandalorian Grogu is the first, honest-to-God, good trailer for this movie. It tells you what the plot is, it shows you what's happening, it shows you, all the visuals and stuff going on. The bad audio mixing was only on the social media version of the trailer. If you watch it on YouTube, it's fine. But they finally showed a movie that actually looked like a movie and not just episodes of The Mandalorian, and finally explained the plot and showed that Sigourney Weaver's an X-Wing pilot. And I'm like, finally. I'm very excited that Mando and Grogu finally got a good trailer. They got a month to go. Let's see if they can pull it off.
I can't wait for Mandalorian V Cinema.
It's honestly, when the first trailers came out, I thought this was the Mandalorian V Cinema because of how it looked just like the TV show, but longer. Classic Toei V Cinema. Anyways, we'll see how that goes. All right, next up, here's what Doctor Doom looks like. Because this has been floating around some trade shows in Asia, but it was at Disney's CinemaCon presentation, so this is probably
it. It is different, apparently, from the one we saw before, but it's the same render. I would say, if we ignore the man behind the curtain,
yep,
damn good suit. Damn good suit.
The asymmetrical buttons throwing me off, but other than that, great. Also, this art was drawn by somebody that just got laid off last week.
Yep.
But this is probably closer to final, because they're using it for marketing now. So this is what...
Also, I love the render. Looks like Iran Sona. He's got a complaint about politics or something like that on YouTube.
Yes. In other Avengers Doomsday news, they finally got a sixth woman in the movie. Catherine Newton is confirmed to be returning as Cassie Lang for Avengers Doomsday. The last time we saw her was in Quantum Mania, where she was Cassie Lang. They had this cute little video of her on Instagram where she opened a box and they gave her a tiny chair. Like how Paul Rudd had a tiny chair.
Oh, that's cute.
I think that was really neat. Also, she was in the footage shown at CinemaCon, and she is blonde this time, so she now has canonical Cassie Lang hair. Still wondering where the hell is Storm. So it's just nice to see another woman get added to the cast, though, because it's lacking.
Know the answer, Soundout. You know the answer, Mr. Soundout.
They won't pay Halle Berry, but they'll fire their entire visual effects team.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the next two stories are confusing, because next three stories are confusing. My God, Disney's just a mess these days.
So Disney. So Disney.
Disney. So, oh boy. All right. I gotta pull all these up, and then we're gonna go through this real quick, because I'm not super happy with Disney lately, and I don't think I have a reason to be. So let's get to it. First of all,
what are you talking about? You love Disney; it's your friend.
I wish they were my friend. Hex, the next Disney animated movie that looks just like the last six.
Yeah, because this movie is such a because
This thing's an
I
enigma
remember
because it follows a girl who
yeah,
discovers she has access to magic and sets out an adventure with her mom.
I
The last time they
I
talked about
house.
this movie, it was a boy.
No, because from what I understand, I haven't got the full. I need to find like the full story. But from what I understand, a creator pitched this idea to Disney. They like it, and we saw like the concept. The concept looked beautiful, but they don't understand. They got fired, or I don't
The
remember.
director
From what I
got
understand,
fired, and they hired a
yeah,
third director, and that third
it's the wish.
director is the one
It's
from
the
Wish and Frozen
wish.
2 and a couple others, because I see that person not as a director of a movie, I see them as a custodian. They come in and
Yeah,
fix a mess for the studio. And a lot of
you,
people, there was somebody who was an artist that worked on, I think, Frozen 2, that said directors at Disney Animation, anytime they have strong creative choices, anytime they push back against the executives, they get replaced.
yeah, because like I saw the concept for what it was originally gonna be. It looked beautiful. Like it was gorgeous looking, and it was such a unique premise. But like they literally kind of this new one really water it down,
Elsa
going through
face and
several.
Rapunzel face.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. Yep, they really like filter it through all the Disney cliches, which is the problem. Because here's the problem.
It's the problem I've
The
had with
most
every one
frustrating.
of the Disney animation movies lately is they always feel like there was a really
The,
cool, interesting movie, and then a red pen came through in the boardroom and then just got to what we got.
the most frustrating thing about Disney animation, because I think Pixar is very much because Pixar Pixar very much depends on the film. Like I think Hoppers is like a fantastic final
Mm.
film, but like the problem with Disney animation is it feels like where every other animation studio is like are really experimenting and doing something unique and new with their movies. It feels like Disney Animation really stuck down their like foot on their style and writing and character design and animation
Things
style. Because
weren't this copy paste in the Xerox era of Disney.
yeah, because you think I think the films are good looking. I will never say that any of the modern Disney movies are bad, but I think the problem is I feel like where we see Paramount Animation or Paramount Animation, Sony Picture Animation, DreamWorks Animation, they're doing even Illumination. How much I had some my cuffles with them. They're doing something unique. They're doing something to innovate the medium animation or something creative. You can feel like the artist's soul in those films. In
Meanwhile,
such.
Wish got a filter to make it look like Puss in Boots.
Yeah, where it feels like modern Disney animation really is like community drawn. We must make sure it feels like they want to make sure you're watching a Disney movie, pretty
Yep.
much. Like it really did not. That's my problem with Disney animation. Like as of recent years, it feels like they're not trying something outside the bubble. And when we do, which is sad because I think we know we can do that because I think Zootopia 2 was a great in the
Mm.
direction, right step in the direction.
And we're
But
stepping
then we're
right back.
right back. Yeah, we're saying right back.
Yeah. So it's sad. But this is not the most baffling thing that Disney announced. Are you ready for this one?
Mm.
Disney unveils Infinity Vision, a certification for premium large format theaters, highlighting the biggest screens, laser projection, and immersive audio. Launch begins with the Avengers Endgame re-release, which we'll talk about in a moment, and followed by Avengers Doomsday. This is,
God, this was
wah,
so.
Dune wouldn't move off the IMAX dates that they booked way in advance because they actually know how to plan a movie, so we have to invent our own way. We can't be left out of IMAX. We're Disney, and we need to make our own fake format. This is a sticker. They're not building any screens. They're not improving any screens. They're putting a sticker on existing screens and pretending it's something new.
I appreciate the win part.
Thank you.
because when I heard it, I didn't even know what it was. It's so because
You know who also didn't know what it was? The theater exhibitors and the audience were confused because all Disney said was that they said 75 domestic and 300 global screens qualify, and that they're going to help audiences find top-tier theatrical experience. This is just a search engine and stickers.
it sounds like it sounds so much gobbledygook because here's the thing, IMAX. The reason why IMAX is a big important thing because IMAX is not like some fancy label. IMAX is actually like a filming format, right? That's what I
And they
understand, right?
invest
It's
in
like,
movies, so you use their cameras and then release your movies in IMAX theaters.
yeah, that's like it's not a buzzword. It's an actual like a big deal when a movie's in IMAX and stuff like that. Like
this is basically just taking your RPX, your RPX, your Cinemark XD, all those extra formats that aren't IMAX and Dolby, and just trying to put a label on them. And I checked the requirements they put out. none of my theaters here qualify for their label. Not even my IMAX will qualify for this label. This is just like the most like, look, we're still special even though we don't have IMAX. And it's so stupid because all they have to do is release Avengers Doomsday 1 week earlier and then they get a weekend of IMAX that has no competition. But no, we got to do all this instead. Just so it doesn't look like they're getting intimidated by Dune.
It's weird because, like, I think no matter what your film will make money because it's Avengers.
Yeah.
Avengers. Like, I know the recent Marvel movies haven't gained like the big bucks, but they still do financially well.
I also really appreciate this tweet that just called it the most little dick energy displayed by a studio. Their version of a temper tantrum was creating a brand new fake format. That's literally what this is. This has the same weight as the Fantastic Four trailers ending with "See it in Fantastivision." Same thing. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
With that, I feel like they're trying to like homage to old like film, like, oh, see it in like Spectral
but
Vision.
But Cinerama and Tadeo Vision and all the others, they were like IMAX. You had to film them specifically for them. They were like a specific premium format. They weren't just a label on existing things. And you know what? The thing is, none of this will matter, but unless they do one thing, this is the thing I'm worried about, is that they're going to charge extra for Infinity Vision. Like, it's going to be the same exact theater you've already been in, but because it has that sticker on it, they're going to charge you extra for that sticker. I'm really concerned that's going to be the case.
It's that kind of like what's the equivalent? It's pretty much like a gold label or something like it's
the first edition stickers on the Clone Wars toys where it's the same exact product but it's got a sticker on it. You know what it is? You know what it is for video game people? You know what this is? Blast processing.
Yeah.
A meaningless word that doesn't tell you anything, that does not change anything. It's just sticking a sticker on it. Insane.
It really is. It just because like the fact that like I think some people don't even know what the hell this means. It shows how much bad you did at marketing.
Yep.
I think
not even the theater exhibitors understood.
And which is the worst because that's the people you're marketing to.
Yep. All right, and then just to piss me off more. So apparently, Avengers Doomsday is more a sequel to Avengers Endgame than anything in the last 6 years of Marvel. Because screw us, I guess. And apparently the Avengers Doomsday, or the Avengers Endgame re-release that's going to happen in November will include new footage that ties into the narrative of Avengers Doomsday. And my God, are we going to see the Star Wars special editions in 2026?
Like, this is, like, first...
What is this?
I feel bad people bought that, was it Infinity Saga box set that had all the deleted scenes and stuff like that?
I like, when they did an Endgame re-release, they put, like, one Hulk deleted scene. I'm actually thinking they're going to add new footage. And I honestly would not be surprised if they reshoot the scenes with Cassie Lang with Catherine Newton instead. Because she's in Doomsday. That'd be kind of insane, but what if that happens?
I know we're not talking about what people describe it, but
like, I want to talk about what people described it because I'm mad at this movie.
Okay,
we can read the description. I just want to go all in. I want to get this wrapped up in the next like 8 minutes, but
go ahead.
I was going to say, let's get to the rest of the Disney presentation so we can talk about Doomsday. But, like, the fact that they're going back and editing Endgame, instead of just, I don't know, crafting a movie that makes sense for your narrative, you're doing...
Baker's comment. Baker's comment.
Steve Baker says he'll have Doom on the outskirts of the battlefield going all according to Doom. But sounds about right. You know, maybe we'll see Steve take the stones back. I don't know.
I like Robot. I can picture the Muppets poking fun of Infinity Vision.
Yes. All right. So, Disney updates. Devil Wears Prada 2 had footage. Mando and Grogu had footage, plus that new trailer. Toy Story 5 had footage. Woody has a beer belly. I don't know how that happened. Anyways, Moana live action exists. Something called The Dog Stars with Ridley Scott. Wild Horse 9 is another movie. Nobody cares about anything I'm talking about. Avengers Doomsday. If you guys... Oh, there's also a new Ice Age, which surprised me. I didn't...
Which I hate because... Stop parading the corpse of a studio who killed Disney. Please stop doing it.
Exactly. All right. I'm just going to put this out here. This is the last thing we're talking about today. If you don't want to hear about the Avengers Doomsday footage description, if you want to dip now. All right. We'll see you next week. Have a nice day. I want to go through this because this whole thing pisses me off.
As Mr. Dr. Doom guy.
As Mr. Dr. Doom and Mr. X-Men guy, this movie's making me irrationally angry. So the thing is that, like, I'm going to go through this thing, and I'm going to call it apart, and I'm just going to be mad about it, because every time I hear something about Avengers Doomsday, I get less excited, and I don't know how much further I can go with this.
It feels like Sam has gone through like the 12 stages of grief with this movie.
I have, and I'm on stage 13, so here we go. All right, so first of all, they should have released this footage to the public, because hearing about it in text makes it sound stupid as hell, but when everyone that saw it in person said it looked great, and I can't see it because all I hear is words. I also expect this trailer to drop in front of Mando and Grogu, but
it is baffling they didn't just post the trailer online, because that's some buzz.
Every other studio, the audience was press and theater owners. Disney brought in 3 rows of influencers, so I got a bunch of influencers also telling me how great it is, but again, I can't see it with my eyes. I only read it in the words. Disney, let me see it with my eyes. All right? Maybe I'll be excited, all right? But let's go through it. All right. So, first of all, trailer opens with Professor X watching an energy rift from inside the X Mansion, which is in shambles. That's just a Tuesday for the X-Men. That's fine. That's one comic accurate thing in this. Then we see Robert Downey Jr. unmasked as Victor Von Doom. Damn, we only gonna pretend for a second he's gonna wear the mask.
Apparently he has to act a really
and apparently he has a Latvian accent.
Which, like, oh no, I don't like here. You think, like, wouldn't that be a good thing that the white man doing a Romanian accent? Then,
yes.
Which is
hire a Roma actor or a Romani actor to play Doctor Doom. Would not be that hard, and then you could use him in everything instead of only using him in 2 movies.
Because I mean, I don't think.
Also, when we heard Downey was going to be Doom, I had this whole idea in my head that he could do this whole thing where like he pretends to infiltrate the Avengers, like I'm Tony Stark, I'm alive, I'm back from the dead. You guys should come help me out. But like we're not doing any of that. Why is he Doctor Doom? Why is he Doctor Doom? It's desperation. All right.
Did they even describe him to be a Tony?
No.
Like, did anyone say
they even said at the panel he has no connection to Tony Stark, which makes me wonder why the hell Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doctor Doom.
Oh my god.
Yes, Robert Downey Jr. did do an accent in Doolittle, and that movie, I feel like I should get personally apologized to by Robert Downey Jr. for that movie. All right. So, Doctor Doom is teasing that something is coming that can't be stopped. All right, whatever. I don't know. After the studio logo, the completed Avengers Tower is shown with a fresh red and white A logo on the building. The Fantastic Four meet with Sam Wilson's division of the Avengers. Thank God Sam's in the movie, because they keep the marketing. Every time they do any marketing for this movie, they just bring out Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. And I'm like, stop it. They haven't been around in 6 years. Their story's ended. What are we doing? All right. So some alliances are forged and shown, like the Thing trying to join forces with the Wakandans. That was already in a trailer. That's, you know that.
I like you said, like they're like a dog. Like, stop it.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes I want to do that with corporations. I want to get the spray bottle out and be like, yeah, no. I'd never spray bottle a dog though. I would only spray bottle a corporate asshole. So, anyways,
oh no, you're saying that just remember that one gag in She-Ra, Netflix She-Ra. It's just like,
yes.
Oh, guys, you spray bottle a cat. You don't spray bottle a dog.
I don't spray bottle animals. I spray bottle CEOs. All right. So, Shuri and M'Baku are seen making peace with Namor and the Talokanans, not the Atlanteans, whatever. Tensions rise as some of the fight scenes between our heroes are shown. Channing Tatum as Gambit battles Shang-Chi, with his purple-powered staff being able to hold off the 10 rings. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. What the hell do you mean Gambit's staff can hold off the 10? That thing's made of metal, and he blows it up all the time.
I love Gambit, but there's no way in hell that makes any sense.
0 sense. And that's the thing. If I saw it, I might be having a different opinion, but reading about it is all I can do. All right, so this sounds actually cool, though. This next part sounds cool. I want to see this. A huge money shot comes with Yelena coming to face with Mystique from the original Fox movies, sporting a new haircut and a white comic accurate costume, called that one, who we see morph into Florence Pugh before they fight. So it's like Yelena versus Yelena, but one of them's Mystique. That's cool. That's what you do with Mystique. Sounds great. A lot of people said Mystique's haircut looked terrible, though, so we'll see how that goes.
No, but also part of me goes like, so to save the makeup budget.
Save the makeup budget, but also it's an homage to the Wolverine fight from the first X-Men movie.
Yeah, no, so it just, part of me just thinks about that.
Yep. And then this is the part that makes me mad. All right, so in a major beat of the trailer,
well, even more mad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already mad, but this is the part that like irritates me, because this quote tells me they don't understand Doctor Doom, and this whole thing's washed for me. In a major beat of the trailer, Thor tries to strike down Doom with Stormbreaker, using all of his power to summon lightning, but Doom can easily stop it with just the palm of his hand. Bitch, we are not doing the villain is stronger than Thor as the storyline, are we? Because Doctor Doom is not the power guy. He's the intellectual guy. The petty bitch that always has to one-up Reed Richards. And there is no Reed Richards in this, and he's just going to be the power guy that can stop anything.
I mean, first off, they already did that with Thanos and Infinity War, so repeating that again. But also, like, oh man, I'm getting better. They needed Nerf Ghost Rider with the pants there scenario again.
Throughout the trailer, Thor is begging other characters to put their quarrels aside because he explains that he has had friends and allies die at the hands of enemies who are less powerful than Doom. Again, this is not Doom. He is very clearly afraid and claims that they need America. Very funny sentence. We need Captain America, but also you have a Captain America. His name is Sam Wilson.
I'm sorry, but like, what can Steve do that Sam can't?
Literally nothing.
I know.
Actually, Sam can do more. That guy's got vibranium wings.
And I get it. Steve has super soldier serum, but
so does John Walker.
And also, like, who's gonna win, Space Wizard or guy with super steroids?
Like, I don't get how Thor is not powerful enough to beat Doom. Therefore, Steve Rogers is the solution.
I'm getting Bleach flashbacks.
All right, so then Thor looks to a character off screen and says, "It can't be." He holds out Mjolnir, which then flies into Steve Rogers' hand before the title card concludes the trailer. Bitch, you just reheat your own damn nachos at this point.
Well, nachos, not even like full on meal, just the chip.
I gotta tell you, the funny part is that the one thing about this trailer description that doesn't bother me is the one that involves 2 women, and I think that's a sign that this movie should have more women. Mutegi says, "What quarrels? Why is everyone fighting each other?" Hell if I know. I have no idea why they're fighting besides, I guess we're doing Avengers versus X-Men, which was a bad comic.
Because Mortal Kombat.
Because Civil War was successful and that had fight scenes between heroes, so we gotta do that, right?
Maybe because Shang-Chi stole Gambit's Putin, and Gambit's like, that was my Putin. Putin. And Shang-Chi's like,
Canadian
I'm hungry. I don't know. I'm just making something up.
You're just like, I need to pick a food that somebody would have. Gambit would be more bad about his gumbo being knocked over.
There, gumbo. Like,
Gumbo.
Mortal Kombat ensues.
Anyways, every time, and I've said this ever since this movie was announced, every time I hear a new detail about Avengers Doomsday, the less I'm excited about it. And I feel like I should be in the 7th layer of hell in terms of my excitement, and it can't go lower, but it just keeps going. It just keeps going.
I just imagine the visual of the Spawn movie of him going to hell, but it's you instead.
Yes. Be dragging the Russos with me.
but it's not you, but you look like the Chopper version of you. I mean.
Chopper clown version of me.
Yeah.
It's gotta be clown me. It's gotta be where's he at? I left him up just in case. It's gonna be that. It's gonna be that. I'm gonna be dragging the shorter Russo because the taller. Or no, one of the Russo brothers never speaks. The one who never speaks, he can stay. He's fine. He hasn't said anything. The one who always talks. Yeah, I'm gonna take him down.
I mean, no, the silent one's always the secret, the deadliest one.
That's true. It's probably all his idea. The other one just talks. I'm gonna drag them both. I'm gonna take them both. Kevin Feige is gonna come with me. I'm gonna chain him to my car like a Ghost Rider, and we're gonna have a little talk. Oh, this is. I don't become a ranty fan on YouTube very often, but I gotta save it for important times, and this I feel is important enough to me. It's all my favorite stuff. This movie should be my favorite MCU movie of all time. Doctor Doom's the villain. It's got the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and the Avengers in the same movie. It should be my favorite Marvel movie, and I think that's why it bothers me, because every time I hear something, it becomes further from being a movie I want to watch when it should be the movie I can't wait for.
It really does sound like action figures smashing into each other, doesn't it?
Yes, but even like kids are not dumb enough to think that Gambit can stop the 10 rings.
No, yes, they do. They like Gambit. They were going like Gambit pulls out his trump card, Exodia, the Forbidden One.
See, that would be fun. Not Gambit's normal ass staff that couldn't even blow up a Sentinel.
And somehow Sonic's in the background.
Well, he's following his dad.
Yeah, true.
His dad's leading the X-Men.
Yeah, true.
Oh
man.
I gotta say, the only thing that's gonna save this movie for me at this point is if they throw Halle Berry Storm and Hugh Jackman in this brown suit in it, and then I might actually be like a little bit kinder on my Letterboxd review. But I'm kind of predicting a 1-star outcome at the moment. Not to prejudge a movie I've seen like a couple teasers for and read a description of, but again, every time I hear about this movie, I like it less. I'm still gonna be there opening weekend, but point stands. I'm probably gonna be. If this movie's as bad as I think it is, I'm never gonna shut up about it. I'm just gonna want you guys to know.
You need you do that. Print out the Sound Clown Out shirt. You do that.
I should have 2 shirts prepared. One is just like Clown Sound Out, and the other one's just like Nightcrawler is my goat. And then depending on how the movie turns out, it'll be like what shirt I wear on Monday.
No, it's like a 2-sided shirt. A 2-sided shirt.
Oh, there you go, 2-sided. That'll work. That's the end of my rant, and that's the end of my stream because I have 0 energy. I'm gonna crash so hard as soon as I hit end stream. I'm gonna collapse. So
do you finally let it all out?
I let it all out. I've been holding it in for days. I've been like holding it in for days, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it out on the stream. I was not gonna talk about the trailer description, but I was like, nah, I got to. I'm too mad about it. All right, let's plug our friends' stuff because we went so long they dipped.
Cast streams tomorrow at Twitch.tv at Firehouse.
I was just trying to watch stuff without it bleeding into the stream.
Thank you. So you can plug Hero Club then, Wheels.
Check out Hero Club at hero-club.com. Follow us across social media using Hero Club for life. Now I'm gonna go watch Raw and blast it real loud for the last few seconds and see if Soundout gets copywritten.
Sounds good. Ryan, you want to do your plug?
Follow me at Darko343 on YouTube and Twitter. Blue Sky. I do commissions like you want to see is very chilling. Feel free to follow me on your DM me at your Blue Sky or Discord through the link in the description below.
There'll be more videos this week. Still kind of in chill mode. Not going to be anything too crazy, but I have an X-Men Krakoa collecting guide that I'm still working on. It's a mess. My God.
Are shorts ever coming back?
Shorts are coming back this week, actually, I think. Well, maybe not on Tuesday, because I don't have time. But I have all the Deadpool and Wolverine figures. So I was like, let me bring shorts back this week. I kind of took a break. I just got tired of doing the shorts after. I got the blockies ones out, and I was like, I'm kind of burnt out on the shorts format for a little bit. And I'm going to bring them back, see how they do, and see how it goes. But I really want to put this brown suit Wolverine in a short, because I love it. It's like my favorite Marvel Legend of the year. I was going to say, it's currently my favorite Marvel Legend of the year until that Robbie Reyes shows up, and then he'll be number 2.
Is that your copian for Doomsday? The Brown Suit Logan figure?
I'm going to...
Soundout's putting Brown in his short.
Yep. You heard it here first. Do this again when Usopp comes in. All right. Anyways, see you guys next week. Have a good one.